Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 521 Inches God Seed, versus Ding Furnace. It can be said that it is extremely crazy to dare to fight out halfway and intercept the ancestor god fruit. Xiao Chen was so bold that he wanted to take the God Seed and replace it, crush the demon and plant his own body, and achieve a shocking transformation. Even though the misty formation is incomplete, it has undeniable power. At this moment, the momentum was earth-shattering, and with an unstoppable momentum, he cut open the cauldron with the body of the ancestor god as the shell, and directly suppressed the God Seed. Ah! Bai Nen's baby screamed in horror, endless fear appeared in those cold eyes that did not match his appearance, and he felt danger. Even though the divine power was exhausted so much that it was close to collapse, at this moment it also exploded with terrifying divine power. His whole body was blazing with light, as if it was on fire, and the dazzling light was as dazzling as a small sun. The power of the ancestor gods can destroy the world, shatter billions of stars, make everything wither, and return to the original state of chaos. At this moment, desperately blooming divine power, naturally terrifying to the extreme, has the ability to open up the world and re-evolve the world of all things. The dazzling divine light rushed towards the broken formation above, trying to block it. However, although the broken formation is rotating smoothly, the invisible mighty force is overwhelming and cannot be effectively resisted at all. The blazing light rushing up continued to collapse under the array, slowly dissipating, and the incomplete divine map unswervingly suppressed it. Ah! The God Seed's expression was ferocious, and he roared in horror, "No, I'm not reconciled." There were already many cracks in the body of the God Seed, which were caused by the battle with the cauldron, but at this moment, it still condensed a trembling mighty power. Broad sea and sky. The God Seeded roared. At this moment he had the potential to swallow up mountains and rivers, and his divine splendor shone, as if he was about to open up the world. Although the array is about to suppress the God Seed, at this moment, the distance between the two is infinitely enlarged. It is clearly in the cauldron, but inside it has become a world of its own. The God Seeded has opened up a brand new world with the mighty power of the ancestor gods, and it is separated from the formation map by a starry sky in an instant. He stood at the end of the starry sky, looking at the broken formation, quickly recovering his divine power. However, at this moment, the array shattered all obstacles and fell silently. The star field quickly dimmed, as if a flood as high as the sky drowned out the candlelight. The starry sky opened up by Chu Tian collapsed, tens of thousands of stars were wiped out, and the formation was suppressed with unstoppable momentum, eternal and unchangeable. How could this happen? Chu Tian yelled in fear, and now he was really panicked. Not long ago, he had spent too much energy in the battle with the cauldron, and now he seemed unable to resist the broken formation. Cho Tian was extremely unwilling. If he just fell, it would be hard for him to rest in peace. Seeing that the success of the Demon Seed Smasher is imminent, but he found out such an accident, someone wanted to kill the God Seed and pick the Tao fruit of victory, which really made him mad because of aggrieved. Ah! The array has been crushed down, and the gods screamed in horror, and their anger reached the extreme. Boom! The divine power emanating from the incomplete array instantly cracked the divine seed, and the white and tender baby was like fine porcelain that had been hammered. Ah! The God Seed was desperate, and his roar was like thunder from 9 heavens, rumbling. At this moment, he really burned up. His seemingly white and tender body was formed by the condensed life essence of the endless ancestor gods, and it was a terrifying power unique to the ancestor gods. The God Seed burst and turned into streaks of divine light. Every ray of light that burns is the most terrifying sword energy in the world, which can penetrate the world. At this moment, the sword lights transformed from the life essence of thousands of ancestor gods all shoot at the formation. The ancestor god is desperate, that is a very terrifying thing. The incomplete formation map was shaken, and it was almost thrown out, emitting bursts of hazy light, and trembling violently. Xiao Chen, who was not far away, was even more shocked. If he hadn't been on the Zhu Jun's warship and held half a stone man's skull in his hand, he would have been wiped out at this moment. The ancestral god burns life energy, can completely destroy everything in the world, and can truly destroy a world. Although Zhu Jun's battleship shrunk, its divine power was overwhelming, and the black light shone, and it immediately burst into light, blocking thousands of sword lights that were strafing. I don't know how many sharp sword chi rushed towards Zhu Jun's battleship, completely pierced through the light curtain, and slashed on the hull, causing the warship to suffer terrible damage. The black bone hull is covered with terrifying sword marks, some places are even completely pierced, and the front and rear of the hull are transparent. A few unstoppable sword glows passed by Xiao Chen's body. If it wasn't for half of the stone bone held in his hand to absorb those sharp rays of light, he would really have hated it. After all, the god seed was suppressed by the broken formation, his body was shattered, and his divine light was extinguished. He could not rest in peace, and stared at Xiao Chen with a pair of hateful eyes, full of unwillingness. Xiao Chen shivered in shock, the Bardo ruthless eyes were really frightening. The god seed is the hope of rebirth, full of life force, and contains vitality. At this moment, the purest brilliance of life is extremely soft, permeating the four directions. Seeing that the devil smasher god is about to succeed, but at this most critical moment, how can he rest in peace when he kills an uninvited guest? But in the end, those vicious eyes disappeared into nothingness. The ancestral warship finally calmed down. It was not broken. After all, the bone essence of the supreme ancestor god was refined in it. Even if the world was shattered, it would not be completely broken. And, at the next moment, the terrifying sword marks on Zhu Jun's warship began to slowly disappear, and the hull recovered by itself. It contains eternal light, which can be repaired by itself, and it can be said to be immortal. The broken formation slowly turned and flew back to protect Xiao Chen's side. As for the surrounding area, there is endless divine power, which is the purest essence of life after the divine seed is crushed. Xiao Chen was frightened for a while. Both the god seed and the cauldron had lost most of their strength, but they still had such a terrifying power. The ancestor god level powerhouse was really terrifying. Has it really disappeared completely? Xiao Chen couldn't be sure. After all, he was an ancestor god, and the centipede was dead but not stiff. A strong man of this level would never be destroyed. It was difficult for him to determine whether the other party was really wiped out. Who cares? At this moment, there are warships for protection, stone bones to block, and a broken formation floating in front of him. Even if the gods are not extinct, they are not far from death, and it is difficult to kill Xiao Chen. He began to gather broken god seeds, and vibrated the array. All the life force was refined again through the array to prevent accidents. The purest god seed essence gathered on Xiao Chen's body surface, making him shine like a god of war. If you want to fully receive this great Tao fruit, you must make yourself a new god seed, so that you can carry out the unfinished, smashing demon seed god, Dafa on behalf of Chu Tian, surpass yourself, and carry out ancestor god level sublimation. Forge a god seed against the sky. At this moment, it was exactly what Xiao Chen wanted to do. The infinite life force of the god seed condensed towards Xiao Chen in the form of a little bit of brilliance, full of vitality, and made his combat body get the most effective nourishment. At this moment, in the cauldron with the body of the ancestor god as the shell, Xiao Chen had already shrunk to the size of a baby. The power of infinite life came together, completely submerged him, and replaced him as the god seed that is now. The array rotated slowly, crushing all the life force thoroughly, and sent it to Xiao Chen, ensuring his safety. In nothingness, a pair of cold eyes stared at all this coldly, but they couldn't stop it. Chu Tian's spiritual consciousness was not completely wiped out. After all, it is unimaginable to be a strong ancestor god. He has not really fallen yet, and some of his spiritual consciousness remains. With the broken formation, he didn't dare to take it lightly. Seeing Xiao Chen constantly refining the vitality of the god seed, and about to completely become a brand new god seed, Chu Tian was aggrieved and wanted to roar up to the sky, but he had to suppress his impulse. Hate mad. This is his Tao fruit, complete a transformation, and then go up to a higher level to achieve the sublimation of the ancestor god level. However, he was robbed of all of this by a half-ancestor, which made him out of anger. Insignificant ants, humble bugs, I won't let you get what you want. Chu Tian's divine sense hid in the void, secretly vowed to destroy Xiao Chen, and would not give him a chance to join the gods. The brilliance flourished, Xiao Chen's whole body bloomed with divine brilliance, his flesh and blood were almost transparent, he condensed endless vitality, and slowly forged himself into a god seed. Although there is still more energy of life permeating the four directions, he can no longer absorb it, and his combat body is almost saturated. If this continues, he may explode and die. It's time to shatter the cauldron and become one with the God Seed. Only after truly experiencing the transformation of the devil-broken seed God, the condensed divine power can be truly transformed into his power, allowing him to transform and sublimate. The broken formation slowly rotated, and began to slowly shatter the cauldron. At this moment, the flesh shell of Chu Tian's body continued to crack. It was much easier to break the cauldron with the mighty power of the array map than to fight against the God Seeds of Chu Tian. After all, the flesh shell had the most tragic battle with the God Seeds, and it was almost shattered. Xiao Chen seized this Dao fruit at the most critical moment, saving too much power. The fleshy shell is slowly shattering, containing infinite potential, gradually becoming one with the new divine species. In the dark, Chu Tian's eyes were spitting fire. He felt that he was simply an old scalper. Working hard, but in the end it was a waste of time, making wedding dresses for others. Chu Tiantian's 7 orifices were all smoking. He was waiting, restraining his impulse, and prepared to give Xiao Chen a fatal blow at the most critical moment. Chu Tian's original bronze-colored flesh shell was broken at this moment, and every piece of flesh and blood condensed the endless potential of his life. The most critical moment has come for the great law of the broken demon seed, the unity of soul and flesh, and the rebirth against the sky. The so-called meat is naturally the cauldron, that is, the broken meat shell. And spirit naturally refers to the God Seed, which is Xiao Chen. The cauldron and the God Seed are united, the soul and flesh are fused, and the rebirth is against the sky. The divine light is shining brightly, this dark dimensional space is brightly lit, and the holy radiance sprinkles every corner. The altar where the flesh shell of the ancestor god sat cross-legged was even more sacred. The reddish-brown stone platform seemed to be psychic, and a little bit of brilliance was circulating. The dafa of the demon seed god is really a taboo against the sky. At this moment, all directions were shaken. If this space hadn't been sacrificed by Chu Tian in every possible way, the terrifying divine power would have torn this world apart and evaporated the South China Sea outside. The unity of soul and flesh begins. However, Xiao Chen resisted a little in his heart, because the soul and flesh were united, and the cauldron and the God Seed were fused together, waiting for him to unite with Chu Tian's flesh shell. This made him a little difficult to accept. After all, it was not his own flesh and blood. Maybe it could greatly improve his strength now, but it might become a shackle in the future, preventing him from moving forward. But he has no choice. Right now he urgently needs to improve his strength, and he cannot let go of any opportunity. We can only hope that there will be a perfect solution in the future. The shattered cauldron is united with the God Seed. The energy of the ancestral God level fluctuates, mighty, majestic, and vibrates violently. This is the sublimation of the ancestor God level. The situation is changing, and the world is eclipsed. Xiao Chen's fighting power is soaring. An astonishing transformation is taking place. The shattered cauldron completely submerged him. His body was being transformed, the demon-destroying god was approaching perfection, the endless potential turned into divine splendor rushed into his body, and those flesh and blood would be completely unified with him. But at this moment, the secretly Chu Tian finally made a move. In an instant, his remaining spiritual thoughts melted into the shattered cauldron, silently, and merged with those flesh and blood, ready to start refining Xiao Chen. It was this opportunity that Chu Tian was waiting for. With the broken formation to protect Xiao Chen, he didn't dare to act rashly before. But at this moment, the shattered flesh shell condensed towards Xiao Chen. This is his only chance. In this way, they approached infinitely, submerging Xiao Chen with the original flesh shell. Ants, it's impossible to try to steal my Dao fruit. Chu Tian's voice was so venomous that it made people feel chills running down their spines, and he said coldly, I want to refine you, and make you annihilate both physically and mentally. In the process of saying these words, he has already activated the meat shell and started to refine Xiao Chen. The formation is outside, and these flesh and blood have almost merged with Xiao Chen. Chu Tian is absolutely sure to kill Xiao Chen completely. The formation outside cannot stop it at all, unless the formation also kills Xiao Chen together. Xiao Chen was indeed taken aback by being bullied by the ancestor god Chu Tian from another world, but he was not afraid. On the contrary, he felt a sense of relief. The cauldron and the God Seed were not truly united, and were interrupted midway. Perhaps this gave him a reason why his spirit and flesh were not united. He really resisted merging with other people's flesh and blood. I disappoint you, you can't refine me, I already knew you were alive. Xiao Chen was not afraid. holding half a stone bone in his hand to block the front, and a colorful holy tree was suspended above his head. The endless potential contained in the meat shell was squeezed, and when Xiao Chen was refined, it was all absorbed by the stone bone without a sound. Moreover, the colorful holy tree vibrated, blocking the surrounding flesh and blood outside. The stone man. Chu Tian seemed shocked, and lost his voice. It turned out to be a skull. The stone man is about to reappear. The light under Xiao Chen's feet was shining brightly, and the black light of Zhu Jun's warship emerged, shaking the whole world, resisting flesh and blood. Chu Tian smiled coldly, and said, "You little ant, do you think you can fight against the ancestor gods by relying on foreign objects? Now, let me teach you a lesson, so that you understand that the majesty of the ancestor gods cannot be offended." Although he was extremely shocked when he saw the stone man's skull, he quickly calmed down and activated the shattered cauldron with his spiritual thoughts to open up a brand new world. With the help of the power of the world, refining Xiao Chen, smelting through the stone bone, as long as it is an artifact in this space, it can be melted. Stone bones can't protect you well. At the same time, a big hand recondensed from the shattered flesh shell, grabbed towards the stone bone, and wanted to kill Xiao Chen even more. "Since I know you may not be dead, how could I not take precautions?" Xiao Chen didn't panic, his voice was very calm. In an instant, the broken formation map appeared in the interior of this world without a sound. Chu Tian turned pale, and said in shock, "Unless the formation map destroys you and me together, it can only be broken from the outside and come in from the outside. How can it appear from the inside? The fleeing one, who can stop it, born innately, no longer in the world, transcending the world. Nothing can separate it." This is the true meaning that Xiao Chen has comprehended over the past 30 years of hard work. Understanding the various mysterious powers of the array is his greatest reliance. The incomplete formation map spun rapidly, heading towards Chu Tian's suppression. "I'm going to kill you, you little ant." Chu Tian was furious. "If you haven't exhausted your divine power and are intact, even if I have the formation map, I can't survive, but you are not qualified to say that now." The divine light in Xiao Chen's eyes was bright, and the formation quickly rotated forward, covering Chu Tian on the spot. With a slight vibration, the cauldron shattered, and Chu Tian's divine sense was cut out. The incomplete array was suppressed again, and without a sound, Chu Tian's divine sense was shattered and dissipated into the invisible. At the same time, the newly opened world immediately collapsed. But at this moment, a very indifferent voice suddenly sounded in Xiao Chen's heart, "Ant, you should be wiped out. You will never understand how powerful the ancestor god is, now is the time to let you die." Xiao Chen was shocked. He found Chu Tian in his mind. It was formed by the condensed fragments of divine sense. Although it was very weak compared to the original one, it was still much stronger than his divine sense. "How did you break through?" "The moment you were about to unite your soul and body, I separated part of my spiritual thoughts, hid them in the shattered flesh shell, merged with you, and sneaked in. At this moment, the outer spiritual consciousness was shattered, and all the remaining spiritual thoughts were condensed to the final source, in your sea of hearts." Xiao Chen felt that this ancestor god named Chu Tian was very unusual. In such an unfavorable situation, another comeback, one can imagine how terrifying the combat power would be if it was not damaged. Both body and spirit are destroyed. Chu Tian yelled loudly, and began to stir up trouble in Xiao Chen's mind, trying to refine it. "I've let you down, you still can't do anything to me." Xiao Chen wasn't frightened. The broken formation had already emerged in his heart, blocking all of Chu Tian's spiritual attacks. "How is it possible?" Chu Tian yelled in shock. "I have already said that the escaped one is born innately and transcends the world. Nothing can separate it. I have already communicated with it, and my body and mind complement it and are inseparable." Hearing these words, Chu Tian didn't say anything anymore, turned into a ray of divine light, and fled away in an instant, wanting to rush out of Xiao Chen's heart. But the incomplete array complements Xiao Chen. It is everywhere in the sea of mind, it emerges in an instant, and it is suppressed. Boom! The last remnant of Chu Tian's divine sense was finally shattered, completely collapsed, and his spiritual consciousness was forever annihilated. Xiao Chen had to admit that Chu Tian was very terrifying and powerful. If he hadn't taken advantage of the loopholes and confronted head-to-head due to the destroying demon seed god, even if he had a broken formation map, he would surely die without any chance. The gloomy dimensional space completely calmed down, and the broken cauldron healed again, slowly reorganized, and became a complete meat shell again. Standing on the tall altar, Xiao Chen thought about it and decided to practice the last few key points of the martial ancestor manual. He decided to seize power from the cauldron and sacrifice his own body, the god seed, instead of being one with the flesh-shelled cauldron of Chu Tian. The flesh and blood of others belong to others after all, he needs to dig out his own treasures. However, he will not let go of Chu Tian's meat cauldron, and must make full use of it. Even if the god seed and the cauldron are not fused, it is still necessary to unearth the combat power of the ancestor god level. I am cultivating my own god seed while cultivating Chu Tian's flesh shell. This once-in-a-thousand-year event in another world is a good opportunity to let the new Chu Tian's prestige spread far and wide. Chapter 522 Holy Sacrifice. Xiao Chen thrillingly destroyed the god seed of the ancestor god Chu Tian from another world, and won the cauldron as he wished, but he was somewhat resistant to the powerful meat shell of the ancestor god, and he did not want to shatter the cauldron and become one with the meat shell. However, since the day's Dao fruit has been snatched, he can't give up. The flesh and blood of others belong to others after all, and he decided to use the Dao fruit to dig out his own treasures in the flesh shell. In the most evil place, unrivaled martial ancestor once passed down the scriptures, and Xiao Chen has obtained the ultimate secret of martial arts. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on a tall altar made of boulders, silently thinking about the last few key points of the martial ancestor manual. That is the chapter of evil and taboo. As the name suggests, it is a method that is almost evil and taboo in martial arts. Ordinary people dare not practice it at all. Because, it seems that it is not the right way, full of evil power, and the process of cultivation is even more unimaginable, almost chaotic. Crack bang bang. Next to it, the powerful flesh shell of the ancestor god has been reassembled, intact as before. At this moment, there were bursts of creepy sounds. Mouth as if chewing something. Boom. The mighty ancestral god cauldron suddenly stood upright, as if revived, standing on the ancient altar, with fluttering hair, covering the cheek, and an extremely dangerous breath came out. At the same time, Xiao Chenbao looked majestic, sitting cross-legged with eyes closed, flesh and blood all over his body, with inner divine light, restrained and not let go, like a sleeping ancient god. Although he has astonishing combat power, he was forcibly suppressed and restrained. The flesh and blood body of Chu Tian, the ancestor god of another world, stood opposite Xiao Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the altar. There was a terrifying divine power surging in his body, and a little bit of luster shone on his skin, full of mysterious power like a demon. As if he had been reborn, he walked up to Xiao Chen step by step, sat cross-legged with a plop, and sat opposite Xiao Chen, less than 3 feet away. A gust of wind blew past, and the disorderly hair of the ancestor god of the alien world, Chu Tian, was raised, revealing his masked face. At this moment, a strange scene happened. His closed eyes suddenly opened, shooting out 2 terrifying rays of light. 2 beams of light rushed out in an instant, like thunder and lightning, and like a poisonous snake, cold and piercing, dazzling, making people daunting. He seems to have returned to his spiritual consciousness, completely regenerated. The breath of an ancestor god-level powerhouse vibrated, the entire dark dimensional space trembled, and the altar shook violently. At the same time, Xiao Chen's aura suddenly climbed to the extreme, and the power of his consciousness shook like a tsunami. There is no doubt that he is stimulating the flesh shell of the ancestral god, fully stimulating its potential, making it seem like it has been regenerated. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's eyes opened instantly, and 2 more terrifying rays of light rushed out. The 2 rays of divine brilliance were gorgeous and dazzling, like 2 golden lightning bolts torn apart, or formed by the condensed essence of the sun, which made people unable to look directly at it. Those 2 terrifying beams of light rushed into Chu Tian's eyes at once, and at this moment, the eyes of the 2 connected. The 2 beams of light were like 2 divine bridges connecting the heaven and the earth, connecting the 2 bodies. Fierce divine light shone between the 2 bodies. With a plop, Xiao Chen's body fell to the ground, motionless, as if he had lost his vitality. But the flesh shell of the ancestor god shined brilliantly, as if reborn against the sky, regained its vitality, and the terrifying divine power shook the 10 directions. Brush. Chu Tian's eyes shot out 2 bright divine lights, scanning all directions. At the same time, the precious light of the divine body flickered, crystal clear and almost transparent, like polished colorful colored glass. The divine body was clean, as if he had reached the peak state all of a sudden. Then he stood up suddenly. Change your life. Xiao Chen used some of the taboo secrets recorded in the last few chapters of the Martial Ancestors Sutra, and at this moment implemented a heaven-defying method, which is not to seize the body, but to simply change the life. Seizing the house is nothing more than rushing out of the spiritual consciousness and occupying the body of others, but changing lives is 100 times more dangerous than seizing the house. Not only did his consciousness completely rush out, but he also took away all life essence, and all life force rushed out from his body. At this moment, his body was empty, nothing was left, and it was completely transferred into the cauldron. At this moment, his body was like a piece of haggard wood, without any breath of life, and the essence contained in every inch of flesh and blood was hollowed out. It can be said that at this moment Xiao Chen's body has become a hollow container. He didn't want to use the great law of the broken demon seed god, and merged with the flesh shell cauldron of the ancestor god from another world. In order to achieve the same purpose and obtain the same Tao fruit, he used the method of evil taboo, sacrifice. Cultivation is a process against the sky, full of hardships and obstacles along the way. Because, while strengthening oneself, one must win the world. This so-called creation of heaven and earth refers to everything outside itself, including dust, vegetation, and the big world. This is a process that goes against the laws of natural life. Therefore, the road ahead must be a natural moat, with countless obstacles and difficult to break through. Especially if you want to reach the ultimate powerful state, it is even more difficult. For this reason, Wu Zu created a method of evil taboo, holy sacrifice. The so-called holy sacrifice is to practice in the opposite way, to practice against the sky. If you strengthen yourself, you will be condemned by God and suffer hardships. But if you disperse your own life essence and sacrifice it to the outside world, it will be much easier. The holy sacrifice, cultivate against the sky, and act in accordance with the sky. Sacrifice one's own body to achieve something outside, which can be said to damage one's own body. In this way, it is completely different from the original meaning of cultivation, it can be described as extremely crazy, and it seems to be self-destructive. However, this is the brilliance of Wu Zu, the self-body is only a temporary self-body, and the outside other things are the real self-body. It is completely the opposite. In this way, it is naturally much easier to obtain the Tao fruit according to the sky. At this moment, everything Xiao Chen is doing is the process of cultivating against the sky. Turning the real body into a dry wood, the spiritual consciousness and life essence are completely withdrawn, and it is created as an other thing from the outside world. And the spiritual consciousness and life essence are injected into the flesh shell of the ancestral god to temporarily create a self-body. In this way, this temporary self-body is sacrificed, and the other outside world, created by oneself is achieved by oneself, so as to defy the sky and achieve a positive result. Xiao Chen is going to sacrifice the flesh shell of the ancestor god alive to achieve something outside, that is, the self-body, like a withered tree. Changing one's own body is the first step, and life sacrifice is the second step. You can imagine the evil and taboo in the chapter of evil and taboo. Changing one's own body for holy sacrifices is even worse than the dafa of the demon seed god. Tang, a ball of divine fire ignited, and Xiao Chen entered the flesh shell of the ancestral god, and he began to perform the holy sacrifice. The whole body was full of divine brilliance, and the treasure was solemn. He began to sacrifice his self, at this moment, igniting the endless divine power belonging to the cauldron of the ancestral god, and the dazzling divine fire engulfed this precious body. The brilliance on the altar is dazzling, and the flesh shell of the ancestor god remains motionless, allowing his body to burn, offering sacrifices to other things from the outside world. During this process, the ancestral god-level cauldron looked solemn, and kept making special and mysterious sounds. At the same time, the ancient sacrificial sound sounded, and it seemed as if 30,000 Buddhas were singing at the same time, and it seemed that 90,000 demons were praying devoutly. The sacrificial sounds shook the heavens and the earth, the hymns lingered, the divine splendor shone everywhere, and the flesh shell of the ancestor gods blazed with radiance. The purest divine brilliance was burned and refined, and surged towards the other things outside, that fell on the altar in front of it. Using the endless divine power contained in the flesh shell of the ancestor god of one's own body, to sacrifice the external haggard wood, the sacred light shines in all directions, and the entire dark dimensional space is instantly brightened. The foreign object, that was originally empty and without any breath of life gradually became shiny, and Xiao Chen's original body was slowly nourished by the mysterious power sacrificed by the evil method. Just when Xiao Chen used shocking methods in the dimension space, performed holy sacrifices, and achieved other things from the outside world, a little accident happened in the real world. In the sky above the South China Sea, waves of ancestral god-level consciousness shook the surrounding fields, the sea below was choppy, and the majestic palace in the sky trembled violently. Al, the ancestor god of another world living in the West Sea, once again detected a powerful divine sense, not only rushed into the majestic palace but also explored the dimensional space sealed by the magic map. A solid magic map. I am afraid that it took a lot of effort when Chu Tian sacrificed it. Great Ancestor God, what are you doing? The Nine Heavens Banzu, who was guarding in front of the magic map, asked in surprise. I have a vague sense of unease. It seems that something happened to your clan's ancestor, Cho Tian, so I came to take a look. Al responded with a cold voice. How could the half-ancestor of Juchongtian believe that the ancestor god of their clan, Chu Tian, had a rift with the ancestor god named Ir since ancient times, and the two clans had always been at odds with each other, and there were conflicts. He naturally thought that Al came here to seek bad luck, to trouble Chu Tian. Please don't embarrass us, the ancestor gods who are high above us. The ancestor gods of our clan are transforming. We have reached a critical moment. I believe they will leave the customs soon. If you are against him at this time, I believe the ancestor gods of other clans will never sit idly by. Ants, how dare you doubt me? Al's voice was cold and heartless, and he shouted, what do you know, a humble half-ancestor? I am an immortal ancestor god who can see everything in the world. In this dimensional space, there must be abnormalities. If you don't get out of the way, your ancestor god has an accident, and you will be a sinner through the ages. The place where air lives is the closest to the place where Chu Tian sleeps, and he has been paying attention to whether Chu Tian can transform successfully, because they are opponents. Only in this way did he sense the abnormality, which was entirely the keen intuition of the ancestor god level powerhouse. Although the dimensional world was sealed off by the magic map and isolated from the real world, he still speculated that Chu Tian seemed to be in danger. The opponent belongs to the opponent, but he has not yet become so dirty that he takes advantage of others and kills each other. Therefore, when he sensed an abnormality, he immediately searched for his divine sense. Please, the great ancestor god, don't interfere with our family's affairs. The ancestor of Juchongtian was absolutely superstitious towards Chu Tian, and he didn't believe the words of the opposing ancestor god. Roll. The ranks of the alien world are strictly guarded, facing the strong man who is about to touch the domain of the ancestors of the Nine Heavens. Al still treats him like an ant and reprimands him coldly. The vast power of the gods shook the South China Sea, and a giant hand formed by Ir's divine sense moved towards the magnificent palace. Boom! The half-ancestor of Juchongtian was like a scarecrow. He vomited blood on the spot, shattered a huge hall, and flew hundreds of miles away before stopping in the sky over the South China Sea. Ir turned into a god, covering the sky with his giant hands, causing the whole world to tremble. The giant hand turned into light, grabbed the magic map, wanted to reveal it, and rushed in. The holy sacrifices in the dimensional world are as different as the broken cauldron, and the achievement of the God Seed, with the Dafa of the Demon Smasher God, and it can even be said to be evil. If it gets out, any ancestor god will be in danger and panic. With such a sacrifice, all the divine power is completely transformed, and turned into the real power of Hagi Wood, as much as possible. Rather than forcibly seizing the divine power of heaven and earth, even if it is obtained for a short time, it cannot be fully transformed into a part of oneself. This is the uncommonness of the holy sacrifice, the truly ancient and evil method, through the taboo secret method, transforming the divine power, and the holy brilliance of the sacrifice is all received by other things from the outside world. Slowly, the Hagi Wood on the altar had a wave of divine power, and slowly sat up cross-legged. Then it rose up and descended into the void. The sound of ancient sacrificial offerings resounded through the heavens and the earth, and the flesh shell of the ancestor gods below kept burning their bodies, dedicating themselves, offering sacrifices to the other things, in the void one after another. The brilliance became brighter and brighter, and the flesh shell of the ancestor god slowly floated up, sitting cross-legged under Xiao Chen's body. The distance between the two is no more than 7 feet, and one can see the burning divine brilliance continuously gathering towards the sky. The holy sacrificial method is astonishing in the past and the present. Even an ancestor god-level powerhouse will be shocked when he sees this kind of method. However, although the miraculous skills are unrivaled, not everyone can practice them. How can such a powerful ancestral cauldron be easily used as a temporary body? No one would really sacrifice themselves, and the temporary body is hard to find, which is the fundamental source of the divine power obtained. At this moment, the altar was completely shrouded by the light that soared into the sky. It was dazzling here. From a distance, the divine brilliance was boiling, shining brightly in the world, as if penetrating through the ages of time and space. In the dazzling world, the two bodies sitting cross-legged are undergoing astonishing changes. Xiao Chen's body gradually brightened up, while the luster of the flesh shell of the ancestor god dimmed a bit, but this did not affect anything. The holy sacrifice was still going on, the divine fire was burning blazingly, and the divine splendor continued to soar into the sky. This is a spectacular and frightening process. The martial ancestor's sutra of evil and taboo is really close to evil, even sinful. Boom! Outside the dimensional space, the giant hand transformed from the primordial spirit covered the world, and slowly opened a corner of the magic map, shaking the endless power of the ancestor god. In the dimensional world, on the altar, there are thousands of lights, and the holy sacrifice is still going on. The sound of ancient sacrificial offerings resounded through the heaven and earth, as if it had spanned through the ages, coming from that distant ancient age. The inexplicable and mysterious voice kept coming from the flesh shell of the ancestor god. This is an ancient scripture, and this is the mysterious and unpredictable ancient sound of the holy sacrifice. The sound shakes through the ages, shakes the past, and shakes the future. Xiao Chen's body turned into an other thing outside, sitting cross-legged in the void, getting brighter and brighter. The reality is like a ball of dancing divine flames. And the extremely powerful flesh shell of the ancestor god is slowly dimming at this moment. The skin around his body is no longer bright, and most of the infinite potential contained in it has been consumed. Using the endless divine power contained in the flesh shell of the ancestor god to sacrifice Xiao Chen's own body, the divine light burns, radiates brilliance, and blooms blazingly. At this moment, his physique is undergoing astonishing changes. This is a god of war sacrificed for life. The physical body condenses infinite potential, and the indelible battle body is slowly taking shape. The divine splendor shines in all directions, and using the endless potential of an ancestor god-level powerhouse to sacrifice a human body, this is probably a miracle through the ages. Except for the martial ancestor, almost no one has done it before. Sacrificially sacrifice the supreme divine body. There will be a second chapter later. I wish all book friends a happy Lantern Festival. Make an advertisement for a friend's book, The Legend of the Mad Immortal, a different way of cultivating immortals, and a different kind of excitement. ISBN 1469033. Chapter 523 Comparable to Ancestral Divine Body. Chapter 2 is here. The holy sacrifice, practicing against the sky, seems to be following the sky, but in fact, the behavior is even more against the sky. This is completely deceiving the sky, completely going against the tide. The road of warriors is relatively more difficult, and it is difficult to break through the ultimate realm. Throughout the ages, there are very few pure unrivaled warriors. The martial ancestor was amazingly talented. He created a unique path, went against the sky, made further progress, and bullied the sky. The difficult path of cultivation is not easy, so once a martial artist achieves a high level of cultivation, his strength will naturally shock the world, and his power will be overwhelming. With pure physical strength, he can shatter the world and counteract any magical spells. If it is supplemented with combat skills, once the martial artist succeeds, he will naturally make other ancestor gods of the same level taboo. At this moment, Xiao Chen acted against the heavens, using the martial artist's unique practice of the forbidden method, to activate all the divine power in the flesh shell of the ancestor god, and burn the divine power contained in every inch of flesh and blood. Crazy actions, sacrifice this temporary, self-body, and dedicate it to the other outside world, sitting cross-legged on the head. This process lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, the divine splendor shone in all directions, and in the end they were sacrificed to Xiao Chen's body sitting cross-legged in the void. The vast divine power is immeasurable. The power of the ancestral god-level master exceeded Xiao Chen's expectations. The divine power is boundless, there is no end. Almost any piece of flesh and blood has the power to destroy the world. Ancestor god, I want to become the ancestor god. Xiao Chen was shouting, and the flesh shell of the ancestor god who lived temporarily trembled violently, and the burning divine brilliance became more intense, continuously offering sacrifices to the flesh body above. Zen singing, sacrificial sounds, crying sounds, heavenly sounds, requiem, hymns for the dead. All kinds of mysterious sounds from ancient times came across time and space. The ancient scriptures came out from the cauldron, connected through the ages, allowing the most mysterious power in the world to flow out, transforming the divine power in the flesh shell of the ancestor god into divine splendor, and condensing it to the divine body above. The powerful treasure body is shrouded in divine light. It can be said that it has been tempered thousands of times, and at this moment it becomes more and more powerful, and it gathers an unfathomable power. However, Xiao Chen was very dissatisfied. Now, he found that he still had no sign of being promoted to the ancestor god. The divine power is condensing, the battle body is transforming, becoming stronger and stronger, but the threshold seems to be extremely high, as if inserted into the clouds, looking up to the end. How powerful is the ancestor god? Xiao Chen wondered why he could not be promoted to that level, and could only continue to perform the holy sacrifice. On the fourth day, he was a little suspicious. Could it be that a living flesh shell of the ancestor god could not push him to the realm of the ancestor god? Why, is the ancestor god really unable to climb? Meditating and concentrating, Xiao Chen's mood gradually calmed down, and then his heart was empty, and gradually he had a little understanding. He was in a hurry, too impatient. The realm of ancestor gods is a realm that requires hundreds of millions of living beings to look up and worship, and only a few people appear in a history of civilization. If he acts so bullyingly and desperately seeks success, I am afraid that there will be no results. Even if his divine power is overwhelming, he will not be able to achieve the position of ancestor god. The real ancestor god needs to comprehend the laws of all things in the universe, understand the mysteries of all worlds, and understand the essence of all gods in the world. What he is improving now is only the physical body. As for the spiritual consciousness, it is still the same as before, and there is not much change. The spiritual realm is separated from the ancestor god by a mountain. If you don't understand the origin of the world and don't know the essence of all things, you can't become a real ancestor god. Xiao Chen gradually understands that the essence of the taboo chapter created by Wu Zhu can indeed sublimate the real self infinitely, but he still needs to comprehend it by himself if he wants to jump the carp into the dragon's gate. Going against the sky and going against the sky can infinitely increase the physical strength, but to understand the origin of the world and the essence of all things, you need to experience and understand with your heart. All this, no one can help. After understanding all this, Xiao Chen finally knew that the position of the ancestor god cannot be obtained by trickery. Even if he intercepted a huge Dao fruit, he would not be able to reach the realm of the ancestor god if his heart is not good enough. Ancestral god, ancestor god, these two words are as heavy as Mount Tai, and they contain endless meanings. He is not qualified to be an ancestor and a god. At this moment, Xiao Chen gradually realized that even if he had the strength to fight against the ancestor god, it would be difficult for him to become the ancestor god. Ancestral god, the burden is unbearable. It is the belief and reliance of a race, and he is far from it. Perhaps, he will never be able to become the ancestor god, because he is not such a great man at all. Yes, now, Xiao Chen gradually understands that he has a feeling that it may be difficult for him to achieve the position of ancestor god forever. Looking back on the past through the ages, he thought of Zanzu, maybe he will become such a person. Sweeping the world with combat power, without the fruit of the ancestor gods, but can fight against the ancestor gods and kill the ancestor gods of other worlds. With a moment of enlightenment and a short moment of emptiness, Xiao Chen had a thorough understanding of the word, ancestor god, and understood why he couldn't achieve the position of ancestor god. Even if he snatches another ancestral god's flesh shell, grabs its Dao fruit, and sacrifices his own body, he will not be able to truly transform and sublimate. If I can't become the ancestor god, then I will work hard towards the Zan ancestor. After realizing all this, Xiao Chen was not disappointed, and continued to practice the real, self-body. Brilliant, Xiao Chen wants to use the flesh shell of the ancestral god to make his own flesh and blood body. That radiant body has already been sacrificed into a peerless battle body, and the powerful body is almost comparable to the body of the war ancestor. Yes, in terms of physical body alone, Xiao Chen's divine body has already surpassed the realm of the half-ancestor, and was sacrificed by the essence of the flesh shell of the ancestor god below. It is so powerful that it is frightening. If it can go one step further, it will be comparable to the body of the ancestor god, that is, the real body of the ancestor of war. There was no hope of being promoted to the ancestor god, so he worked hard in this direction. At this moment, that other thing from the outside world, Xiao Chen's real body, the 365 acupuncture points all over his body are soaring, as if there are more than 300 stars embedded in the body, and there is a figure quietly sitting cross-legged in each acupuncture point. Moreover, more strange acupoints are shining, although they are not the main acupoints, they are also continuously brightening. His body is not a starry sky, but it is better than a starry sky. Xiao Chen's physical body has become extremely deep, like a miniature sky, with stars all over his body. It seems that the stars are shaking in the sky, and it is like the endless glory is blooming. For hundreds of years, the tens of thousands of acupoints he has deified with spiritual essence are not as many as the acupoints deified in the past few days. The human body is the most mysterious, with endless unknown secrets. It can be said that the flesh shell of a cultivator is a real world, which can completely echo with the big world. Refining his own body with the meat shell of the ancestor god, Xiao Chen seemed to be opening up a world at this moment, and endless scenes vaguely emerged in his own body. For a while, the universe is chaotic and misty, and the universe is just formed, and for a while, hundreds of millions of flowers are blooming, and it is prosperous and bright. The boundless world is full of vitality and prosperity, but it may become a passing cloud in the next moment, and it will disappear with the wind in an instant. Ups and downs, hundreds of millions of living beings, finally turned into dust and dust. Everything can be turned into nothing in a blink of an eye, white clouds and dogs, vicissitudes of life, hundreds of millions of years, but only a moment of snap of the fingers. Brilliance bloomed all over Xiao Chen's body, and divine brilliance flowed from countless deified acupuncture points. His body was like a deep starry sky, and the sky was full of stars shining. One flower, one world, one grass, one heaven. The human body is not the world, it is comparable to the world. The monk's flesh shell is a huge treasure, waiting to be unearthed by oneself. And warriors mainly focus on tempering their bodies. Once they are successful in cultivation, they will naturally unleash endless divine power. This is the root cause of the terrifying combat power of warriors. Boom! The entire dimensional world suddenly shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. At this critical moment, Xiao Chen was greatly disturbed, the holy sacrifice was almost interrupted, and his spiritual consciousness almost collapsed. The sudden change greatly disturbed him, and his soul was almost broken. The dimensional world vibrated violently, and there was a powerful divine force shaking outside, and it was about to break in. There is no doubt that it is the ancestor god of the alien world, Ao, who is forcibly uncovering the magic map that seals the dimensional world. After Xiao Chen stabilized his consciousness, he had a premonition that the danger was approaching, but now, the holy sacrifice was coming to an end, and he would compete with the opponent for time. The auspicious colors are soaring into the sky, and the rays of light are gorgeous. Below, the flesh shell of the ancestral god that Xiao Chen took over exploded with blazing light, and the divine brilliance flooded the divine body above. And this will also be the last divine brilliance. Nearly 70% of the divine power in the flesh shell of the ancestor god has been exhausted, and the light is soaring into the sky, and it is difficult to sacrifice the remaining divine power. It is impossible for the essence of the ancestral god meat shell to dry up. Violently shaking, the ancestral god's flesh shell was torn apart, and the light was dim, as if he had lost his vitality forever. At the same time, Xiao Chen's spiritual consciousness carried his own life essence, turned into a dazzling rainbow and rushed out, quickly flying towards the self above. The radiance from the Chenghong shone in all directions, but it was completely suppressed in the next moment, and disappeared into the powerful body and spirit above. Before the opponent broke in, he completed the holy sacrifice. At this moment, the real body of Xiao Chen, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, suddenly opened his eyes. Two terrifying rays of light smashed into the void immediately, and monstrous divine power shook out. The peerless treasure body is shining with brilliance, and the bronze-colored body has condensed unimaginable combat power. He feels that although his spiritual consciousness is still in the realm of the half-ancestor, his body has been promoted to the realm of the ancestor god. Standing in the dimensional world, Xiao Chen has never felt so powerful like now. He has already determined that he will take the road of Zanzu. The precious light circulates, and the divine body can shatter the world with a slight shock. There is extremely powerful power in the body. Xiao Chen feels that he can smash all obstacles with his bare hands. At this moment, the torn flesh shell of the ancestor god was reassembled again, and 30% of the divine power was still contained in it, allowing him to survive forever. Moreover, after the original God Seed's vitality was dispersed, it was not completely absorbed by Xiao Chen, and 40% of it was condensed into the dim cauldron. Looking at the cauldron floating in the void, Xiao Chen felt that even though most of its essence had been squeezed out of it, it still needed to be dug out. According to a secret method in the Martial Ancestors Sutra, he planted a seed in the cauldron. This is creating a second personality, not Xiao Chen's second personality, but Chu Tian's second personality. Xiao Chen didn't dare to take the risk of leaving his own spiritual imprint, but selectively condensed Chu Tian's originally broken divine sense, creating a chance for him to regenerate. However, this second personality is undoubtedly controlled by Xiao Chen, and can be wiped out at any time, and the memories that should not exist are infinitely cleared. Boom! At this moment, the dimensional world was no longer stable, most of the exported magic map was forcibly uncovered, and the space shook violently. Cho Tian, you really have immeasurable merit, I hope you will be able to shock the world in the future. At this moment, Xiao Chen is comparable to Zanzu's physical body, and has accumulated endless fighting power. Even a light blow can shatter time and space, causing a big collapse of space. Moreover, he has a broken formation map and is protected by the ancestral warship. He already has the strength to fight the ancestral god, but he doesn't want to make a move at this moment, unless he can kill the opponent with one blow, otherwise it is not the time to be exposed. Xiao Chen sucked up all the fluctuations of divine power in this dimensional space with half a stone bone, erasing all the aura he left behind, and then boarded the ancestor's warship, shielded from the broken world, and rushed to the world of death. Half an hour later, Al, the ancestor god of the alien world, finally uncovered the magic map, and opened it forcibly, causing the dimensional space to collapse immediately. Boom! The mighty divine power of 30,000 Li shocked all the powerful. All the powerful members of Chu Tian's clan in the sky were watching all this nervously. When the dimensional space collapsed and the altar inside collapsed, Chu Tian spit out blood and flew out. The ancestor god is vomiting blood. At this moment, all the powerhouses of the clan exclaimed. But Al, the ancestor god of the alien world, changed his color on the spot. He felt the weakness of Chu Tian, and seemed to have suffered a great blow. How are you, Chu Tian? I will never die with you, you are too deceitful. Chu Tian rushed towards Ire with a ferocious face, extremely cruel, and shouted, I am the god of destroying demon seeds. At a critical moment, you shattered my dimensional world, causing me to fall short, and my mana plummeted. I will never end with you. Ire, the ancestor god of the alien world, changed his color at that time. The reason why he acted was because he felt that something was unusual and very wrong. Now Chu Tian obviously wanted to blackmail him. However, he didn't think about it deeply, thinking that Chu Tian failed in the death test, so he made excuses and relied on him. Now, if it really is yellow mud falling in the crotch, it is either shit or shit, and I can't tell why it is reasonable. Al was resentful and depressed, secretly regretting that he shouldn't have come here to investigate. I thought you had an accident and had an unusual induction before. You are talking nonsense. You are clearly destroying my Dao fruit and preventing me from moving forward. Chu Tian was furious, and killed Al in front of him, trying to smash the ancestor god in front of him with his hazy giant hand. Boom! Ire was also very angry, and he fought against it. The giant sword transformed by Yuenshin sent Chu Tian flying, causing the body of his ancestor god to crack. Okay, Al, you are determined to prevent me from succeeding, and you want to take this opportunity to kill me. Chu Tian seemed extremely angry, and his body slowly healed. In the distance, all the powerhouses of the clan showed anger. Even if they lost to the ancestor god Al, they all had the desire to join the battle. Al is really infuriating right now. It's a complete misunderstanding. Al wanted to explain something, but now the situation was really reasonable and he couldn't explain it clearly. In the end, he could only say gloomily, I'll help you recover. Get lost, you don't need to be hypocritical. Chu Tian yelled violently, sooner or later, I will seek justice from you. Al's face suddenly changed, and he left immediately. On this day, Kyushu was shaken, and the news of the failure of the ancestor god of the alien world, Chu Tian, and the demon seed god, spread like wildfire, and the finger was directed at the ancestor god of another alien world, Al. After learning all this, Al's face turned green, and he had a scapegoat for no reason, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to take it off in a short time. Could it be that my previous induction was really wrong? I clearly sensed that Chu Tian was in danger. Could it be that at that time, he failed to destroy the devil seed god? Al showed a contemplative look, but it was impossible to immediately think that now Chu Tian is no longer the former Chu Tian. On the same day, Chu Tian retreated again, and he will not appear again for a short time. This is what Xiao Chen wanted, to let Chu Tian get away with it for the time being, and hide in hiding. He was going to let Chu Tian shine in the once-in-a-thousand-year grand meeting in another world. In the world of death, Xiao Chen stood proudly in the void, like the flesh of an ancestor god flowing out a little bit of brilliance, and directly smashed a king's city below with his bare hands. Ben didn't use the divine power contained in his body, it was pure physical power. Destroying the world with bare hands is no longer a myth, his current physique is so strong and terrifying. Then, with a slight jerk, Xiao Chen's body shattered time and space, and immediately went deep into the world of death for more than 10,000 miles, reaching the extreme. The horror of the physical body can be seen. At this moment, he has an urge to confront an ancestor god from another world. But he had to suppress it, and he would not take it lightly if he was not completely sure of destroying the opponent. He wants to continue to strengthen himself. After returning to Shenkyun, Fatty Zug, Jin Sinyi and others immediately noticed the difference in Xiao Chen. Why do I feel that there is an unrivaled beast hidden in your body? Jin Sinyi muttered as he watched. He was keenly aware of the tyranny of Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen directly threw several powerful fire seeds over, and Sha Po Lang and Fatty Zug with white hair immediately fought for it. Brother Skeleton, fat brother, I'm starving to death, don't fight with me this time. You fat man, even snatching the food of our kindling creatures, you are so greedy. Yi. At this moment, the little snow-white beast staggered out of Shenkyun with sleepy eyes and dazedly, rubbing its eyes constantly. After sleeping for more than 30 years, Kiki finally woke up, but the first thing the little thing said was, I'm hungry. It turned out to be woken up by hunger. A lot of children ran over from Shenkyun and gathered around them. Now they are the only ones who have no worries. The adult monks who have entered the world of death are all practicing. Only these children always want to go back to Kyushu. I'm going to Kyushu to sacrifice a baby. Xiaodong muttered while stuffing the essence into his mouth. Kiki practiced in her sleep, which was a secret known to all acquaintances. What did you dream about? I dreamed of so many babies. Everyone was a little dumbfounded, and unexpectedly learned that the straw stick that KK's father was holding was a treasure. As the inheritor of this lineage, after Kiki reached the realm of the half-ancestor, she also had to sacrifice her own treasure. Okay, Xiao Chen readily agreed. Soon after, the once-in-a-million-year grand meeting in another world will be held, and he thinks he can bring small things with him. Now, he has the strength to freely enter and exit Kyushu, so he doesn't have to worry too much about his safety. At the same time, he was about to start rescuing those trapped monks, and just needed Kiki's help. Oh, I remembered, I dreamed that our family has a treasure, it's on Kyushu. At this moment, the little guy muttered again in a daze. Family, have a family, everyone felt a little dizzy. Could it be that such a perverted race still has a big family? Brothers and sisters, please vote for it, thank you. Chapter 524, The Underground of the Divine City. The little snow-white beast has a family. This news is a bit shocking. If one or two of such a heaven-defying race come out, it will shock the world. How powerful KK's father is, no one can say clearly, even the supreme ancestor god of the other world can be killed at will, it is really too strong. As for the little guy himself, his potential is boundless. Now everyone knows that the little guy's future achievements are limitless. Are you sure you dreamed about the family and learned that there are many members? Shapalang asked while probing a skull. No, KK sat on the ground with a naive expression, kept stuffing spirits into her mouth, shook her head and muttered, I only dreamed about the treasures of the family, and the treasure that taught me how to sacrifice myself, but I didn't find any members. This time, Xiao Chen didn't control the ancestors' warship, and disappeared directly in the cabin, appearing in the sky over Kyushu in an instant. Sha Palang, Fatty Zug, and Jin Sinyi followed closely, wanting to see what Kyushu would look like 30 years later. Xiao Chen wanted to understand the situation first and rescue many imprisoned monks. As for Yan Qingcheng and Master Undead, they are absolutely safe now, and Chu Tian, the puppet he dominates, can provide the greatest protection. Nostalgia, Luyu Hongchen, Wawa World, here I come. Sha Palang's body was full of light, and two divine lights shot out from his eye holes. It is rare for a skeleton to be so greedy for the world of mortals. Fatty Zug even swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, wishing he could find a restaurant to eat and drink immediately. My sisters in the past, how have you been doing all these years without my third brother? Jin Sinyi howled, his peach blossom eyes sparkled, and he looked into the distance with a look that deserved to be beaten. All three guys are very excited, and finally returned to Kyushu after a long absence. Several people quickly left the desolate and dead Yangzhou, headed towards the central plains, and entered Luoyang, the capital of the gods. Because the family treasure Kiki saw in her dream is here. Legend has it that in ancient times, Luoyang, the capital of the gods, was still an ancient village, and it was listed alongside Zulong village, and its name spread throughout the world. For thousands of years, Luoyang, the capital of gods, has always been shrouded in mystery. Many important people have left their footprints here, and this heaven-defying family also lived here. The first thing to do when you come to this bustling giant city is to solve the problem of food. Going up to a restaurant, Fatty Zug directly asked for 3 tables of banquets, not counting the other table that Xiao Chen and the others asked for. Fatty acted like this, the guy next to him was stunned, and asked cautiously, Fatty, are you sure you can eat so much? Let's stop talking nonsense, maybe we have to order 2 more tables. Fat Lord, I have a golden stutter. Even if you bring me a mountain of meat, I can eat it. Dude is feeling dizzy, look at how promising you are. Jin Sunyi despised Fatty Zug, and at the same time, warmly waved to the waiter, then hooked the other's shoulder, and said very affectionately, the most beautiful woman in this city is. Do you understand? You know what I mean. The guy was a little dumbfounded, who are these people, why are they more like villains than one? What kind of eyes do you have? Jin Sunyi said with a narcissistic look, why are you so straightforward? Could it be that third brother? I am handsome and unrestrained, and have reached the point of killing both men and women. I'm scared. The buddy's calf was twisting. Because inadvertently, he saw Chapelang wearing a cloak, showing a skeleton ghost claw, drawing circles on the table. Chapelang took off the bamboo hat he was wearing on his head, grinned evilly at the buddy with his teeth bared, and then took off his own skull and wiped it carefully with a cloak. My mother. The guy's hair stood on end, he jumped up, turned his head and ran away. Damn it. I'm hungry. At this moment, the little snow-white beast muttered aggrievedly, its big eyes drifting towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen grabbed the buddy back and said, you are dazzled, don't pay attention to them. While saying these words, he has already used the trick to turn Chapelang into a boy. How could the guy believe it? His body was like a sieve, the moment he was caught, he rolled his eyes and almost passed out. Xiao Chen glared at Chapelang fiercely, and then had no choice but to erase the memory in the buddy's mind with magical powers, and then he said kindly, go and serve the food, the sooner the better. The buddy retreated in a daze, full of doubts. You guys, be honest, there are no monks in Kyushu now, if you are too arrogant, it will be easy to expose. Xiao Chen reminded. At this moment, Jin Sunyi's peach blossom eyes were full of lust, and his eyes were hooked. He glanced at the street outside the window and said, beauty, absolute beauty. On the street, a beautiful woman was walking alone, her dress was fluttering, her charm was moving, but she was gorgeous with a murderous look, one could tell she was not immortal. Fatty Zug also came over, looked out of the window and immediately changed his color, and said via voice transmission, the female half-ancestor of the 8th heaven. Jin Sunyi shrank his neck immediately, and he recognized that it was the female Banzu who chased them into the starry sky and fought against Xingtian. Although Xingtian defeated her completely, the woman finally escaped with a terrifying magic map and escaped unharmed. The powerful female half-ancestor from another world made Jin Sunyi and Fatty Zug sit on pins and needles in the restaurant. It's okay. Xiao Chen shook his head, he had already lost the aura of several people, and he didn't worry about the female half-ancestor sensing them. Kai, the female half-ancestor of the 8th heaven on the street suddenly shone brightly, her whole body was covered with a layer of silver battle clothes, the metallic luster shone, and her heroic aura was overwhelming. At the same time, from different directions, 7 people appeared again, walking slowly towards here. Everyone is a strong man, and they have all reached the state of the half-ancestor, each wearing a god iron battle suit, and the cold light is shining. Damn it, are these guys coming after us? Chapelang couldn't sit still. No, Xiao Chen shook his head, sat on the restaurant, quietly watched everything on the street, and said to himself, it seems that they are going to make a big move. At the same time, a tall figure silently appeared on the opposite street. It can be described as heroic and imposing. Soon, 5 semi-ancestral powerhouses gathered beside him. All of them looked dignified, armed with sharp blades of divine weapons, and dressed in semi-ancestral armor, full of murderous aura. At the same time, another majestic figure appeared not far away, and several half-ancestors quickly gathered beside him. Luoyang City is full of powerful people. Although the ancestor gods from other worlds have not come in person, the half-ancestors of the 8th and 9th heavens appear from time to time, and each of them brings a group of powerful helpers. In just half an hour, there were no fewer than a dozen of the 8th and 9th heavenly experts led by Shen Duguang, and dozens of half-ancestors gathered here. It can be said that even in a foreign world, this is an extremely powerful force that can sweep away any opponent under the ancestor god. The entire Luoyang city lost its sound at this moment, and it was silent. Every household closed their windows and doors tightly. Everyone was terrified, feeling as if the end of the world was coming. Everyone in the various places that were in business was also trembling and frightened, and collapsed to the ground. Although there are so many powerful half-ancestors, although they did not intentionally show off their aura, the aura they exude naturally still makes the residents of the entire ancient capital terrified. Jin Sunyi and Fatty Zug's scalps were numb. With so many half-ancestors, just looking at them could crush them countless times. However, seeing Xiao Chen concealing the aura of several people with magical powers, those powerful half-ancestors did not perceive it, which made them feel more at ease. At this moment, the most leisurely one is probably Kiki. The little guy has enough food and clothing, and uses the Dragon Clan's supernatural power to move all kinds of delicacies in the kitchen. On the street, Li Weiyu's grandson said in a deep voice, "This place has always been extremely mysterious since ancient times. It is said that a treasure in our world was lost here in the distant past and has never been found. Today we are going to open the underground world and retrieve the treasure. Soon, there will be ancestor gods coming here to break open the underground world in person." The female half-ancestor of the eighth heaven on the street had a cold voice, and her beautiful eyes scanned all directions. In the restaurant, Xiao Chen showed surprise, Jin Sinyi and others also looked at each other in blank dismay. KK wrinkled her delicate nose and murmured. Obviously, the little guy thought of his own treasure, turning his furry ears back and forth, listening carefully. At this moment, another half-ancestor of Juchongtian on the street suddenly said leisurely, "How did I hear that the treasure of my world was snatched by someone and sealed here? That's right, I've heard about it before. It's really unimaginable. Someone can take away the treasure of my world. It's unbelievable." Another powerful half-ancestor from another world stepped forward and said, "Don't underestimate the Kyushu in the four worlds. In the long history, there have indeed been some unrivaled people. They are very terrifying. They not only killed our ancestors in their world, but some even entered our world, stirring up boundless waves." Someone nodded and echoed, "Thousands of years have passed. Our ancestors have experienced too many battles. Although they always suppressed Kyushu and the quartet world with an overwhelming advantage, they really paid a very painful price. The most frightening thing is that I am afraid that the horrible figures in the past in Kyushu have not really been extinct." At this moment, another half-ancestor of Juchongtian uttered such a shocking news. Even Xiao Chen and Jin Sinyi in the restaurant were deeply shocked. "Are you talking about the Emperor of Heaven?" The female half-ancestor of the Yakongtian was wearing a shining silver battle suit. Her voice was cold and ruthless, and she said, "He wanted to go further, but in the end he self-destructed. It's a pity that he was a person who was very likely to turn the tide of the battle, but in the end he destroyed himself. The Emperor of Heaven is not the only threat. One of our supreme ancestor gods once inadvertently sensed an extremely dangerous aura. An old antique from the celestial human race seems to be still alive." As soon as this news came out, all the half-ancestors from other worlds changed their colors. But in the restaurant, Xiao Chen felt excited, Jin Sinyi and Fatty Zug were even more excited, perhaps not as pessimistic as they imagined before. "Heh heh heh," a powerful half-ancestor of the eighth heaven said with a sneer, "The purpose of breaking open the underground world this time is to get back the treasure of our world, and use it to find out where the possible terrorists are hiding. Never underestimate the Kyushu and the Sifang world. You must know that the treasures of our world have indeed been robbed by others." A nine-heavenly heaven half-ancestor stood out from the crowd and said, "Okay, people are almost here, let's start to act." Speaking of this, dozens of half-ancestors all disappeared on the street. Yeah, Kiki, the little beast in the restaurant, frowned, with big eyes blinking, and muttered angrily, "Bad guy." "What's wrong?" Xiao Chen asked. "They went to steal my family's treasure." The little snow-white beast replied. Xiao Chen sensed in an instant that all the powerful half-ancestors had entered the underground of Shendu. Fatty Zug, Chapelang, and Jin Sinyi were excited, and worried. Kiki's family was absolutely abnormal, as if their treasures contained treasures from other worlds. If Xiaoshou and his party can take it out smoothly, that's really exciting. However, the strong man from the other world acted first, and the ancestor god will come in person later. I am afraid it will be a big trouble. Up to now, several people could no longer care about eating and drinking, disappeared from the restaurant in an instant, and followed into the ground. Naturally, Xiao Chen led the way, and everyone else hid in Paradise Lost. Half a stone bone can hide their whereabouts. Back then in Chudian's dimensional world, they could deceive the otherworldly ancestor god Chudian. Now it is not a problem to deceive the half-ancestor in front of him. In the dark underground world, the huge crypt is extremely vast, and it is difficult to see the end at a glance. Even if you go to the end, you will immediately find several new black holes, leading to the unknown. This is simply a huge maze, and it is very easy to get lost here. Even if they are semi-ancestral powerhouses, their powerful spiritual sense is useless. The mysterious power affects their judgment and suppresses their spiritual sense. Their spiritual sense protrudes out, as if they have entered the boundless void, and they can't find anything. In this way, they seem to be deaf and blind, not much different from ordinary people, and they can only move forward with the naked eye. Kiki, have you sensed where the treasure is? Let's get there first, Chapelang asked, shaking the skull. No, the little snow-white beast shook its head, frowned a little bit unwillingly, and muttered, I only sense that it's underground, but I don't know exactly where it is. Ah! Suddenly there was a horrified scream in front of him, and a half-ancestor was pierced by a ray of light in an instant, and his body and spirit disappeared in a moment. That is, an icy metal man whose whole body is made up of ancestral divine weapons, without any breath of life, stood there quietly. In the rear, all the half-ancestors changed color. There is such a thing in the underground of Chengdu, it is really not an ordinary place. All the half-ancestors disappeared in place, broke through the space and escaped. However, the metal man with the body made up of the ancestral gods did not kill them all, and stood there silently, motionless. Shimon, Chapelang exclaimed, there is a stone gate over there. Obviously, the metal man was placed here to guard the stone gate. It is conceivable that the people who did all this in the first place were so bold and imprisoned the metal man who could hurt the ancestor god here. The treasure of my world should still be in the underground world. At this moment, such an indifferent voice suddenly came from the sky above Luoyang City, the capital of gods. Let's go. Xiao Chen hid his breath with stone bones, and led KK and others to quickly hide in the darkness. The ancestor god from another world is here, and he doesn't want to collide head-on now. Perhaps, waiting for the opportunity in the dark is the best choice. Chapter 525 Going to Ancient Times. Luoyang, the capital of the gods, is turbulent. The half-ancestors from other worlds gathered and wanted to open the underground world. But at this moment, the mighty pressure of the ancestor god-level powerhouse is even greater in the sky, and the sound shakes the earth, and the powerhouse from another world at the top of the pyramid has arrived. Brush. With a flash of light, the hazy figure in the sky that made the mountains and rivers of Kyushu tremble disappeared at once, and appeared in the underground maze in an instant. In the dark underground world, the cold metal man was silent, like a ghost, silently, and instantly bullied Lulapez, the ancestor god of the alien world. Metal cold light flashed, and the arm with steel and iron bones cut across the void and cut towards Lulapez's throat. Fast to the extreme, boom, Lulapez made a seal with his right hand, blocked his throat, and pressed against the metal palm. The ancestor god-level powerhouse is so powerful that he can wipe out the stars with a wave of his hand, but Lulapez's palm print did not leave any mark on the metal palm. Because, the metal man is made from the sacrifice of the ancestor gods, and his body is even stronger than the ancestor gods. Even if a strong man of this level just collides with each other, the terrifying destructive power is incalculable. A hazy ray of light emerged from between the two, enough to destroy mountains and rivers and the earth, but all the brilliance was absorbed by the underground palace, and did not shatter the god capital Luoyang. You can imagine the mystery and extraordinariness of the underground world of Luoyang, the capital of gods. Brush. The light shines, the ancestor god Lan Yufeng and Al come together, and the three great ancestor god-level powerhouses appear in the underground palace at the same time. One can imagine how much they attach importance to it. Two cold lights shot out from the empty eyes of the cold metal man, and disappeared from the stone gate in an instant. Standing in the underground palace, Lulapez, the ancestor god of another world, stared at the place where the metal man disappeared, and said in a deep voice, using the ancestor soldiers of the age of mythology as materials to build mobile suits of the age of technology, it is a perfect fusion, condensing the essence of two civilizations. It is really scary. Don't worry about it, break through the underground palace and get back the treasure of our world. Lan Yufeng looked indifferent. The three ancestor god-level powerhouses acted at the same time and formed seals at the same time, mobilizing the mighty power of the world for their own use, and forcibly shaking the huge stone gate in front of them. Boom! The entire underground world was shaken for a while. The power of the ancestor god-level powerhouse was terrifying, but the three masters joined forces and still did not break the huge stone gate in front of them. This perverted family. Al's voice was low. All the half-ancestors from other worlds in the distance were shocked. You must know that these three people were already ancestor gods in the last civilization era, and they were stronger than ordinary ancestor gods. It is unimaginable that the three great ancestor gods joined forces and did not break through the stone gate. It doesn't matter, there are two more people coming. The supreme ancestor god deduced this location, and must take back the treasure of our world. The three ancestor gods stopped doing anything and quietly waited for backup. Not long after, a hazy light shone, and two more figures emerged. Those half-ancestors from other worlds in the rear kept silent. They never thought that the gods of the gods would attract their own ancestor gods so much. Lulupez formed a seal with both hands, complex and mysterious. Connecting the 9 handprints, they floated in the void one after another, and even recited ancient scriptures in their mouths, matching the mysterious power of the seals. In an instant, the 9 layered handprints became radiant, united in an instant, and struck towards the stone gate. The divine light illuminates the entire underground world. At the same time, Lan Yufeng, Al and other 4 ancestor gods from other worlds unleashed their strongest divine power at the same time. Cooperating with Lulupez's seal, the brilliant light flooded the Shiman. Crack! The huge stone door was cracked, and many mottled stone skins fell off, revealing the flat door inside. What? Lulupez looked gloomy, and the 5 of them worked together to shake off the useless stone skin, without damaging the real stone gate at all. This perverted race, Al said to himself for the second time. It seems that we can only use the pagoda of the Supreme Ancestor God to break through this door. Speaking of this, a delicate small pagoda appeared between Lan Yufeng's fingers. It was only palm high, but it had 33 floors. The supreme treasure of the Supreme Patriarch, a 1-story pagoda is enough to crush a heaven and earth, and a 33-story ancient pagoda can suppress 33 heavens and earth. As powerful as Lulu's, a look of awe flashed in his eyes. In the void, Xiao Chen's heart trembled. He was no stranger to this 33-story pagoda, and had seen its supreme power in the future world. Break! The 5 ancestral gods roared at the same time, or formed the magic seal, or displayed their supernatural powers, or stimulated their combat power. The 5 people shot 5 divine lights and blessed them on the exquisite pagoda. There was a loud bang, and the 33-story ancient pagoda shone like a sun, shining brightly, and crashed into the stone gate in an instant. Crack! The huge stone gate was completely cracked, turned into smoke and dust, and collapsed. There is nothingness. Xiao Chen's heart is awe-inspiring. The supreme treasure of the Supreme Ancestor God is stronger than the combined forces of the 5 ancestor gods. The 33 ancient pagodas are really terrifying. The little snow-white beast clenched its fists tightly, and its long eyelashes kept blinking. It could be seen that the little thing was very nervous, for fear that the family's treasure would be stolen first. A road paved with blue stone appeared ahead, leading to the depths of the deep underground palace. It's finally opened, let's go. Lan Yufeng and Lulu PC led the way, using the 33 ancient pagodas to clear the way, and a little bit of divine light illuminated the way forward. In the rear, a group of half-ancestors from other worlds followed from afar. Xiao Chen and KK covered their breath with half a stone, and followed behind. Don't worry, let them open the way for us. Xiao Chen comforted the little thing. At the end of the Qingxi Road, there is an open cave, where the cold metal figure is motionless like a fossil, guarding it, and the tall figure casts a large shadow on the ground. Although it's a dead thing without life, it's a threat to us. We need to get rid of it. Al's expression was cold, his hands moved across the void, and the light of stars shone out. A sea of stars enveloped the metal man in front of him in an instant, trying to imprison him. Kai! A ray of divine light shot out from the metal man's right eye, shattering the starlight, piercing through Al's hands, and almost crushing his head, sweeping off a piece of long hair. The light of killing. The 5 ancestor gods were all moved, and there was a killing light hidden in the right eye of this metal man, which was the power that could completely injure the ancestor gods. It is conceivable that the family that used the ancestral gods to build the metal man was so proud that even the killing light was used. Retire, or you will all die. At this moment, the cold metal man suddenly sent out such a wave of consciousness. Utensils are still utensils after all. Even if spiritual consciousness is produced, it will never become a great weapon. Lulu PC's voice was cold, and he and Lan Yufeng exerted their strength at the same time, sacrificing the palm-high ancient pagoda. The 33-story ancient pagoda, in the future world, can suppress the world and reach the sky. Although it is only the size of a palm, it is still extremely terrifying. It turned into a stream of light and rushed over at once, suppressing the metal man. The cold metal man obviously knew how powerful the ancient tower was, so he didn't resist, and disappeared again without a sound. This guy is very troublesome, and it will be a disaster if you don't get rid of it. And this perverted family, I don't know what terrible power is left behind. The 5 ancestor gods used the ancient pagoda to clear the way and walked into the open cave, and the light in front gradually brightened. The further you walk forward, the fresher the air, with the faint fragrance of flowers and plants. Half a quarter of an hour later, the 5 ancestor gods simultaneously stabilized their bodies, and the sky ahead was bright and clear, and a world of fragrant flowers and singing birds unfolded in front of everyone's eyes. This is. All the ancestor gods changed their colors, and they walked into another world unknowingly, they didn't realize it at all before. This strange world seems to be perfectly integrated and connected with the real world. Ah! With a roar, the mountains trembled. In the primeval forest ahead, several huge monsters emerged with scales all over their bodies. That's a terrifying savage beast of the same generation as the dragon clan back then, and it should have been extinct long ago. Al, the ancestor god of the alien world, showed surprise. Several savage beasts in the old forest sensed the breath of the ancestor gods, and they all retreated in shock. After walking forward for a long distance, the forest became more luxuriant and the land became more open, as if returning to the prehistoric era. Ah! At this moment, a backward half-ancestor suddenly let out a scream and was pierced through by a huge light claw, killing him physically and mentally on the spot. That's Sky Ape. Luloops, the patriarch of the alien world, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Among the nearby mountains, a huge phantom standing halfway up the mountain peak, turned out to be a terrifying giant ape. It is really too tall, a bit higher than the mountains, and its whole body is covered with thick black hair, which looks quite terrifying. It was he who used supernatural powers to kill a half-ancestor from another world who broke through the sky above his head. Lan Yufeng said in a deep voice, "This is a terrifying creature of the same age as the celestial human race. I think something is wrong." The ancestor god of the alien world, also said in a deep voice, "I also feel very disturbed. It seems that time is going backwards, and we seem to be walking towards ancient times." Hearing what they said, all the half-ancestors were in a commotion. Lulopez stretched out a finger and pointed at the tall giant ape among the mountains. The demon ape, which was taller than the mountains, shattered on the spot, turned into a rain of blood and disappeared into the mountains, and a river of blood rushed out of the mountains. "It's very wrong, we have no way out." Lulopez pointed backward with his hand. Behind them, gray and nothing to be seen, seemed to be close to the end of the world. Time is really turning back. It's not that time is going backwards, but that we are stepping towards the distant ancient times step by step. Two ancestor gods from other worlds who joined as backup made such a judgment. Seeing that several ancestor gods had changed their colors, all the half-ancestors became uneasy. There is no retreat, only the way forward. And the road ahead actually leads to that distant immemorial era. What kind of power does this perverted family have, and how did it do it? Let us go step by step to the past. The 5 great ancestral gods jointly sacrificed the 33-story ancient pagoda. At this moment, the palm-high pagoda was shining brightly. It rushed up and continued to enlarge. It was as high as the sky and began to suppress the world. Boom! Mountains and rivers crumbled, and the earth sank, but time, like waves, healed everything in the end. What to do? There is no way out. In front of them was an endless wild land, and everyone felt their hearts jumping. If we move forward, I really don't know what era we will go to. At this time, the cold metal man appeared again, and said in a deep voice, "In the real world, the family members against the sky have long since ceased to exist, but if you came here to rob, you still made a mistake. Someone in the distant ancient times is waiting for your arrival." Chapter 526, Ancestor God Frightened. Ahead, the mountains are majestic and wild beasts are rampant. In the primitive mountains, the ancient trees are towering, each old tree towers into the sky, and each huge tree crown has a radius of more than 10 miles, like a giant umbrella covering the sky and the sun. There are some ancient raptors living on it, all of which are terrifying alien species, with their wings spread out to cover the sky and the sun, and the fierce light in their eyes is as bright as lightning. There was a long cry in the sky, like the sound of gold and stone was deafening. A raptor blew up gusts of wind, its huge sharp claws could tear apart a dragon, and grabbed a lone alien half-ancestor below. The pair of giant claws with cold light are as long as hundreds of feet, as cold and murderous as iron. The beast seeks death. This kind of ancient raptor is enough to kill a strong person in the human realm, but it still has no chance of winning against the upper half-ancestor. Kai, the half-ancestor raised his hand and released a streak of multicolored brilliance. The light of the sword rushed into the air, and the light of blood splashed. "Don't kill me." At this moment, Lulopez, the patriarch of the alien world, suddenly said, staring at the giant bird. He seemed to have discovered something unusual. But it was too late after all. The sword energy shattered the void, the giant bird was destroyed in form and spirit, and a large amount of blood spilled down, dyeing the mountain range red. Lan Yufeng, the ancestor god of the alien world, looked at Lulopez with a strange expression on his face, and said, "You feel it too?" "Yes, it seems to be the monster in the legend." Lulopez looked solemn. At this moment, the Banzu present also sensed the sound of the tsunami coming from the front. This is not an illusion. There is a vast ocean in front of the primitive mountains. Although it is far away from here, it is nothing at all to the powerhouse of this level, but it can break through the sky in an instant. The tsunami bursts, containing an extremely terrifying atmosphere. The back road has long been cut off, and the road ahead seems to be in unknown danger. The long sound shook the sky, and many ancient raptors were flying, full of hostility towards the people below. Some of the savage birds actually reached the half-ancestor state, looking down in the sky. Even though they sensed the breath of the ancestor god, they did not retreat. It's just some monster birds, why worry about them, just kill them. A half-ancestor wanted to make a move. But after seeing the icy eyes of several ancestor gods from other worlds, he immediately fell silent and stepped aside. Boom! At this moment, far ahead, the raging sea roared, and huge waves surged into the sky. The white air waves were much higher than this mountain range. A giant fish that could reach hundreds of mountains jumped out of the water and turned into a golden divine bird. Its wings stretched thousands of miles. Its wings were like clouds hanging from the sky, covering the sky and the earth. The divine feathers reflected the sky into gold. The ancestor of the ancient monsters, Kunpeng. The eyes of Al, the ancestor god of the alien world, were shining brightly. Kun is so big, I don't know it's thousands of miles. Peng's back, I don't know it's thousands of miles. The Kun turned into a bird, and its name was Peng. This is the ancient monster bird ancestor, just like the zodiac. Didn't this guy be beheaded? Why did he appear again? The face of the ancestor god from the other world was not very good looking. Although it was beheaded back then, its body has disappeared. And here, connects to the ancient times, even if some dead people reappear, it is not unusual. Lan Yufeng's face was cold, and he also felt very bad. Kunpeng, the ancestor of the monster bird, swept across the mountains with its huge golden wings, and the huge mountains with a radius of thousands of miles flew up like dust, and then shattered into the sky. The rumbling noise was like thunder from 9 heavens, deafening. This kind of power is really appalling, and far ahead, there are endless stormy waves rising into the sky from the huge sea, connecting with the sky. Trespassing the forbidden area, and beheading my descendants, I shall be punished. The giant bird that covered the sky and the sun in the sky made an extremely indifferent voice. Are you going to kill if you say so? The ancestor god of the alien world, stared at Kunpeng in the sky with a cold expression. That's right, if I say kill, I'll kill. The giant bird, stretching across the vast sky for nearly 10,000 miles, swooped down suddenly, and when the giant claws were torn off, the strong wind immediately cracked the ground. The mountains collapsed, like paper, vulnerable to a single blow. This is the strength of the ancient war ancestors, which will change the color of the powerful ancestor gods. Ire soared into the sky to face Kunpeng. 30 God King phantoms appeared in front of him, in different postures, exuding earth-shattering power, suppressing Kunpeng together. This is transformed by the divine thoughts of Al, the ancestor god of the alien world. It is his supernatural power. 36 God Kings conceal the world. Little Doyle, the huge divine bird in the sky flew across the sky, destroying everything, and the 36 divine kings were wiped out in an instant. Those huge golden wings seemed to be able to destroy the world, and the endless mountains below were crushed into fly ash. At the same time, the Banzu who shot and killed the ancient raptor suddenly let out a scream, and with a bang, it turned into minced meat, blood spattered, and then disappeared. The faces of the ancestor gods from other worlds present suddenly became gloomy, and they were unusually unattractive. Killing a half-ancestor silently in front of them really embarrasses them. It can be seen that Kunpeng's strength is worthy of being an ancient war ancestor. Kill him. Lu Lopez rushed to the sky first with a gloomy expression on his face. Lan Yufeng followed closely behind, followed by the other 2 ancestor gods. 5 ancestral gods from other worlds surrounded the huge divine bird that covered the sky and the sun, all of them were murderous. Boom! 5 powerful ancestor gods shot at the same time. Anyone who faced such a scene would frown, and no one could ignore it. The divine power was burning like fireworks, completely sealing off the sky, and the giant bird smashed the space inside, struggling constantly. With a long howl, all the golden divine feathers around Kunpeng fell off, turning into thousands of golden divine lights, violently tearing apart the confined space. Evil beast, if you face the 5 of us alone, you dare to be arrogant, and you will definitely die. All the ancestor gods from other worlds looked cold and continued to suppress the giant birds in this world. But unexpectedly, Kunpeng's method was too fierce, all the divine feathers were shattered, burning into golden flames, and rushed towards the ancestor god Al from the other world together. Moreover, he tried his best to suffer heavy injuries, and rushed towards Al desperately. Court death. Kill. ... The 5 powerful men shot at the same time, turned their hands into clouds and turned their hands into rain, and killed Kunpeng. Boom. Kunpeng's body was torn apart and turned into an endless rain of blood, but the burning divine feathers and shattered body still turned into a vast sea of divine power, covering the ancestor god Al from another world. This was obviously desperate. He didn't dodge at all, let all the attack power increase, and rushed towards Al stubbornly. Damn. Al was shocked and angry. The mighty Zanzu was so desperate that he encountered great passiveness and was in a worrying situation. Brilliant divine light swept across the sky, and Kunpeng's burning divine power swept across the void where Al was standing. Boom. Al, the ancestor god of the alien world, let out a muffled groan, his body cracked, and he flew upside down for a long distance before he stabilized his figure and quickly repaired his body. The 5 ancestor gods couldn't understand it. This Kunpeng was too crazy. It was a bit scary to act desperately regardless of his own life. Destroy him, let his body and spirit be destroyed, and it will never be reproduced forever. Al's voice was cold, and it was embarrassing for him to be wounded under the eyes of everyone. The 5 ancestor gods each exhibited their unique skills and suppressed the ancient war ancestors. Hum. Kunpeng let out such a sneer. Shenhui rushed out of his shattered body. He actually gave up his physical body, burned his soul, traveled through the space, and once again killed Al. Al felt incomprehensible. Is this guy in front of him really crazy, burning his soul, waiting to destroy himself? It's a desperate posture, in order to severely injure Al. The 5 ancestor gods all changed color, and Kunpeng really went crazy. In an instant, 70% of his soul burned, covering air. This has no intention of letting oneself survive at all, it is completely self-destructing for the sake of destroying the enemy. At this moment, they all used their poisonous hands to kill Kunpeng. Boom. Al's body was smashed to pieces, and after being entangled by the burning spirit, he almost burned up. Blood mist evaporated, bone fragments splattered, and Al was furious. This time, he suffered an unimaginably severe injury and his vitality was severely injured. The remaining 30% of Kunpeng's soul was still burning, chasing after ire without end. At this moment, Al was really a little bit annoyed. This opponent was really crazy, completely self-destructed, and pushed himself to the point of annihilation. Looking for death, Luloops and Lan Yufeng jointly sacrificed the 33-story ancient pagoda, and suppressed the 3010th spirit with the supreme treasure of the ancestor god. Facing this unreasonable lunatic, the only way is to kill him quickly, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Boom. The sky and the earth shook, and the 33-story ancient pagoda magnified in an instant, covering Kunpeng's huge soul all at once, and the vast divine power surged like a vast ocean. The unpredictable power of the pagoda dimmed the 30% spirits. The 5 ancestor gods shook their power, the pagoda shook, and Kunpeng was completely wiped out. All the flesh and blood of Kunpeng's torn body on the ground was also turned into fly ash, leaving only horrible bones standing on the ground like mountains. Behind, all the half-ancestors watching the battle felt awe-inspiring. Although Kunpeng was killed, Lan Yufeng, Ire and others were very disturbed. Kunpeng's behavior was too extreme, which is very abnormal. We're in danger, Lulopez said suddenly right here. What did you perceive? Kunpeng is a person who has long been dead, and we are heading towards the ancient times. Meeting him here and killing him seems to be. Hearing what Lulopez said, the ancestor gods were all shocked. This family is too scary. Kunpeng is a dead war ancestor, which was reasonably borrowed by them in the past time and space. It no longer exists in the real world, but in this way, it is connected to that distant ancient time. That is to say, we can't change the past, but after going to the ancient times, people here can kill us. Soon, Kunpeng will be resurrected, and he knows that we are the people of the future. If we go further in, maybe we will meet even more terrifying characters. Having said that, the 5 ancestor gods are all silent. This is a very terrible thing, and they are very likely to be wiped out in ancient times. Perverted family, how did they do it? I think maybe we're being too pessimistic and we're not going to meet all the strong characters of the past. Yes, no matter how perverted this family is, it is impossible to truly penetrate the past and present. If they have that kind of ability, it is not impossible to destroy our world. That's right, maybe they have special arrangements in this special time and space, but it's impossible for us to encounter all the horrible characters in the past. In the end, the 5 ancestor gods seemed to understand something, and their fear was no longer in their hearts. However, they are also very pessimistic, they can't find a way out at all. Even with the continuous bombardment of the 33-story ancient pagoda of the Supreme Ancestor God, no way out can be opened. It seems that we have only two choices. One is to stagnate forever and die here. The other is to move on, go to the end of ancient times, face the people of this family, and make a way. No one wants to be trapped here. However, if you go to the end, facing the terrifying family, even the ancestor gods will be afraid. If you choose to move forward, you don't have to go to the end. Maybe we will find a way out halfway. In the end, the 5 ancestor gods made such a decision. Many half-ancestors in the rear, although their faces were calm, their hearts were churning up waves. The 5 ancestor gods opened the way with the ancient pagoda and started a new journey. Across the ocean, there is endless land ahead. Xiao Chen and KK followed behind. The little snow-white beast was very excited, it sensed the familiar power, and it was undoubtedly heading towards the important place of its family. Yi, the lazy little thing looked particularly lively today. Suddenly, Xiao Chen was shocked. He saw a broken formation and 5 swords flying across the sky, which was misty and shocked the world. That's a broken array. Yeah, the little thing also saw it, and immediately soared into the sky, trying to take it in with Paradise Lost. However, the broken array at that corner passed by without a sound, and Kiki flew into the air. The moment Xiao Chen was shocked, he had already sacrificed 30 battle swords, and the broken formation slowly rotated, and he rushed to the sky with him, chasing the formation flying towards that corner. However, it was useless to allow him to reach the extreme speed. The moment he caught up, the corner of the formation and the 5 swords suddenly disappeared, and the broken world shielded him away. How did this happen? Where did you go? Xiao Chen regretted. That's right, the last time I saw this was the same corner formation. Jin Sini shouted in Paradise Lost. Xiao Chen said to himself, they are lost in the past time and space, is it true that they will never be found? Finally, they hit the road again. For the powers from the other world, this was a nightmare journey. After that, they met 3 dead terrifying figures. If it weren't for the 33-story ancient pagoda of the Supreme Ancestor God who suppressed 3 powerful opponents, 1 or 2 of them would be in danger. Despite this, several people suffered minor or severe trauma. This perverted family, I don't know how many times it was Erdi who said this. After being said so by the powerful ancestor god from another world, one can imagine the horror of Kiki's family. Stop talking, we may have come to the end. Lan Yufeng shouted. In front of it is a huge valley, the area is not smaller than the ordinary plain, surrounded by the tall magic veins of the sacred mountain. The 10,000-year-old vines are extremely thick, stretching from one mountain to another. They are no longer growing next to the big trees, but are growing around the mountain. Around the valley, there are countless such ancient vines. The open valley is as empty as a plain. Among them, there are many historic sites. Palaces collapsed, towers collapsed, and pavilions were dilapidated. A scene of desolation. Yeah, Kiki watched from a distance, feeling agitated. At the far end, there are many ruins. But the most shocking thing is that there is a huge ancient city at the end of the field of vision. It's very similar to the primordial demon city, and also very similar to the heavenly emperor city. Xiao Chen was startled at that moment. And ahead, the powers from other worlds were approaching the huge ancient city, and they were also suppressed. No, this family is really perverted. In the distant past, there were people in this family who went that far, even better than the Emperor of Heaven. The 5 ancestor gods were obviously extremely shocked. At this moment, Lulapez seemed to have discovered something frightening. He pointed at the huge ancient city, his arms were trembling, and his voice was trembling even more. Chapter 527, The Secret of the Primordial Demon City. The valley is as wide as a plain, and the surrounding mountains are covered with tens of thousands of years old vines, winding from one mountain to another, as vigorous as huge horned dragons. That's a growth in the city. Lulapez was extremely shocked, his face was terrified, and his body was trembling. It is conceivable how serious and terrible the matter is for a powerful ancestor god from another world to lose his composure. Lan Yufeng also changed color on the spot, his voice was almost trembling, and said, how is it possible? Taking that critical step. The ancestor god Al clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles were clogged with blood, black and blue. This is impossible. The other 2 ancestor gods from other worlds roared at the same time. The towering ancient city is majestic. The 100-foot-high city wall is brown as a hole, like a continuous iron ridge lying in front, and the huge city gate tower is like a sky tower, blocking the center. Bursts of fragrance came, and a pure white flower bloomed in the city, only a few crystal petals were exposed on the city wall, with a few dewdrops rolling on it, colorful under the sunshine. Flowers full of life breath, that is the reason why the ancestor gods from other worlds were shocked. It is not so much the flower of life as it is the magic flower. Yes, in the eyes of the ancestor gods from other worlds, there is nothing more terrifying than this. In their memory, even if such an ancient magic city really appeared in the world, it should be dead and silent, without any life fluctuations. However, at this moment, there are flowers of life blooming in this giant city, and there is an exuberant vitality rippling. The dead city never dies, clearly revived. According to the terrifying legends handed down among the ancestral god-level powerhouses, this is clearly a sign of successfully taking that crucial step. Kai, Lu Lopez and Lan Yufeng jointly sacrificed the 33-story ancient pagoda, and suppressed it towards the white flower on the city wall. The divine power of the ancient pagoda shocks the world, with a total of 33 floors, which can suppress 33 layers of heaven and earth. It can be said to be one of the most precious treasures in the world. Boom! The 33-story pagoda zoomed in quickly, and crashed into the wall of the dead city. The destructive power could literally shatter the world. But at this moment, the radiance of the supreme treasure of the supreme ancestor god dimmed a lot. On the tall city wall, the crystal-clear petals bloomed with divine light, and a vine trembled, and the flowers rushed up into the sky, pulling towards the 33-story ancient tower. Boom! The final result was that the pagoda was blown away, but the white flower on the vine was safe and sound. On the emerald green vines, the sacred flower has just bloomed, crowning all the flowers, holy and flawless, crystal clear, hanging quietly on the city wall, and colorful dewdrops rolled gently between the petals. Xiao Chen didn't understand what it meant for a vine to sprout new buds, blossom out of the divine flower, and climb out of the ancient city. He didn't know why the ancestor gods from other worlds were uneasy. However, after seeing the powerful divine power of the divine flower, he still couldn't help being surprised that it could resist the supreme treasure of the supreme ancestor god. It is unimaginable that a divine flower has such power. Yi, Kiki, the little snow-white beast, muttered to herself, showing a confused look. Her big eyes were full of confusion, as if she felt something different, and Xinxiang made her intoxicated and distracted. All the cultivators from other worlds have already flown to the sky, looking at everything in the giant city. This is a majestic and tall giant city. The ancient buildings in the city are continuous. It is unknown how many years it has existed. It is full of years of wind and frost, but it has always stood firm. In the central area of the ancient city, there is a huge earth bag, shaped like a half-head. Many ancient vines grow from there, shining green light, full of endless breath of life. Huge vines were as vigorous as horned dragons, spreading across the city, and many of them climbed onto the city wall. Among them, there were 9 emerald green divine vines, with pure white flowers blooming, emitting bursts of fragrance. This is the source of the fear of the 5 ancestor gods from other worlds. Lu Lopez's eyes were full of fear, and he said in a trembling voice, "There are so many life vines. It's impossible." Lan Yufeng let out a deep roar as if stimulated, and said, "All the 9 life vines have produced flowers. Doesn't it mean that it's really successful? The crucial step has been completely taken." Al's eyes were full of fear, and he tremblingly said, "In the past, we only knew that if there was hope for success, there would be signs of life in the dead giant city, but the so-called signs have already been surpassed in front of us, and the vitality is so exuberant." Several great ancestor gods were extremely shocked, unable to accept this terrifying reality. "We want to stop it, we must stop it." The other 2 ancestor gods from other worlds all roared like this. "How to stop it? There is no way to stop it." Lu Lopez shouted. "This is the past time and space, we can't change anything." "Wrong, we can completely change it, because he took that crucial step, he can penetrate the past and the past is the present, and he can be killed. Don't mess around, or you will die in vain. Let's come and destroy the foundation of this city first, I don't believe it can't stop him from succeeding." Al said in a deep voice, "Don't act rashly. Such a terrifying giant city was formed just to protect himself. Even as ancestor gods, we can't really do anything about it. If you are afraid, get out of the way, let us come." Those 2 radical ancestor gods from other worlds landed in front of the giant city at the same time, their bodies bursting with billions of divine brilliance, like 2 burning holy mountains. With a bang, it violently slashed at the foundation of the giant city, trying to destroy it. However, the divine power was shaken, the brilliance soared to the sky, and the giant city remained untouched. The entire open valley shook violently, and the surrounding mountains rumbled and trembled, but they were not destroyed. However, the overflowing divine brilliance caused the vast continent outside the distant valley to collapse immediately. This is not a lonely magic city. This is a divine city with life fluctuations. We can't do anything about it. You quickly retreat, Lulapez shouted anxiously. At all costs, even if it dies, its foundation must be destroyed, otherwise our world will be in danger in the future. The two ancestor gods from other worlds didn't listen to the advice at all. They shook their divine power with all their strength, and roared twice to shake the world, and suddenly they lifted the city wall. Two bright rays of light struck the foundation of the giant city, trying to destroy it. However, the 9 main vines in the city revived like 9 ancestral dragons. With strong vitality, they swung them over immediately. The piercing sound is deafening. Puff. Blood splattered, and one of the ancestor gods was pierced by a divine vine on the spot, and his body was instantly torn apart. All the half-ancestors from other worlds in the rear all exclaimed. This is really terrifying. The powerful ancestor god needs to be looked up to. The body of the ancestor god is immortal and immortal. However, in front of the divine vine, it was easily pierced like a rotten tree, blood was scattered, and the blood of the ancestor god stained the foundation. Ah! After the body of the ancestor god was destroyed, he let out a fierce roar, turned into a ball of blood and rushed out. And the other ancestor god who set off the city wall was also thrown away at the first time. He was a little bit better. The divine vine was like a heavenly knife, which split it and did not shatter it. The two ancestor gods were so passive in front of the 9 main vines that they immediately retreated. The two quickly reorganized their bodies, but it was obvious that the damage was serious. Don't force it. Lan Yufeng stepped forward to stop the two of them. Get out of the way, give us the ancient pagoda of the supreme ancestor god, and we must destroy its foundation at any cost. These two radical ancestor gods from other worlds did not listen at all. At this moment, the 33-story ancient pagoda floating in the void suddenly burst into light and flew towards the two of them autonomously. Have you seen it? This is the will of the supreme ancestor god guiding us. Why hesitate? We join hands to destroy his foundation. Al, Lulapez, and Lan Yufeng looked at each other, and they were filled with fear in their hearts facing this huge ancient city. Because they know what exists in front of them. If they really have consciousness, even if they are still transforming, killing them may not take much effort. Behind, the little beast Kiki blinked its big eyes in a daze, as if it thought of many things at once. And Xiao Chen was extremely shocked. He vaguely knew the secret of the ancient magic city. The giant city is not a dead thing, it seems to be a huge living body. Since the supreme ancestor god has given instructions, we have no choice but to act. Lulapez, Lan Yufeng, and Al walked forward at the same time, and the 5 ancestor gods stood side by side in front of the giant city. With such combat power, any terrifying opponent can be destroyed. Unless the supreme ancestor god comes personally, no one can compete with the power of a single body. However, even if they are so powerful, the 5 ancestor gods are still not sure, and they are all very nervous, because attacking this giant city is related to their life and death. Kill. At this moment, 5 people shouted loudly at the same time. The divine power soared to the sky, and the bright light suddenly flooded the valley, and they each showed their magical powers. Or form a magic seal, or raise a magic weapon, or summon an extraterrestrial galaxy. At this moment, in front of the huge ancient city, there are thousands of Rusai. Lulapez condensed the 9 great seals with his body, and his divine power was overwhelming. He recited ancient scriptures from his mouth, and combined with the body seal, the vast divine power shook the world. Air displayed his supernatural powers. 30 god kings appeared in front of him, in different postures, exuding earth-shattering power, suppressing the foundation of the ancient city together. It was completely transformed by the combination of his divine thoughts and destructive power. Lan Yufeng held the serrated long knife, communicated with the divine power of all worlds, and slashed down immediately, becoming an eternal knife glow. The other 2 ancestor gods were even more terrifying. They summoned a galloping and roaring galaxy directly from the universe. The endless stars turned into the size of pearls, gathered together, and descended from the sky in a mighty way. The bright starlight illuminates the entire valley, and its divine power shocks the world. At the same time, the pagoda burst into divine splendor by itself, from the size of a palm, to one as high as the sky, and smashed down. Boom! The majestic giant city was trembling violently, a large section of the city wall was lifted up, and the 5 great ancestor gods plus 1 supreme treasure bombarded the foundation of the giant city. The 9 main vines swept over in unison, puff, blood sprayed, blood mist filled the air, all 5 ancestor gods were pierced, and the pagoda was also entangled. However, the 5 ancestor gods are immortal and immortal. Even though their bodies are destroyed, their spiritual consciousness is still there, and they can completely reorganize their bodies immediately, so they will not retreat at all. The 5 fought fiercely in front of the foundation of the giant city, trying to destroy it. In the rear, Kiki was anxious and was about to rush over. Xiao Chen grabbed it and said, "Don't be nervous, wait a little longer." Boom! The sky was shaken, and the giant city suddenly erupted with brilliant light, and the 5 ancestor gods and ancient pagodas were simultaneously blown away. At the same time, the 9 main vines danced wildly, like 9 ancestor dragons horizontally in the sky. Boom! The 5 ancestor gods had just reorganized their bodies, and they were pierced at the same time. This time, the pure white flowers on the divine vines bloomed with auspicious colors, and the souls of the 5 ancestor gods suffered heavy injuries. Even the ancient pagoda was suppressed and shrank rapidly, and the light dimmed a lot. At the same time, there was a rumbling sound in the giant city, and the soil bag in the central area of the ancient city was rapidly expanding and gradually rising. That is, why is this happening? Going further than we thought. At this moment, Lulapez and the others immediately changed their colors, and even the 2 radical ancestor gods showed expressions of fear. There were rumbles in the ancient city, and the earth bag slowly cracked. In the central area, a huge stone statue slowly emerged from the ground. Or grow out. That's right, it grew out of the giant city. The stone statue is hundreds of feet high, as high as the ancient city, standing proudly, with a face as sharp as a knife, with clear lines and a heroic spirit. Lifelike, like a real flesh and blood, like a living body. This is a stone statue of a heroic young man, exuding an extraordinary aura, not so domineering and arrogant, but it is breathtaking and makes people have an urge to worship. It was just a stone statue, but it gave people such a strange feeling that even the mood of the ancestor god was affected. What hangs from the head of the stone statue is not long hair, but strips of ancient vines, scattered in all directions. Many vines hang on the city wall. Among them, there are 9 emerald green vines with pure white flowers blooming, emitting bursts of fragrance. The 5 ancestor gods of other worlds were all shocked. The vines were not as simple as heralding signs of life, but he was actually the hair of a huge living body. There will be life forms growing in the giant city. But, who would have thought that what would grow would be stone statues? Although the 5 ancestor gods had heard many legends about the ancient magic city, they were still stunned at this moment. There had never been such a precedent in the past. Perhaps, no one knows what the magic city will eventually transform into. The vine of life is just its hair, and the horror of the huge stone statue can be imagined. Retreat. At this moment, such a sound burst out from the ancient pagoda, and at the same time, the light flourished. But it was too late. The stone statue in the giant city remained motionless, but the 9 main vines on its head turned into 9 green ancestral dragons, dancing between the sky and the earth, rushing to them in an instant. The 5 ancestor gods were crushed one after another, and the ancient pagoda suffered heavy blows one after another. The might of the vast gods shook the world, and suddenly a black demon sword and a simple immortal sky shield rushed out of the ancient tower. The weakened souls of the 5 ancestor gods reorganized and immediately cheered up, saying, "All the magic weapons of the 3 supreme ancestor gods have appeared." However, they were not happy for a long time. The 3 supreme ancestral artifacts vibrated violently, obviously withstanding an unimaginable attack. The 9 main vines left terrifying marks on the 3 great treasures. Swipe. The light flashed, and 3 hazy figures rushed out of the 3 supreme instruments. They jointly opened a black passage, and shouted at the same time, "Back! Brush!" The 3 of them waved their hands, immediately rolled up all the half-ancestors, and even pushed the 5 ancestor gods inside. At the same time, they also retreated into the black passage, took back the 3 supreme treasures, and wanted to escape from this time and space. But at this moment, the huge stone statue trembled, and the 9 main vines shattered the space and pierced through it directly. Puff puff. The blood splattered, and the soul was shattered. Lulapez, Lan Yufeng, and Al were shattered, and only the soul escaped. If it weren't for the 3 hazy figures who pushed them at the critical moment, they would have died physically and mentally. As for the other 2 ancestor gods from other worlds, they were not so lucky. After being swept by the 2 main vines, they were completely wiped out. Although Banzu was not the target of the attack, half of them were turned into dust forever when the 9 main vines swept over them inadvertently. Walk. The souls of Lulapez, Lan Yufeng, and Al suffered severe injuries, and they finally escaped from the space channel with half of their ancestors in embarrassment, and appeared in the sky above Loyang, the capital of God. 3 hazy figures were about to rush out with the 3 great treasures, but at this moment, 9 vines rolled out in the space channel. Boom! The 3 great treasures flew out, but the 3 hazy figures were instantly shattered, completely wiped out. The Supreme Ancestor God! The 3 of Lulapez and many half-ancestors exclaimed. The 9 main vines did not enter the real world, and disappeared in the space channel. Although the 3 great treasures rushed out, the light suddenly dimmed a lot, and it was full of scary marks. They hovered over everyone's heads for a while, and then flew into the sky in an instant. In an unknown place far away from the sky, in different regions, 3 figures sitting cross-legged on one side shook at the same time. At this moment, a drop of bright red blood oozed from each of their foreheads, which was extraordinarily glaring, as if a vertical eye had opened. At the same time, the 3 great treasures rushed to the 3 regions and fell into the hands of the 3 people respectively. Lulapez, Lan Yufeng, and Al, the 3 great ancestor gods, passed by the destruction for the rest of their lives, and let out a long breath. That kind of living magic city actually exists. The people in that family are too scary, someone really made it that far. The 3 supreme ancestor gods have each lost a powerful spiritual consciousness, which is really unimaginable. Beside, many half-ancestors were shocked. He wanted to get back the treasure of his own world, but failed miserably. In reality, the family that no longer existed, in that distant ancient era, was really terrifying to the extreme. Waiting for the arrival of the enemy in ancient times, such a family is too perverted. The 3 surviving ancestor gods had reason to believe that there was a terrifying existence dominating all of this, and the past time and space seemed not as simple as imagined. In the ancient time and space, Xiao Chen and KK have not returned yet, and they are slowly walking towards the huge city of God. Yi, the little snow-white beast murmured, waving its paws at the stone statue in the giant city. Kai, a main vine shining with green divine light pierced through the air in an instant, extending to the outside of the giant city, like a green divine bridge connecting to the little thing's feet. Chapter 528 The Cursed Family. The emerald green main vine shone with green light, green and crystal clear, as if carved from green agate, like a green bridge stretching from the city of God, all the way to the feet of the little snow-white beast. Yi, KK tilted her head to look at Xiao Chen, then at the emerald green vine. Her big eyes were both excited and apprehensive, and her long eyelashes kept trembling. Let's go. Xiao Chen smiled and pushed the little thing up, signaling it to walk towards the city. Xiaoxi's family was stationed in ancient times, not afraid of the enemy's attack at all, waiting for any enemy to come. Its strength is unimaginable. But if you think about it carefully, instead of waiting for the enemy, it is better to say that you are waiting for the arrival of your own family descendants. Wait, we. Jin Sinyi stammered again, trying to keep up with the divine vine. However, like a ray of green light, the emerald green main vine carried Kiki away in an instant and entered the city. Fatty Zug and Sha Palang were also very sorry. They kept rubbing their hands on the spot, and some complained why Xiao Chen didn't follow up. Xiao Chen and the others all flew up to the sky, watching the scene in the city from the sky, and they could see everything at a glance. The huge stone statue is hundreds of feet high, with extraordinary weather, outstanding heroism, and lifelike, as if flesh and blood grow out at any time, and the vines all over the head shake gently, and the spirit of life vibrates out. Hey, who are you? KK had already come to the stone statue, standing on a divine vine and looking at the stone man. The huge stone statue stands proudly between the sky and the earth, motionless, as if it is really a fossil that has existed since ancient times, with the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers, making people tremble when they look at it. Who the hell are you? Kiki, the little snow-white beast, asked again with a childish and innocent voice. However, the 100-foot-tall stone man remained motionless, standing quietly in the center of the city of God as if he hadn't heard its voice. But on the 9 main vines, the pure white flowers in full bloom all had a glow, gathering towards the little snow-white beast. Hey, who is saying what? Kiki was in shock, as if she had sensed some voice. The 9 main vines are shining with green light, and the holy flowers on them are constantly overflowing with light, converging towards Kiki in the center. No one spoke to me, but I seem to know something. The little thing's big eyes were full of confusion, scratched his head, and muttered, use these lights to refine my own baby. During this process, the 100-foot-high heroic stone statue stood proudly, unable to move. In the real world, above the city of Luoyang, the capital of gods, Lulapez, Al, and Lan Yufeng, the ancestor gods, are all full of frustration. They are as powerful as them, and let all beings look up to them, but they have tasted such a bitter fruit, and the 2 great ancestor gods will fall into the past forever. Have you ever sensed that at the end of the ancient times, time seems to be a little disordered, neither in the past nor in the present, it seems to be a strange time and space. Yes, we seem to have stepped out of the time and space of the past, and after reaching the end, we entered a novel world. The people of this family waited for us in the distant past time and space, but it did not come true. I am afraid that the real body has not been destroyed, and descended in that strange time and space, quietly waiting for the intruder. When the three of them speculated, in the eternal unknown place outside the sky, the three figures sitting cross-legged like fossils did not know how much they had not moved. On their bodies, there flows the breath of the wild years, as if it has been like this since ancient times, as quiet as a rock. Clang! A black demon knife vibrated, and suddenly burst out with a cold light, and the murderous aura shook the sky. The black long knife seemed to have a demonic quality, clanging, and the blood flowed on it. I don't know how many bloods of the living beings had been drunk, and the remnant souls of ancestor god-level powerhouses could even be vaguely seen struggling inside. Boom! In the other direction, a quaint shield rushed up, and the immortal sky shield had a soft light, like a dream. But at this moment, it is one with the heaven and the earth, as if this world is its real body, the strongest defense force has been activated, and it can vaguely suppress all the worlds. Boom! In the unknown depths beyond the sky, the 33-story ancient pagoda was as high as the sky, and it shook, and the light was billions of feet. In the distant starry sky, the sky and rivers of stars all dimmed. But the ancient pagoda that suppressed the 33rd heaven seems to have been revived with life, the divine power shook, and the void in the eternal unknown became chaotic. The three supreme ancestor gods are located in different regions. Although their figures are still motionless, as if they have been petrified, at this moment their treasures are all revived. And, at this moment, from the area where they sat cross-legged, a bloody light rushed out from each of them. The three blood lights came from different directions, and then gathered together in the void. The powerful fluctuation of divine power was shocking, and even an ancestor god from another world who rushed over in a hurry was terrified. Watching from a distance, not daring to take a step closer. The three blood lights condensed together to form a blood man, the crimson light soared into the sky, the murderous aura smashed the galaxy, and the monstrous divine power was shaking. At the same time, the demon sword, the immortal sky shield, and the 33-story ancient pagoda radiated great light, and hundreds of millions of divine brilliance all condensed towards the blood man. The ancestor gods from another world in the distance were shocked, drawing the divine power of the supreme treasure in such a way, it was as if they were drawing the life blood of the treasure. The three supreme treasures were all drawn out of a full 90% of their divine power, and were driven into the blood man's body. The demon sword, the immortal sky shield, and the 33-story ancient pagoda dimmed, as if they had become mortal things. The ancestor god from another world in the distance knew that at this moment, the blood man's body was equivalent to storing three great treasures. Although the body of the supreme ancestor god's spirit treasure had not been melted into his body, it was not much different. The three great ancestor gods created this blood man with their own essence, blood and spiritual thoughts, and then pulled out the divine power of the three great treasures and injected them into its body, obviously wanting to create a killing god ancestor. The mighty blood man looked down on the world, his might was unrivaled, and the ancestor god from another world in the distance was so shocked by his aura that his heart was chilled, and he felt chills coming down his spine. The blood man glanced at him coldly, stepped into the starry sky with one step, and fell with 1 foot. I don't know how many of them turned into ashes and smoke. It was really powerful and terrifying. The monk from another world who was also the ancestor god was deeply terrified. This created master of cold-blooded killing is surrounded by demon swords, immortal sky shields, and ancient pagodas. It is completely formed by the soul power of the three supreme treasures, and it is as terrifying as the main body. In the next moment, he directly tore open the space channel and appeared in the sky above Shendu. Here, before Lulapez and the others left, the moment they saw the blood man, they couldn't help shivering. Brush. With a flash of light, the blood man entered the underground palace of Loyang City and disappeared. At the end of ancient times, in the huge city of God, a small snow-white beast with big eyes shines, and there are many gods floating around it, such as ancient knives with powerful divine power, deep magic gates, and bracelets refined from stars. The quality is immeasurable, the sky is full of divine splendor, and a whole large area of treasures is suspended in the sky above the giant city. Why is there no spiritual essence? The little thing muttered dissatisfiedly. Boom! The 9 main vines vibrated suddenly, and the green light soared to the sky, covering the treasure at once, and then there was a sound of click, click, and all the fetishes were shattered. Yeah, Kiki exclaimed, and said, what are you doing, why are you destroying it? Although the little guy still likes Linqui the most, he is also very excited about such a big treasure. In the distance, Jin Sanyi, Fatty Zug and Shapalang beat their chests and stomped their feet. It was a pile of treasures, it was destroyed like this, what a waste of heaven and earth. This heaven-defying family dared to go deep into other worlds to seize treasures. It is conceivable how terrifying their collections are. All the gods turned into a ball of dazzling light, fused together, forming a divine source comparable to the eternal light. The majestic stone man with a height of hundreds of feet remained motionless, but Kiki had a feeling, and whispered, use the source of the fusion of these things to sacrifice my treasure. Behind, Xiao Chen and others were shocked, this is really too extravagant. What kind of fetish must be sacrificed to do this? At this moment, Kiki muttered again, and said, Father's straw stick, oh, I still remember, was it also sacrificed in this way? Faint. Fatty Zug and Jin Sanyi rolled their eyes, feeling the urge to faint. The inconspicuous grass stick that K's father dropped in his mouth was smelted from so many gods. This is too unreasonable. A broken grass stick has such a big background. Several people were even more in awe of this heaven-defying family. Kiki's father had never shown the power of the grass stick, but one could imagine its terrifying power. Wait, tell me who you are first, or I won't sacrifice. KK actually played a childish temper, and glanced at the huge stone statue with big eyes. He is your profound ancestor. A soft voice echoed softly in the city of God with a bit of magnetism. The mobile suit that had appeared before slowly walked up the city wall and said this to KK. Liar. No lie. Kiki's voice was very immature, with a look of disbelief, and said, then why is he like this? He is completely different from me, and he is not good looking at all. Why can't it look like this? The mobile suit seemed very stable. It's just a lie, it's not at all like me. KK still tilted her head and questioned, as if I didn't believe you. A sigh echoed softly in the huge city of God, it was actually from the huge stone statue. The mobile suit seemed to be a little regretful and emotional, and said, I was created by your family, how could I lie to you? So far, your family is only 3 fingers, almost extinct. Having said that, he paused for a moment before saying, you are a cursed race, envied by the heavens, you were originally human, and then you became like you. Envied by heaven, cursed race. As soon as the news came out, it shook the world, the ancient sky was shaken, and the earth trembled continuously. Hearing this, Kiki looked up at the huge stone statue in front of her and said seriously, why don't you speak, Xuanzu? The stone man was silent and motionless. The mobile suit shone with a cold metallic luster, and said, your Xuanzu has reached a critical moment, in the state of immortality, unable to respond to you. But he should be able to sense that you have arrived. The little thing was sad and excited at the same time, and asked many things. It babbled and said a lot to the stone statue, and even talked about its faults of sleeping late and eating spirits. In the end, Kiki was embarrassed to shut up, and began to sacrifice her treasure. I want to use the colorful jade eggshell I was born with as a material, but I can't find it, the little guy muttered confusedly. Behind, Xiao Chen was ashamed. The colorful jade shells Kiki left behind after his birth were originally collected by him and used to identify the little guy, but during the catastrophe of the false god, even his body was shattered, and all the utensils on his body flew away. It's okay, you can call here as much as you want, and you can come here in detention. The mobile suit responded. Really? The little thing tilted his head and asked. Really? The mobile suit replied. 7 colored jade shell. The little guy looked up to the sky and shouted. At this moment, the 9 main vines on the stone statue exploded, like 9 green ancestral dragons, piercing through the sky and the earth, passing through the current time and space. With little brilliance, a piece of colorful jade shell was summoned and lined up in front of Kiki. Not long after, all the jade shells from all over the world were gathered. Kiki's eyes are full of little stars, and the little guy has a lot of affection for the jade shell left by him when he was born. What can be refined into? The little thing muttered, if it can hold the whole world, and hold all the spirits. In the back, a black line appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. Is the little thing going to sacrifice the treasure, or to serve the spirit? He reminded. KK takes it seriously. I know. KK turned her head and replied, I already knew how to sacrifice treasures in my sleep, but now I'm just thinking about what shape and name to sacrifice. Jin Sanyi shouted at the top of his voice, it's Dasha Shifang, what a domineering name. It doesn't sound good. Kiki shook her head and said, I want to give it a nice name. It needs to be made into the shape of a bowl, and everything can fit in it, so let's call it a big bowl. Xiao Chen had the urge to fall headlong to the ground. The name is too disrespectful, it sounds nice, what is the little thing thinking? Xia Pelang shouted. It's like eating all over the world, it fits your style. Xiao Chen pulled the skeleton aside and said, don't listen to his nonsense. Well, I know, it doesn't sound good to eat all over the world. Kiki nodded seriously, and said, then let's have a small bowl. Xiao Chen felt weak all over, he was really defeated by the little thing, why he still didn't leave the bowl. Fatty Zoog shouted from behind, the bowl doesn't sound good, so why not call it a piggy bank? Xiao Chen kicked it away and said, be serious, don't mess around. Kiki nodded seriously, and said, well, anyway, it's going to be refined into a small bowl, so let's call it Waner. Everyone was speechless, completely defeated by this little guy, and finally had to sacrifice a small bowl, but this Waner was finally pleasing to the ear. At this moment, a blood-colored figure suddenly appeared in the high sky. With overwhelming power, the valley shook violently, accompanied by demon swords, immortal sky shields, and ancient pagodas, and went straight to the stone statues in the city. Boom! The 9 main vines soared into the sky immediately, sweeping across the sky, and the demon sword, immortal sky shield, and ancient pagoda were all blown away. At this moment, Kiki suddenly said in a daze, Zhan Zhu, are you talking in my heart? You let me sacrifice Waner, and sharpen it with the 3 supreme treasures in front of me. Boom! At this moment, the 9 main vines did not attack the blood man in the endless distance, but directly penetrated the world and extended to the eternal unknown. In the real world, in the eternal void outside the sky, the 3 ancestor gods were attacked at the same time, their foreheads were cracked like fine porcelain, and streaks of blood oozed out. The supreme ancestor god. At this moment, 8 or 9 ancestor gods from other worlds have gathered outside the sky. After they sensed all this, they all exclaimed. It's okay, I was just trying to see where he has gone, I don't think he is so powerful. A supreme ancestor god remained silent, like an ancient fossil, but there was a divine thought coming out. Is he really invincible? The ancestor gods from other worlds were all terrified. No one in this world is invincible, someone can deal with him. Another supreme ancestor made such a response. Chapter 529, KK Refining Treasures. Resurrecting from the ancient magic city, taking a crucial step, can't he still be invincible in heaven and earth? The hearts of the several great ancestor gods from other worlds were shocked, and they couldn't help feeling awed by the unfathomable depths of the 3 supreme ancestor gods. Could it be possible to deal with that heaven-defying race? Is there such a terrifying existence in our world? The 3 supreme ancestral gods are located in the eternal unknown, and they are located in 3 different regions. They are as silent as fossils, sitting cross-legged in the misty void, always motionless. They didn't respond to that question, and it took a long time before a divine thought came down, saying, although he has taken the most critical step, he may not be able to truly succeed. He even began to gradually fall on the road to death in ancient times. What? The ancestor gods from other worlds who heard the will were all shocked. If he has really reached the peak, why did he seal himself at the end of the ancient times and not appear in the present world? This is enough to explain the problem. Although the voice of the supreme ancestor god was flat, it shocked people's minds. But he is always a threat. Lulapez was very uneasy. Only after experiencing it himself, could he understand how terrifying the life forms growing in the city of God are. It can actually kill the ancestor god. This is a terrifying existence that is enough to make people frightened. Sealed at the end of the ancient times, he has no sense of security. The supreme ancestral god only revealed such news, and said nothing more. This is a race that should not have appeared in this world. This is something that all the ancestors of other worlds know, but they still feel that they have underestimated the terrifying potential of the Kiki clan. Looking at the entire history of cultivation, there are only 3 or 5 people in this family, but everyone can be called against the sky, and one of them has taken that crucial step, which is really terrifying to the extreme. At the end of the ancient times, the open valley is surrounded by ancient vines, and the light shines in the huge city of God. The little snow-white beast KK is offering sacrifices to her own treasure. The little thing is determined to refine a treasure in the shape of a small bowl, which makes Xiao Chen and others quite speechless, and it is useless to persuade them. I do not know how many fetishes this family has collected in the past dynasties, but all of them have been completely shattered today, turning into a source of gods, and hundreds of millions of gods are blooming, many times more gorgeous than the sky. KK babbled loudly, following the method she learned in her sleep. she began to sacrifice her powerful baby, and the colorful jade shells were suspended in the sky, shining with 7 colors of brilliance. Boom! A series of lightning strikes fell, and they all blasted at the pieces of crystal jade shells, trying to smash them into pieces. The thunder and lightning that descended from the 9 heavens was as thick as a mountain and contained endless divine power. It was deafening and connected the sky with the colorful jade shell. The loud rumbling sound was like a giant who opened up the world driving a powerful chariot across the sky, and the dazzling thunder flooded everything in the world. Boom! The vast earth is shaking, the huge city of God is trembling, and the thunder that communicates the great power of the world is vast and unpredictable. Terrible black holes appeared in the sky, all of which were struck by the divine thunder. If this continues, it will almost smash the sky and sink this continent. At the end of the ancient times, tens of thousands of souls were trembling and worshipping in this direction. The colorful jade shells in the sky were slowly refined by the thunder and lightning, and turned into jade pulp, and auspicious colors were blooming. Boom! At this moment, the whole earth trembled violently, and a humanoid creature condensed out of the huge lightning-like waterfalls, sweeping towards Yuzhong. Boom! The 9 main vines on the top of the stone statue in the city of God danced like green mountains, and knocked the humanoid into the air. In the distance, Xiao Chen, Jin Sanyi and others were surprised. The humanoid creature was obviously very powerful, and it was actually contained in the thunder, which was really unimaginable. Kai. At this moment, the humanoid creature turned into a radiant divine light, riding 10,000 thunders to rush towards it again. Boom! Thunder shook the sky, the 9 main vines rolled upwards, tore off all the thunder and lightning, and drove the 10,000 zhong lightning into the jade pulp. Kiki was busy refining, and when disturbed by this, all the long snow-white hairs on her body stood on end. Yi, the little snow-white beast stared angrily, as if blaming its own Xuanzu for being so reckless. Not far away, the mobile suit was shining with a cold metallic luster, saying, integrating the essence of the thunder of that day into the treasure can greatly improve the quality. The humanoid creature in the 10,000 zhong thunder light is the thunder essence born of heaven and earth, which was completely smelted into the jade pulp. The little beast was very busy, and quickly constructed the jade pulp into the shape of a small bowl. The 10,000 zhong sky thunder was taken away, and the sky seemed to be angry, and countless thunder lights descended from the sky, as thick as a mountain, completely submerging the city of God. Okay, don't be in a hurry to make the baby take shape, and integrate all the gods into it. The mobile suit pointed out. Kiki aimed at the shattered treasure in the sky, and a fiery light suddenly appeared in her big eyes. It was the divine light source formed by the shattering of many gods. The pure power contained in it is simply unimaginable. That is the essence of many gods, refined and blended into KK's treasure. Even a piece of scrap iron will be turned into a supreme treasure. Not to mention that it is the unique colorful jade shell in the world, which appeared in this world along with KK, the little beast against the sky. It can be said that Kiki's choice is very correct, and the colorful jade shell is the best refining artifact. There is no doubt that the 7-colored jade shell of the sacred grade will undergo a qualitative transformation after being tempered by Tianlei and incorporating the essence of many gods. Yi, Kiki has never worked so hard like today, trying her best to integrate Shenyuan into the small bowl that is about to be formed. In the sky, it seemed like 10 suns merged together, and the dazzling light made it impossible to look directly at it. This is a process of witnessing miracles, and a sacred treasure destined to remain in the history of cultivation is about to be born. At this moment, Kiki divided half of the eternal lights in Paradise Lost and sacrificed them into the treasure. Boom! The blazing light shone on the city of God, and the moment the baby took shape, it suppressed the aura of the stone statue by a bit. Wanner is about to take shape. Kiki muttered, moving her 2 little paws back and forth, pinning all her divine power and consciousness on that treasure. After the last loud noise, Shenyuan completely melted into the small bowl, and thousands of thunderbolts were also absorbed by the smooth jade bowl. Moreover, at this moment, the baby who was just born began to crazily absorb the essence of all directions, and even forcibly plundered the sky thunder in the sky. Let the already stopped thunder and lightning strike down again, but this time it seems to have rushed into a bottomless pit, and it was all absorbed by the small colorful bowl. Behind, Jin Sanyi almost drools, wishing he could snatch the little bowl over. This treasure is very against the sky, it can be called a supreme treasure. Wanner was sacrificed successfully. Just now we can get a glimpse of how powerful it is. Yeah, Wanner's sacrifice is done. Kiki couldn't put it down, she turned over and looked at it. At this moment, the blood man who was fixed in the sky by the stone statue regained his ability to move, and slashed down with the 3 supreme treasures. Completely comparable to the ancestor gods, even surpassing the ordinary powerful ancestor gods, this is the Lord of Slaughter sacrificed by the blood of the three supreme ancestor gods. Boom! A main vine pierced through the heaven and earth, protecting KK's body at the first moment, piercing through the blood man who had killed him suddenly, and thousands of blood splattered everywhere. The other 8 main vines passed across the sky, suppressing all the blood light, and then vibrated violently. The vast divine power ran over, and the powerful blood man was completely wiped out. In the distance, Xiao Chen was horrified. What kind of power is this? It can completely kill the ancestor god-level powerhouse. The invincible demon sword, the simple and thick immortal sky shield, the ancient tower that can suppress the 33 heavens, and the light treasure condensed by the divine power of the 3 supreme treasures all descended. Obviously, the 9 main vines were deliberately let go, in order to use the 3 supreme treasures to sharpen the treasures made by KK's new sacrifice. Brush. Kiki showed an extremely serious look, and hit the treasure refined from the new sacrifice into the sky. Myriad Dao divine brilliance blooms. This is a luxurious treasure fight. Backed by the divine power in Paradise Lost, Kiki supported her new offerings to be refined into treasures. Although the other 3 treasures are not in the hands of anyone and are not the real body, they are sacred objects of the Supreme Ancestor God after all, and their divine power is still irresistible. In the end, the 9 main vines were dispatched again and suppressed the 2 treasures. In this way, the treasure sacrificed by Kiki suppressed the demon sword. Refine that demon sword and integrate it into your treasure. The mobile suit next to him reminded. After a difficult fight for treasures, with the help of 9 divine vines, Kiki melted all the divine power of the 3 supreme treasures into her own treasure. When everything calmed down, KK flew out of the city of God happily, and Jinsenyi and others all surrounded him to watch the heaven-defying baby. Holding it in the palm of Xiao Chen's palm, he felt a burst of warmth. Rather than saying it was a colorful jade bowl, it was more like a small water glass, and it could even be called a wine glass. But relatively speaking, if it is held in KK's hands, it is indeed a small bowl. The whole body is clear, like a luminous glass for drinking wine, warm and crystal clear, shining with colorful light. What makes people laugh the most is that there are several colorful plum blossoms on it. If you look closely, it turns out to be small colorful paw prints, which are KK's unique marks. And at the bottom of the bowl, there is another engraved picture, lifelike, like the colorful innocent Kiki seal there. Seeing Xiao Chen and others laughing, KK suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and muttered in a low voice, "This is to prove that it is my baby. Save it for me to drink in the future, haha. Give me back." After a long time, Fatty Zhu shouted towards the city of God, "You ancestors who are merciful and merciful, you can't be partial, just give us a few treasures." The huge city of God was silent, and the hundreds of feet tall stone statues stood majestically. Not far away, the mobile suit made entirely of ancestral divine weapons slowly said, "There is indeed a treasure that often appears, but I am afraid no one will be able to take it away." As soon as his words fell, there was a tremor in the sky, and a misty formation at one corner passed across the sky, followed by 5 dazzling swords. The vastness and mighty power cannot be fathomed. This time, without saying a word, Xiao Chen soared into the sky. 30 swords crossed the sky, and the broken formation condensed with him as one, chasing towards that corner of the formation. At the same time, Kiki sacrificed her treasure, the small colorful jade bowl with the potential to overwhelm the world, and wanted to take the whole world into it. Moreover, it uses Paradise Lost to help, and surrounds the broken formation in that corner. Below, the mobile suit was visibly shocked after seeing Xiao Chen condense a larger broken formation and 30 battle swords, and even the 9 main vines on the head of the huge stone statue in the city of God shook for a while. Brush. The broken array at that corner was like a ghost, rushing past the lost paradise, and successfully evading the seal of the colorful jade bowl. Summon God map. Xiao Chen yelled loudly, the whole body and the incomplete array were combined together, and the light shone brightly, covering that corner of the array. The distance between the two was infinitely close, the broken formation at that corner shook, and the misty mist kept flashing. Oneness. Xiao Chen yelled, used his body to make up the map, and drove the divine map to suppress it. It was about to seal that corner of the formation, but at this moment, the light flashed, and the broken formation at that corner disappeared in an instant, escaped from the world, and disappeared without a trace. It's useless, that corner of the broken formation is lost in the past, and it will never be available, said the mobile suit. Zanzu, help us quickly. KK shouted at the huge stone statue in the city of God. But the statue remained motionless and did not respond. Your profound ancestor can't help you at the moment, unless you can truly understand the past and the present, no one will be able to get the array map. Xiao Chen felt very sorry, he had seen the broken formation at that corner twice, but he couldn't take it away. At this moment, there was a rumbling sound, as if the giant who created the world was coming here, and the open valley was shaking. The mobile suit solemnly said, "Get out of here, the battle is about to start." On the distant horizon, a khaki giant is as high as the sky, walking towards here step by step, every foot will make many mountains jump. Except for the head, his whole body is made of loess, but he looks extremely strong, with protruding muscles, like horned dragons wrapped around his body. That is, the moment he saw the head, Xiao Chen was startled, because it was a stone head, very similar to the material of the stone statue in the City of God. Petrified heads. Seeing the huge loess body, Xiao Chen seemed to understand something. He clenched the half of the stone bone in his hand, he was sure that the stone statue and the stone bone were still different, there seemed to be something missing. "Let's go," the mobile suit urged, "I can't stay here any longer." The 9 main vines pierced the sky and opened up a space passage, forcing KK, Xiao Chen and others into it. Xuanzu. Kiki was very worried. "Don't be afraid, the ancestors should be able to handle it." The mobile suit comforted. "That can't be a monster from another world?" Xiao Chen asked. "It's hard to say." Mobile suit shook his head. With a flash of light, Xiao Chen and the others quickly traveled through the space, returned to the real world, and came to the underground palace of the divine capital. During this process, Xiao Chen thought of a lot. The primordial demon city actually contains such a shocking secret. In this way, isn't the deepest part of the world of death too terrifying? There is no doubt that the extreme of the dead world is magnificent. There, unimaginable things are happening. A stone statue is not a stone man, and a stone man is not a stone statue, but Xiao Chen finally gradually understood some of the secrets of the stone man. Boom! The underground palace under Luoyang City was pierced through, and a main vine swept across, and at the same time, big khaki hands grabbed it. Xiao Chen, KK and others were shocked. Did the shocking war that happened at the end of ancient times spread to the present world? Chapter 530 Dugu perishes. The underground palace of Luoyang, the capital of the gods, was crushed, and the main vine swept across, destroying all obstacles. And the big khaki hand that came out of the entanglement grabbed Xiao Chen and others. Its power is beyond guessing. If it is touched even a little bit, everyone present will be wiped out immediately. "Waner," Kiki yelled, and sacrificed the colorful jade bowl in her hand to block the giant hand. At this moment, it is impossible to break the space and escape, because time and space are completely imprisoned by the enveloping giant hand. Boom! At this moment, Xiao Chen unreservedly sacrificed 30 battle swords, and the broken formation emerged, condensed with him, and faced the giant hand above. At the same time, he pressed the half-stone bone in his hand above the heads of several people. Divine power surged like a vast ocean, rushing towards the big khaki hand above. But the terrifying palm weighs as much as billions of dollars, and it cannot be resisted at all. It was silent, shattering time and space, causing the ocean-like divine power to collapse instantly, and fell straight down. It was about to come into contact with the broken formation and KK's treasure. No matter whether they could block it or not, Xiao Chen and the others were bound to suffer heavy injuries because that force was too powerful. Whether it is Xiao Chen or KK, their formation and treasures may be strong enough, but their physical bodies are far from being so strong. The green light soared to the sky, and the main vine entwined, wrapped around the giant khaki hand and shook it violently. At this moment, the void suddenly opened, and another khaki-colored giant hand flashed, grabbing towards Xiao Chen. It was obvious that his real goal was the broken formation, and he wanted to snatch one away. Except for Xiao Chen, who was condensed with the array, even KK couldn't move, and everyone was locked in the void. At the end of ancient times, the weirdo is eyeing Xiao Chen, wanting to compete for the condensed and formed sword diagram. There was no other way, Xiao Chen had no choice but to resist. He used his body to make up the picture, and the misty air flowed out, and the incomplete sword picture revealed a mighty force that shook the world, slowly flowing and spinning towards the big hand. Suddenly, the half-stone bone in Xiao Chen's hand suddenly trembled, which had never happened before. In the past, not to mention tremors, there was not even energy fluctuations. But at this moment, it suddenly erupted with a blinding brilliance, drowning the giant khaki hand that was about to disappear. Half of the stone bone was against the huge palm, and endless divine brilliance was gushing out, like an endless treasure of divine origin. Moreover, half of the stone bone soared into the sky, constantly colliding with the big khaki hand. An angry roar came from the ancient sky, traveling through time and space. It was so huge, it rushed out from the underground of Luoyang City, the capital of God, shaking the entire Kyushu. At this moment, the incomplete formation map, misty and full of power to suppress the world, also spun towards that big khaki hand. Boom! The formation map shook the giant hand, and the half-stone bone was suppressed again, and the divine splendor was dazzling. The entire underground palace was shaking, and an ancient lamp was always on, quietly fixed deep in the ground, protecting the earth veins that were about to be destroyed, and even protecting Luoyang, the capital of gods, and the entire land. The huge channel connecting the ancient time and space suddenly shattered, and the big khaki hand gradually receded, but his angry long roar could still be clearly heard. Roar! The long roar came from ancient times, passing through the barriers of time and space, shaking the entire Kyushu, and shocked many monks from other worlds. Even the three ancestor gods of the eternal unknown opened their eyes in an instant. Lu Dao's eyes looked like the sharpest and most terrifying heavenly sword, piercing Xingyu, directly piercing Luoyang, the capital of gods, and entering the underground palace. Boom! An ancient lamp trembled deep underground, and misty mist emerged, blocking the peeping of the 6 divine lights. Xiao Chen was startled immediately, and hastily grabbed the half-stone bone that had just flown back. At this moment, the stone bone was completely silent, and all the light was completely suppressed, as if nothing had happened. The ancient time and space, misty, and broken space passages will be completely closed. At this moment, the terrifying giant maid of Lois suddenly looked over from that end. Through the space channel that is about to be closed, one can clearly see the cold gaze on the giant's petrified head. It is so breathtaking, it is even stronger than Xiao Chen's feeling the chills down his back. That's right, the khaki giant is staring at him, or it can be said to be staring at the broken formation and half a stone bone. This made Xiao Chen quite uneasy. It felt very bad to be stared at by this monster, and he didn't know what would happen in the future. Boom! At the end of the ancient time and space, the 9 main vines rolled over the world, entangled the giant at once, and cut off the time and space. The scene on that side completely disappeared. In the underground palace of Luoyang City, an ancient lamp hangs there silently, with faint rays of light falling deep underground. Xiao Chen led the crowd and immediately traveled back to the world of death. The moment he appeared on Zhu Jun's warship, he let go of his hanging heart. I don't know why, that giant maid of Lois condensed, only the head was turned into stone, the cold eyes made him feel cold at this moment. This is the pressure and fear that even the ancestor gods from other worlds failed to take away from him. At the moment, Xiao Chen didn't leave the ancestor's warship, sat cross-legged on it, and immediately began to probe all his spiritual thoughts towards the half-stone bone. The stone man was really too mysterious to him. When he first came into contact with the stone soldiers and then the stone man, it seemed that many things had something to do with the stone man. However, if he let his powerful divine sense explore, half of the stone bone would stand still and be empty, without the slightest fluctuation of divine power inside, let alone consciousness. Half a stone bone the size of a pigeon's egg, everything inside can be detected, it seems to be carved from an ordinary rock, and even with Xiao Chen's powerful divine sense, nothing abnormal was found. Replenish the picture with the body, and the divine picture will emerge. Xiao Chen gave it all up, sitting cross-legged on the Zhujun warship, with 30 swords hanging upside down around it. The light broke through the lead clouds in the sky, and the divine light pierced into the sky. The incomplete formation map emerged, condensed with him as one, and slowly rotated. He wanted to use the power of the array to explore the secrets of the stone bones. Fighting swords were clanging all around, the divine light pierced the sky, and the inside was misty. Xiao Chen and the array slowly rotated, half a stone bone was held in the palm of his hand, in the center of the divine map. With the aid of the broken formation, Xiao Chen suddenly had a different feeling, half a stone bone seemed to be a piece of sky, and one side was deep and endless. Suddenly, the peaceful stone bone became hazy, disappeared from his fingertips, and appeared in his body the next moment. Just like the stone man back then, he sat cross-legged in his body. Yes, it is sitting cross-legged, the missing part is supplemented by hazy brilliance, and half a stone bone is condensed on it. The incomplete array shook again, and mysterious mighty power enveloped Xiao Chen, and he probed towards the stone man's skull with his spiritual thoughts again. Boom! At this moment, a thunder sounded in his ears, and then he felt that his whole body was frozen, and a thick stone armor appeared outside his body. Yeah, KK screamed from the side. Jin Sunyi and the others were also taken aback. They found that Xiao Chen had turned into petrification. At this moment, his state is very similar to the state when the 24 swords pierced through the body to block the ancestor god and turned into a stone statue. The whole body condensed into a stone body and turned into a stone statue, but it was much smaller than before. Click, Shi jaw shook, Xiao Chen stood up, not as immobile as he was back then, now he is free and fully able to move. However, his body was very stiff, as if there were endless mountains on his back, which made him feel strong pressure. With a wave of Xiao Chen's hand, he grabbed the Doomsday Gem in Jin Sanyi's arms, and cut it off towards his body. Clang, sparks shot out, this ancestral weapon did not damage his body. Pervert, Fatty Zug and the others were extremely surprised. Xiao Chen was also greatly surprised. With a thought, the spiritual thought withdrew from the stone bone, and the stone armor around him suddenly disappeared. Sealing myself, although I can protect my body, but my movements have also slowed down. If I can seal the enemy. Xiao Chen thought about it, and felt that it was not realistic. After only staying in the world of death for a few days, Xiao Chen and KK returned to Kyushu again. Of course, this time they did not bring Fatty Zug and others with them, because they are really unable to help at the moment, and the last time was just to fulfill their wish. The grand meeting in another world is about to begin, and Xiao Chen plans to secretly rescue many imprisoned monks before that, and he will make a big fuss at the meeting. After returning to Kyushu, Xiao Chen entered the longevity realm, the cultivation realm, and the soul realm respectively, and found that the monks from these three realms were also captured and imprisoned in the overseas islands of Kyushu. Only the curse world is complicated and has not fallen, because there are too many relics in this world. It is said that even the ancestor gods are reluctant to set foot in many places. There are ancient forbidden formations left over, and most of the places are no man's land. According to legend, the entire curse world is a huge formation, which is a unique formation specially set up to restrain the ancestor gods. Therefore, even though the ancestor gods from other worlds can dominate everything here, they are unwilling to stay for a long time. Many fleeing monks came to this world. It's just a small forbidden formation, do you really think it can do nothing to the ancestor god level powerhouse? The words of the ancestral god level powerhouse shook the four fields, and the entire curse world could be heard clearly. Then continue to implement the targeted killing plan. This person is Leng Xingyi, the ancestor god of the alien world, who has been in charge of destroying the huge formation with the entire continent as the source of the formation in the curse world for more than 30 years. For more than 30 years, he did not know how many monks who had been hiding in the curse world had been killed by him. Of course, his main task is not to kill the monks, but to completely destroy the forbidden formations left over from the last few civilizations. Although he said he didn't care, it was not that simple to really break the peerless formation that could hurt the ancestor gods. The alien world doesn't want to destroy this world, so he can only break through it patiently. The world-class giant formation, laid out from the great heaven and earth, has no influence on ordinary cultivators, and they are at a loss when they are in it. However, the ancestral god-level powerhouses really dare not take it lightly. Once they enter it, if a large formation is activated, it is very likely that they will be trapped. The world of curses has a primitive style, a large area is covered with dense jungles, and mountains in many places are as high as the sky, towering into the sky. And some places are bottomless pit-like ravines, buried with mysterious relics. A brilliant divine light illuminated the sky and earth, and directly wiped out a mountain, where countless sword lights shot up into the sky. It can be clearly seen that hundreds of people in grey clothes are holding big iron swords in both hands and slashing towards Leng Xingyi. The gorgeous divine light condenses together, which even moves the ancestor gods. However, it's just moving, it doesn't pose a threat. Everyone in your family is known as the sword demon, but in my opinion, it is really weak and pitiful. Leng Xingyi's words were incomparably chilling, his huge palm covered the sky and fell down from the sky, covering all the hundreds of grey-clothed men inside. Let the infinite sword light dance, let the vast sea-like divine power fluctuate, but there is no divine light that can rush out. Is this the so-called Dugu Nine Swords? Leng Xingyi was extremely cold, and said, "That's all, in my eyes, vulnerable." The Dugu family is a powerful family. Hundreds of people in grey clothes represent the entire family. In the past, when dozens of people with big iron swords appeared, any force would be nervous. However, today it will suffer the tragedy of destruction. Boom! The sky and the earth shook. Leng Xingyi ruthlessly rolled down his palm, and went downward to suppress it. Ren Baiyu slashed the big iron sword against the air, but he crushed it mercilessly without hesitation. All the iron swords were shattered, and the bodies of hundreds of grey-clothed men collapsed immediately. In front of the powerful ancestor god, no matter how powerful the monks of other ranks were, it was difficult for them to contend. Hundreds of people from the Dugu family mourned, "Ancestor, where are you? The Dugu family will become history." To them, death is not terrible. They have lived for the sword all their lives, but in the end they were humiliated by someone breaking the sword. Your ancestors embraced the emptiness and turned to reality, complimented the evil king, and wanted to break through the realm of the ancestor gods, and both fell. Tiny ants, if they want to climb to the sky, they must be prepared to be destroyed by the strong wind. Lang Xingyi spread the news indifferently. Dugu is immortal, the sword's intent is eternal. More than 100 gray-clothed men were shattered, their souls struggling in their big hands and screaming. Your family is based on the sword, but in the end you are all wiped out. It is God's will. All the tiny ants will disappear. Lang Xingyi ruthlessly passed the death sentence, and the giant hand flew across the air, and more than 100 members of the Dugu family were completely smashed. In the middle, a cold sword light shot up into the sky, still crying out, "Dugu is immortal, the sword will be eternal." It's a pity that a family was obliterated by a powerful ancestor from another world in this way. No matter how glorious the past was in front of the ancestor god, they were all vulnerable. Do you want to pass on your sword intent? What a pity, even this chance is impossible. Lang Xingyi sighed softly, and pointed his finger at the sky. When, ancestral god shocked the world with a finger, but did not shatter the sword light, and let out a world-shaking mournful trembling sound. Interesting, I never imagined that the human mind can be so powerful, and the infinite sublimation at the moment of final destruction has condensed such a wonderful flower, a stunning and extreme sword intent. Lang Xingyi admired. The palm of his hand grabbed forward, trying to catch the sword light in his hand. That is the infinite sublimation of the spirit, the final sublimation of the sword intent of all the elites of the Dugu lineage. Even the ancestor gods feel amazing. Human potential is endless. At this last moment, at the moment of death, more than 100 gray-clothed men from the Dugu family reached the ultimate sword intent, and condensed this wonderful sword. But this is a tragedy, the Dugu lineage was destroyed, and everyone died in battle. When Xiao Chen arrived, it was already too late, and the targeted killing was over. However, the sad cries of the Dugu family were still echoing in the sky, and he really heard them. Pieces of residual leaves are flying. On the broken mountains and rivers, a series of terrifying sword marks record the unyielding and unwillingness of the Dugu family, and the messy falling flowers are mourning the demise of this family. Xiao Chen never thought that such a brilliant and powerful family would be destroyed like this. This is by no means the last time, and I am afraid that more sects will follow in the footsteps in the future. At this moment, Xiao Chen didn't have any words, and directly sacrificed the formation map, and suddenly killed him. The misty formation map suppresses the curse world, and its vast power seals the 10 directions. As the ancestor god, Lang Xingyi was in good health and in peak condition, so it was impossible for him to be attacked by surprise, but when he found that he was covered by the broken formation, he unexpectedly lost the ability to move for a short time. Puff! He forcibly broke through and avoided the vital point, but one arm was crushed by the formation like a rotten wood, and dissipated in the sky like dust, and a blood mist evaporated. Boom! In an instant, new arms grew, and Lang Xingyi stared coldly and cruelly at Xiao Chen and KK, extremely cold, and said, "Ants, court death." However, what he responded to was still an incomplete array. Lang Xingyi was enveloped in on the spot, the endless murderous intent chilled his bones. The battle between Xiao Chen and the ancestor gods from other worlds broke out ahead of schedule. Lang Xingyi was attacked suddenly, and the sword light in his hand had already soared into the sky, escaping his control. Dugu is immortal, sword intent is eternal. This mournful roar spread throughout the curse world, shaking the entire continent. In the remote no man's land, a mountain suddenly cracked, and the Dugu sword demon, who had disappeared for many years, rose into the sky with frantic black hair and mournful screams. The eternal sword intent, the radiant sword light, and the mournful roar of the hundreds of men in grey when they were destroyed all appeared in front of Dugu sword demon. Dugu is immortal, the sword intent is eternal. Dugu sword demon raised his head to the sky and roared mournfully. The eternal sword light suddenly sank into his body. Dugu, Dugu. At this moment, Dugu sword demon, who was as cold as iron, burst into tears like rain, and blood and tears stained his clothes red. Ah! Dugu sword demon broke off the iron sword and started running in the primitive barren mountain, roaring like a wild beast. Dugu sword demon is crazy. In a very short moment, all his long black hair turned into white hair, dazzling like white snow. Thousands of miles away, Xiao Chen was fighting against the ancestor gods of other worlds. Dugu Sword Demon has gone mad 7 times in just 1 hour. In the end, he jumped into an abyss, which is the legendary pit of thousands of people. Legend has it that in the last history of civilization, tens of thousands of monks were pitted and killed here, just to break the peerless formation of the curse world. Brothers and sisters, please vote for support and call for recommendation tickets. Chapter 531 The Mysterious Curse Realm. Dugu Sword Demon was sober sometimes mad, and went mad 7 times in just 1 hour, and finally jumped into an abyss, which was the legendary thousands of people, and disappeared. The mighty and glorious Dugu family's demise is really a sad song, and more than 100 heroes struggled in front of the ancestor gods, and they all perished physically and spiritually. The primitive mountains shook violently, wild beasts were galloping, and fierce birds were singing. The battle thousands of miles away has spread to this place. It was Xiao Chen's battle against Leng Xingyi, the ancestor god of another world. Leng Xingyi was like a statue, sitting cross-legged in the void. The mantras all over the sky really emerged, as if they were cast from molten iron. His use of spells has reached a state of perfection, which is why he stays in the spell world. The stars shine in the sky. With Leng Xingyi's soft drink, hundreds of millions of gods in the sky condensed, and a miniature starry sky emerged between his hands. He stretched it lightly and zoomed in quickly, covering Xiao Chen in it. This is the first manifestation of the divine principle of understanding all worlds. Any spell is extremely terrifying, and it can restrain the great power of the world and control the star world. This is something Xiao Chen can't do at present. However, his physical strength is comparable to that of an ancestor god. 30 battle swords slashed vertically and horizontally. The dazzling sword light shattered the starry sky and quickly rushed out of the prison. Draw the ground as a prison. Leng Xingyi's use of incantations has reached the pinnacle. With a swipe of his hand, or a light drink, the forbidden method that can block the ancestor gods will be summoned. With the void as the source and the divine law as the foundation, a sky prison was constructed in the void, and Xiao Chen was sealed inside. The cold iron pillars were specially set up for the ancestor gods, and it was difficult for divine soldiers to break them. Every piece of divine iron began to shine, and began to refine Xiao Chen in the dungeon. Break it. At this moment, Xiao Chen was shocked violently, and 6 sky monuments appeared in front of him and behind him. They were as huge as a mountain, and they continued to grow crazily. With a bang, he broke through the sky prison and regained his freedom. Heavenly fire refines the gods. Leng Xingyi was still in the ancient well, sitting cross-legged in the sky, and with his soft drink, purple flames all over the sky were summoned, engulfing Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen stood in the void, and 8 hazy worlds emerged around him, engulfing the endless purple flames, making it impossible to get close to his body. Death Slash. A black underworld knife was as high as the sky, cut through the curse world, divided one into 2, and slashed towards Xiao Chen. The dark mist surged, driving the power of endless death, engulfing the 10 directions. Leng Xingyi has comprehended the gods of the myriad realms, can summon the great power of the world at will, and has endless spells to deal with the ancestor gods. He sees that Xiao Chen has cultivated the battle body, and intends to grind him to death. Simply speaking, this kind of spell attack is not very terrifying, but the accumulation of endless spells and continuous reincarnation is fatal to Zanzu. The endless killing moves are exhausting. You also try my method. Xiao Chen naturally saw the other party's intentions, broke through forcibly, used his body to supplement the divine map, condensed an incomplete formation map, and rushed towards Leng Xingyi. Mysterious power burst forth mightily, shaking the vibrating curse world. Even though Leng Xingyi's spells were advanced, he still had to concentrate on it at this moment. He had already suffered a big loss from the array before, and he didn't want to be crushed into pieces for the second time. Fantasy space. Leng Xingyi couldn't keep calm anymore. He who was originally sitting cross-legged in the void, moved like lightning, walked through hundreds of dimensions, avoiding Xiao Chen's divine map. Boom. In this regard, Xiao Chen didn't use any fancy tricks, and directly used the divine map to shatter the 100-dimensional space, returning everything to its original source, and shaking Leng Xingyi hard. The fierce battle was going on in the world of curses. This was the first time Xiao Chen really challenged the ancestor god head-on. There was no cunning, it was all based on strength. The battle has lasted for 2 full hours, but the two have not yet decided the winner, and the life and death duel has entered a fierce battle. This made Xiao Chen have to re-evaluate the strength of the ancestor god-level powerhouse. Boom. The broken divine map rotated, shattered and invincible, crushing half of Leng Xingyi's body, but failed to completely cover it after all. Ancestral god-level powerhouses are immortal and indestructible through the ages, but they can be regenerated with even a trace of vitality, not to mention only destroying half of their bodies. Despite being severely injured, Leng Xingyi recovered immediately with mysterious spells, and his gaze became even colder. Spirit and flesh are separated, and life and death are boundless. At this moment, Leng Xingyi finally drank such an ancient magic spell. He saw Xiao Chen's weakness, the endless divine splendor bloomed, and shrouded Xiao Chen away. This is to forcibly separate Xiao Chen's battle spirit and body, divide and kill. Leng Xingyi, as an immortal ancestor god of another world, has such sharp eyesight. He has already seen that Xiao Chen's physical strength is outrageous, but his spiritual consciousness is far from reaching the realm of ancestor god. If you want to kill him, you can only start from this point, separate his body and mind, destroy his soul first, and naturally solve this Xiao Chen fundamentally. This is a terrible taboo spell that deprives people of their souls and turns their bodies into walking dead. The addition of mysterious power enveloped Xiao Chen, and this was also the time when he was weakest, because after smashing half of Leng Xingyi's body with the divine map, the incomplete array just disappeared, and Leng Xingyi keenly caught the fighter. The surging mysterious magic power is quite different from the supernatural combat skills. It exudes the power of evil spirits, and seems to directly act on the origin of human beings. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt that his soul was unstable, and he was about to leave his body. For a short moment, he couldn't concentrate his spiritual thoughts to activate the reappearance of the divine map. Eternal separation of soul and flesh, deprivation. The light in Leng Xingyi's eyes was like electricity, bright and dazzling, and the power of evil spirits seemed to rush directly into Xiao Chen's original source, forcibly depriving his half-ancestor's spiritual consciousness and soul power. Boom! Xiao Chen's body trembled violently, and his soul rushed out of his body wrapped in divine consciousness, unsteady. At this moment, Leng Xingyi ruthlessly turned his right hand down, as if a million gods descended at the same time. Boom! The sky is falling apart. The giant hand covered the sky and turned into an endless mountain of gods. If it is suppressed, Xiao Chen will be obliterated. Suddenly, the colorful light shines brightly, and the treasure tree suspended above Xiao Chen's head bursts into radiant radiance. Kiki hiding inside sacrifices her treasure, the colorful jade bowl. KK mysteries, melting the world. Although the voice of the little thing is very immature, but at this moment he is extremely serious. The colorful light is shining, the jade bowl is spinning rapidly, and there are 7 ancestor dragon spirits and 1 ancestor spirit around him. The roar of the ancestral dragon was deafening, and the jade bowl shot up into the sky, gathering the endless mountain into it. Leng Xingyi frowned at that time. The huge divine palm he rolled down was partially melted. The 7-colored jade bowl could have been the supreme treasure of the supreme ancestor god. It contained endless sources of gods, and even such heaven-defying gods as eternal light. A small jade bowl is indeed the supreme treasure. Even though the little thing has not reached the realm of the ancestor gods, it can still exert more than half of the power of the jade bowl by driving the spirit of the ancestor gods in the colorful sacred tree. Boom! At this moment, Xiao Chen's spiritual consciousness returned to its place, and the light of his body flourished. KK won him a valuable opportunity. With a powerful body comparable to that of an ancestor god, Xiao Chen rushed up, smashing all obstacles, and the broken formation had condensed out, sweeping towards Leng Xingyi. The mysterious mighty force, earth-shattering, shattered the endless dimensional space without a sound, and chased directly in front of Leng Xingyi. The blood filled the sky, the blood of the ancestor gods stained the sky and the earth red, and the incomplete divine map shattered Leng Xingyi's body, leaving only a head that pierced through the void and left. Xiao Chen didn't expect Leng Xingyi to escape like this, and didn't make a final life and death showdown with him. Even though this battle did not decide the final life and death, it still shook the entire curse world. Xiao Chen resisted the ancestor god of another world. This kind of combat power is really shocking. Many monks who fled here wanted to rush, but they all suppressed the urge. After all, the ancestor gods from other worlds were watching like wild beasts. The shattered mountains and rivers, the sword marks one after another recorded the unyieldingness of Dugu's lineage, and a powerful family was wiped out like this. Xiao Chen pulled up a huge mountain thousands of meters high with one hand, cut it into a huge monument with his hands, carved the word, Dugu, stood silently for a while, and then left. Xiao Chen rushed into the depths of the curse world, and there are desolate no man's land everywhere, and he felt abnormal in this world. The legendary giant formation that had a great influence on the ancestor gods made him feel a little uneasy. A figure soared into the sky from the primitive mountain range, flying towards this direction. When the long bell rang, Wu Mingtu merged with the immortal emperor's divine clock. His whole body was covered by the golden divine clock, and flew over. Next to him, Wu Shaoxi was still following. You didn't take the ancestral dragon boat to leave. Xiao Chen was very surprised. It is said that Wu Ming has extraordinary aptitude and should belong to a potential master, but he also stayed. Hearing these words, Wu Ming suddenly became furious. There was a divine fire dancing on his head. He gritted his teeth and said, "We boarded the divine ship, but in the end we were grabbed by the divine stick of the mark of martial arts and jumped down together." Wu Shaoxi was also full of frustration, and sighed beside him. Xiao Chen was startled, and then laughed out loud without sympathy, saying, "Fate, otherwise how could we meet again?" Wu Ming's forehead was full of black lines, but he couldn't attack it in front of the nemesis. The divine bell that was one with him rang, shaking the surrounding mountains. The magic stick said that we were invincible magic skills, but he left the formula and ran away. This can be passed on to us on the ancestral dragon boat. Whenever Wu Ming thought of being dragged off the ancestor dragon boat by the old magic stick, Wu Ming felt the urge to vomit blood. Xiao Chen patted Wu Ming's shoulder and said, "Heaven will send a great mission to the people, so you must first work hard." Wu Ming obtained part of the eternal light to temper his body in the most evil place. After more than 30 years, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. If you continue to cultivate at this speed, your future is limitless. Of course, the premise is not to fall by accident. At this moment, the figures in the distant sky flickered, and several familiar figures flew over, and Xiao Chen recognized them. It was the former top young masters, Meng Xinyan, Shui Wu, Zhao Chongyang, and Kang Hai who came hand in hand. After many years, they have entered the realm of perfection. Behind them, there were two lively little lawless, Linglong and Tutu. The two pink little guys seemed to never grow up, and they ran towards Kiki happily. Xiao Chen was silent for a while. Huangdi didn't even send his two young daughters to the ancestral dragon boat. It was really selfless. There are many mysterious ruins in the cursed world, many of which are difficult for humans and gods to set foot in, and there are several large areas that only affect the mind of the ancestor gods, and have no effect on monks of other ranks. The boundless primitive mountains are like thousands of ancestral dragons running across the land. Brutal beasts are rampant in the dense virgin forest. At this moment, Xiao Chen and the others came to an important place and had a deep understanding. Although he was close to Zanzu and not the real ancestor god, he still felt uneasy. At this moment, he saw a few more acquaintances in this important place. Tati, with long blonde hair, was in a good mood, not at all worried about the coming of the end of the world, leisurely wandering around the beautiful monks. What made Xiao Chen even more dumbfounded was that Bo Shi was really shaved, with a bald head and a solemn treasure. However, what made people angry was that he was actually holding a 2-year-old child. Oh, no, or the little monk, because the little guy also has a bald head. The 2-year-old toddler is really small, but his big bright eyes shone with shrewdness. He winked at Xiao Chen mischievously, and then clasped his hands together, reciting the Buddha's name, Omi Tofu. Looking at the two bald heads, one big and one small, Xiao Chen really didn't know what to say. His face was full of astonishment. KK flew over curiously, touched the big bald head, and then touched the small bald head, but the little bald head was very dissatisfied, and glared at KK while yelling, "Omega Tofu." Tati smiled wickedly, flicked his long blonde hair, and glanced to the side with his eyes. It was only then that Xiao Chen noticed that a graceful and extremely quiet woman stood quietly beside Bo Shi, like a lotus flower rolling with dewdrops. Omi Tofu, Mom. Xiao Chen's chin almost fell to the ground in shock at the childish words of the little bald head. Bo Shi is married, the woman named Miaoqi in front of him is his wife, and the young monk is their child. This is so speechless. You unruly monk. Xiao Chen looked at Bo Shi and wanted to laugh. However, he soon realized that he had wrongly blamed Bo Shi. It turned out that the so-called shaving was just to commemorate his brother Yijun, not a real monk. Because Bo Shi hasn't really come out of the shadow of the past, and can't let go of the fact that his brother died because of him, it can be seen that he is an extremely emotional person. Xiao Chen saw some acquaintances again, such as Chu Xingquang, Wei Dao, Wu Xingfeng, Yao Yao. They all fled to the curse world. At this moment, when Xiao Chen stepped into the central area of this important place, the uneasiness in his heart became more intense. No, I have to get out of here. Xiao Chen felt very bad. Thinking of the rumors, the world of curses can trap ancestor god-level powerhouses, and he felt that he could not stay here for a long time. However, before he could act, a powerful force suddenly surged up from the ground cracked, rocks splashed, and the primitive mountain range collapsed. A huge abyss suddenly appeared among the mountains. It was unfathomable, dark, and the bottom could not be seen. Others were not affected, only Xiao Chen fell down. Xiao Chen secretly thought it was bad luck. It was supposed to deal with the huge array of ancestor gods from other worlds. Why did it start against him? The wind whistled, the black mist billowed, thicker and misty below. However, Xiao Chen is no longer an ordinary strong man, his body is comparable to that of an ancestor god. He opened his eyes and stared down. Suddenly, his expression froze, and in a trance, he saw a huge celestial monument suppressed in the abyss, and it seemed that it was not a celestial monument, but other huge artifacts, vaguely, and there were giant creatures running. Chapter 532 Ancestral God Corpses. One by one. The mountains collapsed, and a huge black hole appeared in the mountains. It was unfathomable, and the black mist billowed, getting darker as it went down. It was like a huge beast opening its ferocious mouth, waiting for people to jump into it by itself. A powerful force tore Xiao Chen and brought him down continuously. With his current strength, if he breaks through forcefully, he can also stop the downward trend. However, he accidentally found a suspected sky monument, and he wanted to go down to see the truth. Ah! A muffled roar came from the depths of the ground, a huge monster was roaring, and at the same time, a thunderbolt struck upwards. Click! The strange blood-colored lightning pierced through the void and rushed towards Xiao Chen. With the help of a faint divine light, he saw a huge horned monster flashing and disappearing below. Boom! Xiao Chen blocked with his arm, his powerful body was comparable to that of the ancestor god, and the bloody lightning collapsed in front of him, but at the same time Xiao Chen felt a burst of electricity rushing through his forearm, making him feel a little numb. This surprised him quite a bit. The body that was close to the battle body was numb by the lightning. It is conceivable that the abnormality of the wild beast is probably not an ordinary beast. Flashing edge. Suddenly there was the sound of flapping wings in the sky, and then Xiao Chen felt dark clouds cover the top, and a huge shadow shrouded him. It was a huge strange bird with no feathers all over its body, and its whole body was covered with glistening black scales. It was ferocious, and its killing intent swept across. The strong wind blew, blowing Xiao Chen's long hair into a mess, and the black winds were like magic knives, cutting on Xiao Chen's strong body with a clang sound. The terrifying strange bird has half ancestral strength and extraordinary power. If it wasn't for its beak, Xiao Chen would really have thought that this huge monster covered with black scales was a pterosaur king. The sharp bird claws are like iron hooks, shining with icy light in the darkness, tearing through the void, and grabbing forward. Kai! There was a piercing sound, each sharp claw was as thick as a millstone, full of murderous aura, and haunting, shrouded Xiao Chen under Leng Sensen's giant claws. Just after entering the abyss, he encountered a powerful monster bird of half-ancestor level in the outer area, which made Xiao Chen have to be vigilant. He didn't dodge, stretched out his left arm to block, but the battle clothes of ancestral iron god did not emerge, the treasure body shone with bronze light, and the pure physical strength shattered the void. Boom! Xiao Chen's arm shattered the black iron claw all of a sudden, and then with a wave of one arm, he grabbed the huge monster that covered the sky. The body comparable to that of an ancestor god showed terrifying explosive power at this moment. Xiao Chen violently shook his arm, tearing this powerful half-ancestor level strange bird into the void. Killing a half-ancestor level powerhouse with bare hands, this is his current terrifying strength. The black scales splattered everywhere, but there was no blood splashing. Xiao Chen's expression froze, and he felt for a moment that this strange bird was not a real-life body, but a manifestation of a powerful mysterious force. Click! His left arm swung upwards, completely crushing the strange bird covered in black scales, making it disappear over the abyss. This is just an appetizer, but it has reached the level of a half-ancestor, so Xiao Chen has to be on high alert. Moo! A dull roar came from the abyss, and at this moment, a huge monster suddenly rose into the sky and rushed towards Xiao Chen. It was like a hill, the cold eyes were the size of a house, and the huge horns were sharper than a magic knife. A monster in the shape of a reckless ox showed its real body. It was blood red, as if carved from blood agate, and had a pair of huge blood wings. Xiao Chen struck out with both fists and threw it forward. When the iron fist of the Zanzu level hit the Mang ox heavily, but it made a loud sound like a drum beating, and the abyss shook for a while, but the bloody angry ox only trembled a few times and was not smashed. The powerful body is beyond Xiao Chen's imagination, it is obviously close to Zanzu's body. He is simply a demon ancestor. What is this place? Before reaching the bottom of the abyss, Xiao Chen was surprised to meet such a powerful creature. The blood-colored reckless ox is obviously infinitely close to Zan Zhu with its tyrannical body. Could it be that this is the Niu Zhu among the Zan Zhu of the 12 zodiac signs? Xiao Chen was quite shocked. The blood-colored bull is as big as a mountain, and two blood lights that are several tens of feet long spew out from its nose. That is its powerful aura, and one can imagine the terrifying power contained in its body. Boom! Stepping on the void with 4 feet, it pressed down like a huge mountain, and two huge horns like long knives were as red as blood, and pointed towards Xiao Chen. Moo! The Mang Ox roared like a tsunami, making the mountains tremble. Dang dang! 2 celestial monuments appeared between Xiao Chen's hands, and he shook the 2 sharp horns that were as red as blood. However, the terrifying horns of the scarlet Mang Bull were not broken at all, but Xiao Chen's arms were really numb. The veritable ancestor of the bull demon, physically powerful, a mess. Boom! The mountain-like Mang Ox shook its body, knocking Xiao Chen flying, stomping with all 4 hooves, shattering the void. The Mang Ox's strength was like a tsunami, sending out bursts of visible beams. Could this Mang Ox really be the ancestor of the Zodiac? Xiao Chen was puzzled. Why did the ancestor seem to have lost his mind, or it was just the corpse of the ancestor? Around Xiao Chen slowly emerged 6 celestial monuments, each as tall as a mountain, with an imposing aura, as if the real celestial monument emerged. The moment the Mang Ox charged, the 6-sided sky tablet was suppressed at the same time, and with a loud boom, the blood-colored ox was smashed into the abyss, but its powerful body was still not broken. What is in the abyss? Xiao Chen's curiosity was really aroused. Even the battle body suspected to be Niu Zhu appeared. What more amazing discoveries could be made? When he got here, he used his profound arts to the extreme state, and the 6-sided sky monument protected him in the center, and slowly descended. The black mist surged, and there was a huge sense of oppression from below, as if a ferocious troll was looking up at the sky, ready to shatter the sky at any time. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt his scalp go numb, and he heard the sound of thousands of wings vibrating, and the evil power made his spine chill. Like metal plates rubbing against each other, the vibrato reverberated like a spell, making one's head crack. A dark cloud quickly formed, and in the darkness, pairs of blood-red eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty fierce light, quickly drowning towards Xiao Chen. They were a group of extremely strange creatures, gleaming black. Although they were only 1 foot long, they were very dragon-like in shape, with a vigorous feeling, and there were transparent wings on both sides of their bodies, like thousands of small ancestral dragons flapping their wings. In the dark clouds all over the sky, a dragon shadow gathered together, like a magic bat, bloodthirsty like life, rushing towards Xiao Chen. At the moment of approaching, each dragon-shaped creature turned into a black dagger, piercing towards Xiao Chen. The black light was breathtaking. Dang dang! Thousands of little ancestral dragon-like creatures collided violently with the 6-faced steel, making one's eardrums shatter. Their bodies are extremely strong, piercing through the condensed 6-sided sky monument, destroying it, and causing the 6 towering monuments to fall apart. Xiao Chen was taken aback. Could it be that the little Zulong really failed? He actually has such a terrifying power and is almost invincible. Even if his strong body comparable to that of the ancestor god is submerged, he will probably be pierced through. The mysterious creature gleaming with black light was constantly switching between black daggers and dragon-shaped creatures. The sound of flapping wings was creepy, and it emitted extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. Thousands of pairs of bloodthirsty eyes were fixed on Xiao Chen. Clang clang! Xiao Chen stretched out his right hand and grabbed it forward, wanting to grab a few of them alone, and take a closer look to find the weak point. The sound of flapping wings pierced the eardrums, and the black creatures in the shape of a few small ancestral dragons shrouded in their hands collided fiercely, making piercing metal trills, as if they were sharpening a sword. Xiao Chen's palms were extremely painful, and traces of blood oozed out. It is conceivable how terrible it would be if thousands of them collided at the same time, and it might not be a problem to penetrate the ancestor god. When the facts came true, all the creatures that looked like little ancestral dragons turned into black light, charged towards Xiao Chen, all over the sky, drowning him all at once. At this moment, Xiao Chen quickly emerged into the world of 8 phases, separating them. It's just that this can't solve the problem at all. His strongest body now is comparable to the ancestor god. As for the supernatural power, there is a big gap with the ancestor god. Even though the world of 8 phases is unrivaled supernatural power, it has not reached the Mahayana realm after all, and it is not the time to shine, and it can't help the terrifying supernatural power of the ancestor god level. Almost in an instant, the eight-phase world was pierced by thousands of black daggers, and all the black creatures that looked like little ancestral dragons gathered at one point, killing Xiao Chen. There was no other way, he could only activate the battle sword to summon the incomplete divine map. The misty map slowly rotated, and the vast power burst out. Boom! All the black creatures that came over were shattered, turned into bits and pieces, and scattered in the abyss. This is the terrifying power of Shintu. It was just a surprising thing happened. Almost in an instant, tens of thousands of dragon-shaped creatures reorganized their bodies, condensed together again, emerged, and rushed towards him again. Court death. He cleared the way with 30 war swords, crushed them with the broken formation, swept across, and the 1-foot-long dragon-shaped corpses fell densely in the sky, and then exploded. Even the soul was crushed. However, the shattered dragon-shaped creature reassembled the next moment, and its soul slowly recovered. Xiao Chen was shocked, and immediately frowned. These creatures are quite evil. It seems to have an eternal immortal body. Although the body and spirit are completely destroyed after being hit, it can still be resurrected infinitely, which is really weird. Even if the ancestor god is here, I am afraid that he will be exhausted. A single little dragon-shaped creature is not scary, but when gathered together, there is a vaguely demonic power, which really threatens Xiao Chen. As a last resort, Xiao Chen combined the broken formation with his body, swept across the sky, and repeatedly crushed and killed. Boom! After smashing all the dragon-shaped creatures for the 7th time, the abyss returned to tranquility, and they finally receded like a tide. Still immortal, Xiao Chen followed from a distance. He really wanted to know what kind of background these dragon creatures had. Suddenly, a vast pressure rose to the sky, and he saw a huge monument standing in the abyss. And those dragon-shaped creatures all flew towards the steel, and the black light shone, imprinted on the body of the steel. That is, numerous and mysterious patterns. Xiao Chen was extremely surprised. Those powerful dragon-shaped creatures had such a history. It was the patterns on the steel that manifested. The imprint is like a dragon or a snake, with iron hooks and silver strokes, vigorous and powerful. No wonder it manifests as a dragon, no wonder it is immortal. As long as the monuments are immortal, they will not be extinct at all. Even though he knew their origin, Xiao Chen still couldn't hide his surprise. The pattern on the steel actually appeared in form, like a living body. This is something that has never happened before in the steel. The suspected reappearance of the Niu Zhu, the appearance of the pattern on the Tianbei, all of these seem extraordinary. After walking through the thick black fog, Xiao Chen finally landed at the bottom of the abyss. Below is a huge black lake. The dark water of the lake is like a flat black stone, without any fluctuations, and it is dead silent. It can be said that it is simply a huge black dead lake. Looming indistinctly, Xiao Chen felt a burst of cold and evil energy leaking from the black dead lake, full of the breath of death. It is hard to imagine where this black dead lake leads to such a terrifying scene. In the middle of the huge lake, there is an island, on which stands a huge sky monument. The fog is surging, and the monument is hazy. Xiao Chen frowned. Every place suppressed by the Tianbei is not a good place, but this place is especially evil. As powerful as he is now, he is close to Zanzu, and he is also restless. There is a strange mysterious force affecting him. From a distance, there seems to be an extremely huge corpse on the hazy island. Xiao Chen approached cautiously, flew over the black dead lake, and came to the giant island. When he saw the hazy figure of the corpse, he was startled. Besides the mountain-like ox that had manifested just now, there was also a corpse of an ancestor dragon like a rolling mountain. That's right, it's the real ancestral dragon, lying here. It was a black ancestral dragon, with a huge body like a mountain, cut into 6 or 7 sections, and a terrifying claw hole appeared on the dragon's head, and the soul in the head was grabbed and died. This is really appalling, piercing through the head of the ancestral dragon, taking away its primordial spirit, and letting it fall here. This method is really terrifying and breathtaking. Although I don't know how many years have passed, the body of the ancestor dragon lying here is not rotten, and there is a large area of dragon blood shining on the ground. Next to the huge corpse of the ancestor dragon, there were several broken bodies. The ground was stained red with blood, and a little bit of divine splendor was also shining. It was the corpse of the ancestor god. In some cases, only the lower half of the body was left, and the upper half of the body was crushed into a pulp by someone's slap, and the big handprint left behind could be clearly seen, and the blood was overflowing, which was shocking. In some cases, only a head remained, and the torso underneath was completely wiped out, completely obliterated by people with terrifying divine power. As for the preserved parts, the flesh and blood are still there, and the blood is bright red and drips all over the ground. These people seem to have been killed not long ago. Chapter 533 Abyss Treasure. Huge dragon corpses lie here. It pierced through the head of the ancestral dragon and killed its primordial spirit. The white brain was mixed with blood. On the broken dragon head, the terrifying claw-shaped hole was shocking. There is also the corpse of the ancestor god that was crushed into a fleshy pulp, with fingerprints clearly left on the collapsed flesh shell, blood and water overflowing, leaving only a head that lost its primordial spirit, staring at its eyes, soaked in blood. It can be said that Xiao Chen was shocked to the extreme at this moment. They were corpses of ancestor gods one after another. You must know that in the history of a civilization, there are not many ancestor gods born, but here are 5 of them. All were killed by horrific means. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt an extremely dangerous aura coming from behind. Crash! In the originally calm black dead lake, the water splashed in the middle, and the black mist made people feel chills down the spine, forming a whirlwind and quickly rolled ashore. Xiao Chen left an afterimage on the spot, rushed thousands of feet away, and looked back intently. Boom! The fog billowed, and black waves washed over the island. The black lake, which was still lifeless just now, suddenly surged and rolled towards Xiaochen on the island. Everything happened so suddenly, from extreme stillness to extreme movement happened in an instant. It can be clearly seen that a pair of blood-colored eyes are as huge as a house, staring at Xiao Chen ferociously, and a big black hand covered the sky, and grabbed it. Brush! Xiao Chen disappeared on the spot and rushed to the sky. Boom! Big black waves were churning, and the dead lake condensed endless evil and death aura, pouring into the sky and submerging Xiao Chen. And the terrifying black figure in the lake stood up even more, with bloody eyes shining brightly, and 2 big black hands directly piercing the sky and the earth. The power of the gods cannot be guessed. Each black finger shone with an icy luster, and each of them was more than 10 feet long, not to mention the majestic and tall body, which gave people a majestic feeling. Crack the sky with 10 fingers. Ancestral god-level coercion. Xiao Chen held half of the stone bone in his palm, and instantly condensed a divine image. His body immediately became confused, and he rushed down, ready to launch a shocking blow. The incomplete divine map. The light is not blazing, but it has the terrifying power to make the world tremble. Boom! Xiao Chen used his body to make up the picture and suppressed it. The half-stone bone in his hand blocked the big black hand covering the sky in front of him. The divine power of the riot was silently absorbed. At the same time, Shintu vibrated and crushed towards the huge black shadow in the monstrous black waves. Boom! The black waves were suddenly broken by the shock, and the thick breath of death exploded, condensing into a tangible terrifying fog, dancing like a group of demons. Shintu slowly rotated and suppressed. Boom! The boundless black mist was also shaken away. Xiao Chen condensed the divine map with his body, and landed on the huge black shadow. Up to now, the dead lake has receded, the black mist has dispersed, and the giant can be seen clearly. This is a giant with a height of hundreds of feet. His skin is black and translucent, like polished black iron, and he has an explosive sense of strength. However, there is no life fluctuation on his body, his head has already been pierced, and the inside is empty. The disheveled hair was dozens of feet long and hung upside down like a huge iron chain. Although it had been soaked in the dead lake for many years, it was still stained with brains and blood, which was shocking. This is the ancestor god of another world. Xiao Chen made a judgment immediately, because he could tell from the pattern on the broken battle suit on the opponent's body that it was a foreign world style. The divine map is coming. Boom! Half of the giant's body was shattered, blood spattered and turned into fly ash. A strong evil spirit rushed out from the giant's body, turning into a monster roaring in the sky. The evil spirit enters the body, and the evil spirit produced. After Xiao Chen saw the demon clearly, his heart trembled. This dead lake is too evil. The evil spirit in the lake can condense such a powerful monster, and after occupying the flesh shell of the ancestor god from another world, it has exerted such terrifying power. Boom! The broken divine map spun and shattered the demon in the sky at once, while half the flesh shell of the ancestor god from another world fell down on the island with a bang. The 6th corpse of the ancestor god. Xiao Chen felt cold in his heart. This place is really evil. However, when he recognized that this corpse was the flesh shell of an ancestor god from another world, he felt a little better. Not all ancestor gods from Kyushu. I haven't looked carefully just now, maybe the other corpses also contain the flesh shells of ancestor gods from other worlds. The dead lake has returned to calm. It is so peaceful and quiet that it is almost terrifying. Xiao Chen always felt that this evil spirit must have a great origin. It couldn't have been produced out of thin air. If it was really emanating from a powerful existence, then dead lake would really make one's scalp tingle. He landed on the island, walked to the corpses of several ancestor gods, and began to look at them seriously. Zulong is undoubtedly the ancestor god of Kyushu, and that huge mountain-like bull, if nothing unexpected, should also be the ancestor of the 12 zodiac signs of Kyushu. The bloody bull looked a little abnormal, because it didn't have any wounds on its body. But it was indeed dead, leaving only a powerful flesh shell, and it was obviously possessed by an evil spirit when it rushed to the sky not long ago. Xiao Chen saw a line of immemorial writing on the ground next to it. Falling into the abyss at the time of death, ancestor gods fell here long ago. The Niu ancestor among the 12 zodiac war ancestors actually fell here later. One can imagine how long ago the other ancestor gods who fell here were. It is not a strong man in the history of this civilization at all. I am afraid that it can be traced back to the long history. Looking carefully at several ancient corpses, Xiao Chen finally confirmed that apart from the black giant flesh shell that rushed out of the dead lake, there were 2 other ancestor gods from other worlds. Because there are scattered fragments of the battle suit left in the blood mud, Xiao Chen's current level of cultivation can naturally restore its original appearance, and the pattern is the style of another world. They may have had earth-shattering battles here, but it is hard to say whether they all died here together, or if another terrorist took action. After watching carefully, Xiao Chen felt cold in his heart. These people were either pierced through their heads by sharp claws, or their flesh shells were wiped out by big handprints. It was really direct and tragic. It seems that this shocking war did not last long, and it ended quickly. Slowly, the light in Xiao Chen's eyes became hot, and the flesh shells of the ancestor gods in front of him could be said to be several huge treasures. He mastered the taboo and evil chapter created by the martial ancestor, Holy Sacrifice. The Holy Sacrifice, practicing against the sky, seems to be following the sky, but in fact, the behavior is even more against the sky. Sacrifice one's own body to achieve other things in the outside world. It's completely deceiving the sky, it's going against the sky, and it's taking the world's good fortune. Although Xiao Chen's body is close to that of the Zanzu, it is not the real Zanzu after all. There are several flesh shells of the ancestor gods here, and all of them are sacrificed, and the essence of the flesh shells of the ancestor gods is sacrificed, which is enough for him to achieve the supreme treasure body. At this moment, the originally unmoving celestial monument suddenly shook, revealing a vast and unpredictable divine power. Kiki's screams came from the sky. The little thing also flew down, but was suppressed by the Tianbei. Xiao Chen soared into the sky in an instant, just in time to see the funny KK, who locked himself inside with the enlarged jade bowl, and then waved the colorful holy tree outward from time to time. The Tianbei shook with an extremely terrifying divine power, shaking the colorful sacred tree and the jade bowl, about to crush them. Xiao Chen descended into the abyss first, but the Tianbei did not suppress him, which seemed to indicate that the cultivation of the Tianbei Xuanfa was approved. With a small jade bowl on her head, KK, who was as white as jade, emerged from behind the colorful sacred tree angrily. Xiao Chen hurriedly stopped it. With him at the side now, the Tianbei no longer suppressed it, and calmed down. Yeah, yip. Kiki waved her little paw angrily at the Tianbei, not convinced at all. It was very annoyed at being forced into such a mess just now. Landing in the abyss with a small thing, Kiki's big eyes widened suddenly when she saw the flesh shells of the ancestor gods on the island. She was very surprised. At this moment, the body of the ancestral dragon that had been cut into several sections suddenly rushed out with a little brilliance, and gathered towards Kiki. Xiao Chen was startled. Zulong's body contained extremely powerful mysterious power, and he rushed towards Kiki on his own. It was really strange. Yeah, the little thing was shocked at the beginning, nervously enlarged the small jade bowl, and clasped it on his body. He didn't relax until he found that the shining light was very soft. How could this be? Xiao Chen showed a strange expression. But at this moment Kiki is enjoying it very much, floating comfortably in the sky, letting Shenhui shine on her snow-white body. The appearance of the little thing makes people laugh a little bit. The colorful little jade bowl has shrunk, and it is put on the head like a hat. Xiao Chen needs to use the holy sacrificial method of the Wuzu Ziaji chapter to be able to deceive the sky, sacrifice the divine splendor in the flesh shell of the ancestor god, and surpass the world. However, at this moment, the essence in Zulong's corpse flowed backwards and gathered towards Kiki, which is really unreasonable. So sleepy. Kiki narrowed her eyes and muttered lazily, feeling a little drowsy. It rolled over comfortably in the void, and then fell asleep. This was too fast. The little thing curled up into a fluffy ball, its long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and it slept super sweetly. Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. It's okay, even lying in the void can fall asleep. The essence flowing out of the ancestral dragon's meat shell did not stop, but accelerated more and more, and the divine light was dazzling, submerging Kiki inside. Slowly, a colorful light cocoon quickly formed, wrapping Kiki inside. Through the colorful light cocoon, it can be seen that there are light spots of various colors flashing on Kiki's body, and there are more and more scales, and there are 2 small protrusions on the head. Xiao Chen was in doubt, but sensing that the little thing's divine power was getting stronger and stronger, he finally felt relieved, and then slowly walked towards the Tianbei. At this moment, he was very excited, because this was a brand new celestial monument, which was quite different from the ones he had seen before. The imprints on it have patterns and mysterious ancient characters, not all meridian patterns as seen before. That kind of ancient prose is vigorous and powerful, with iron hooks and silver strokes, really like little ancestral dragons. To Xiao Chen, this is too precious. The pictures and texts on the Tianbei plus the meat shells of the ancestral gods are simply a huge treasure for him. While Xiao Chen was watching, a huge stone at the base of the stele suddenly trembled, and a huge head popped out abruptly. Chapter 534 Zulong doesn't meet each other. Without warning, Xiao Chen, who was as powerful as now, hadn't felt its existence before. The Tianbei is so terrifying that even the ancestor gods can almost be suppressed. There are tyrannical creatures hidden among the piles of rocks at its foundation, which is beyond Xiao Chen's expectation. An old gray-brown tortoise, its body is really like a fossil, no difference from the surrounding rocks, extremely irregular, potholes, and huge nicks crisscrossing. It's almost like a big weather-beaten rock in the middle of the rubble. This old tortoise, maybe it can really be called a stone tortoise, its physique is almost no different from that of a fossil. It gives people the feeling of a very long time ago, as if it has existed for endless years. The body is not particularly exaggeratedly huge, it can be as big as 3 millstones put together. This living creature, Xiao Chen was really taken aback, and quickly stepped back a few steps. The old stone tortoise's body was covered with cracks, and the tortoise's shell was covered with fried patterns, as if it would shatter at any moment. Xiao Chen faced each other so nervously, but it was leisurely, poking its head, looking very funny. Chugolma, Xiao Chen felt that he was nervous for nothing. Although this old tortoise was hidden under the foundation of the Tianbei and was very evil, he did not show any murderous aura. The fossil-like old tortoise wobbled, shook off the rocks very slowly, and then slowly crawled out, as tired as it could be. Shaking, wobbling, the old stone tortoise staggered, looked east and west, poked its head, swayed here and there as if drunk. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a leisurely and contented look, without paying attention to Xiao Chen in front of him. It is better than taking a walk in the courtyard. This old stone turtle really put on a show, treating Xiao Chen as heir. In the end, he wobbled and walked towards Kiki. Clang! Xiao Chen immediately drew out a battle sword and placed it in front of him, blocking the strange-looking stone turtle. Cough. Old Gui was very calm, coughed lightly, and said, "Put that toothpick aside, and don't fiddle with it in front of me." ###. Xiao Chen really wanted to slash it with 2 swords. This old turtle who can speak people's words is really annoying, and he regards the magic sword as a toothpick. Let's go, don't get in the way. Shi Gui swayed leisurely, and the old god was there, walking forward calmly. With a sound of clang, Xiao Chen stuck his sword on the ground and said, "I don't care what kind of monster you are not allowed to come forward, otherwise don't blame me for picking your teeth." Kiki is undergoing astonishing changes, he doesn't want this strange stone turtle to get close, it will be too late if something bad happens. Cut, are you afraid of you? Old Shi Gui tilted his neck, squinted his eyes, and looked at Xiao Chen. That kind of demeanor, that kind of tone, really makes people feel awkward. For him, Xiao Chen was a little dizzy. For a weird old turtle, being able to talk to him is already evil enough, but now he still looks like he needs to be beaten, which makes him feel a little dumbfounded. However, he really didn't dare to act rashly. God knows what terrible background this stone turtle has. Being able to stay safe and sound at the foundation of the Tianbei is enough to explain the problem in itself. The old stone tortoise said slowly, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen such a respectable tortoise?" Xiao Chen really had the urge to vomit blood. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this old turtle was very evil. Swaying, the old tortoise was slowly throbbing, staggering past the battle sword, as steady as it could be, and didn't care about the sword's edge spaced between fingers. "Where the hell are you?" Xiao Chen took a few steps back with his sword in hand, cautiously guarding against it. Turtle. The old turtle replied unhurriedly, and then choked Xiao Chen even more gently, saying, "What do you look at with such big eyes?" #%#. Xiao Chen's forehead was filled with black lines. "Stop, don't go any further." Getting closer to KK, Xiao Chen had no choice but to warn again. The old turtle looked calm, glanced at Xiao Chen, and said, "I'm not looking at you as a piece of wood, what are you doing nervously, wasting emotions?" Cross. This old tortoise is really an old goblin, his words are too wicked, and he intends to piss people off. "Don't keep shaking the toothpick," the old turtle said leisurely, "do you really think that you can kill a respectable turtle with that thing?" Being despised by this old turtle again, Xiao Chen really wanted to stomp his feet hard. Oh, young people are impetuous. Old Gui looked old-fashioned. Xiao Chen wanted to sacrifice the divine map, but he didn't take action. Unless it was a last resort, he didn't want to take action against this unpredictable old turtle. At this moment, the old stone turtle probed his head and stared behind Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen also felt something strange. Kiki had undergone an astonishing change. He watched sideways. The light cocoon turned into a real colorful jade shell egg, and KK slept in it. With Xiao Chen's current strength, he can naturally see everything that happened inside the jade shell egg. Kiki's divine power is constantly growing stronger, the little guy's body is shining with dazzling light, and his body has undergone surprising changes. After a while, Xiao Chen was dumbfounded and shocked. Inside the colorful jade shell egg, Kiki's body changed drastically, completely different from before. The originally chubby body gradually lost weight, and the colorful light spots flickering on the body's surface gradually turned into colorful scales. All of her snow velvet, which was as white as jade, disappeared and disappeared. And the two small protrusions on the head have grown out and turned into two crystal-clear jade horns. This is a magical process of change. A mini colorful dragon is taking shape. Half a quarter of an hour later, Kiki turned into a colorful little ancestral dragon. Xiao Chen felt a little dizzy, although he already had this premonition at the beginning, but when it came true, he still felt a little unreal. Back then, everyone on Long Island speculated and searched for the little ancestor dragon, but all failed. Everyone speculates that the little ancestor dragon will be born in the fierce competition of those dragon kings. Who would have thought that the real little Zulong would be this little beast as white as jade, which looked like nothing to do with a dragon, but in the end it was it. The identity of not Kiki's mother was almost revealed. This is a freak, born with a small ancestral dragon. Lao Gui spoke again at this time, without undergoing a drastic transformation, he was born with all the abilities of a small ancestral dragon. Born a little Zulong. When Xiao Chen thought about it carefully, many things were confirmed. The Sea of Taboo seals off the Dragon Island, and the 9-headed dragon kings gather to summon the ancestral dragon boat, but Kiki seemed to have that ability back then. Its seemingly immature babbling sound once overwhelmed the roar of the 9-headed dragon king and spread to the depths of the Taboo Sea. It's just that there was a 9-headed dragon king in front of him back then, so no one really paid attention to it. Also, it can use all kinds of supernatural powers of the dragon clan at will. When it was very young, it overwhelmed the momentum of all the little dragon kings, which also explained the problem. At this moment, the colorful sacred tree suspended not far away was dazzling, and the spirit of the 7 ancestral dragons let out bursts of dragon chants, rushed out at once, surrounded Kiki, spun quickly, and rushed into the jade shell egg with a little bit of divine brilliance. The old turtle looked at Kiki, then at the colorful sacred tree floating not far away, and said, "It's true, I was born with a freak, and I finally know its true identity." Huh, Xiao Chen was puzzled. "What kind of eyes do you have, kid?" Old Gui glanced at him and said, "Do you want to know what's going on?" Nonsense. But Xiao Chen still resisted the urge to beat it violently, and nodded helplessly. "I won't tell you, Chugolma." Xiao Chen angrily pointed the war sword directly at its huge head. "A long time ago, there was a person like you who found this place and told me about the secrets of the dragon clan," the old turtle said leisurely. Zulong does not see each other in pairs, which has its true meaning, and it is not what the world understands, it is not that they cannot meet each other. Following the introduction of the old turtle, Xiao Chen learned about the important secrets of the dragon clan. Dragons, an extremely powerful race. And the ancestral dragon that was born is even more terrifying, far more powerful than the average ancestral god, and can cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation and many other heaven-defying methods. However, although this family is powerful, it is difficult to give birth to more than 2 ancestor dragons at the same time. Even if some dragon kings are talented and have the hope of transforming into an ancestor dragon, they have to wait for the ancestor dragons of the previous generation to die. Legend has it that the dragon clan has been cursed. As long as a second ancestor dragon is born at the same time, it will have the bad luck of destroying the three clans. The dragon race is not too small. There are not only strong dragon species such as Tyrannosaurus, Lion King dragon, and eight-armed dragon, but also weaker dragon species such as pterosaur and thunder dragon. However, it would be unbearable to wipe out three types at once. For this reason, the dragon clan once sought a way to break it. They moved the heaven-reaching sacred tree and planted it on Dragon Island, hoping to use its sacred breath to slowly dissolve the curse in the blood of the dragon clan over time. In the end, he came up with the idea of breaking through the cursed forbidden area with the natural ancestor dragon. The Tongtian Shenmu grew on Longdao, and after absorbing it for endless years, it has accumulated an incalculable amount of dragon essence, and it also has the essence of the ancestor dragon after its fall. After a long time of accumulation, Shenmu gave birth to a natural ancestor dragon, which was completely formed by the essence of Wanlong. It was not conceived by the dragon clan, it was born naturally, and it wanted to break the forbidden zone, but it was unexpected, but it caused a greater disaster. The birth of this natural ancestor dragon caused the dragon clan to wipe out the 7 major species at once. It is even worse than the terrible results brought about by the slow transformation of the ancestral dragon. There is no doubt that the natural ancestor dragon is more powerful. Kiki's mother was born in this way, which really made the dragon clan love and pain. From then on, the dragon clan gave up the idea of breaking the curse. It wasn't until Kiki's mother got acquainted with Kiki's father that the old dragon's thoughts were divided again, and he wanted to use this heaven-defying family to break the dragon's curse. Therefore, without any obstruction, they agreed to the marriage of Kiki's mother and father. However, they would never have imagined that KK's father's line had also been cursed, and the curse of this heaven-defying family was even more terrifying, and the entire family was almost extinct. Kiki came to this world in the form of a colorful jade shell egg endless years ago, but her spiritual consciousness hadn't really formed at that time. The descendants of the two cursed Tianzhao figures, the power of the curse displayed on them is even more terrifying. On the day the colorful jade shell eggs were born, 10 types of dragons became extinct. For this reason, KK, who had not yet been born, had to be sealed. Because everyone is worried that when Kiki breaks out of her shell, it will cause a more terrifying curse. The years passed slowly, until more than 1,000 years ago, when the power of the seal gradually disappeared, the jade shell egg emerged from the sacred tree of Tongtian, and the sacred tree that was broken at the same time was revived, and a small colorful holy tree grew. The contemporary ancestor dragon stared at the colorful jade shell egg every day, until he saw a small snow-white beast appearing inside the jade shell. After all, he didn't make up his mind to seal it again. It can be said that Kiki should have been born in the distant past, but because of the artificial seal, she didn't really come to this world until hundreds of years ago. Moreover, this little thing is naturally lethargic, and it sleeps for 10 or hundreds of years. If it is calculated carefully, it has only been awake for 5 or 6 years, so it still looks like a child. Since ancient times, although the dragon clan has been concealing it, the news still leaked out. Many old antiques know that a peerless little magic star has appeared on Long Island, and is haunted by endless curses. Moreover, the more the news spread, the more outrageous it became. Kiki is an ominous little beast against the sky. Sooner or later, the dragon race will be wiped out, and even other races will be affected. Naturally, some people contributed to the flames, and they didn't want such a heaven-defying little thing to appear in this world. Some of the above information was revealed by the old stone turtle, and some were learned by Xiao Chen before. After understanding all this, Xiao Chen was a little stunned, feeling unbelievable and shocked in his heart. He never imagined that the little thing would have such a big background. With the curse of 2 families in one body, no wonder his fate has been ill-fated since he was born. Recalling the attitude of many savage dragons towards KK when he was on Long Island, Xiao Chen suddenly realized. When they bid farewell to Long Island, the 10 elders of the barbarian dragons saw off each other. They loved and hated KK, and even wanted to kill the little beast, but they held back in the end. Fortunately, the ancestor dragons of this generation dote on Kiki very much. If he is a heartless character, the little thing may really turn into a pitiful one. Kiki suspended in the void, deep within the jade shell condensed by colorful rays of light, her divine power became stronger and stronger, while the light of the flesh shell of the ancestor dragon not far away became increasingly dimmer. This is a kind of inheritance, and it is the recognition of Kiki Zulong's identity. The powerful Zulong Shenhua is constantly condensing towards the little beast. At this moment, Kiki's body was completely different from before, completely transformed into a mini colorful little ancestor dragon, with 2 pink and tender dragon horns shining brightly. At this moment, the little thing finally woke up. It was surprised to feel the change in itself. In the end, when he found out that his body had changed drastically, the little thing suddenly became annoyed. How did I become like this? Woohoo, so ugly. Kiki sulked in the colorful jade shell, touched here and there with her small paws, and muttered dissatisfiedly. I don't want to be like this. It struggled vigorously, the radiance flourished, and the state of the little Zulong changed. It was very unstable, and it gradually changed to its original appearance. However, the ancestral dragon meat shell on the ground did not stop the flow of divine splendor, and continued to gather towards the little beast. From time to time, Kiki changed back to her original snow-white and jade-like appearance. Alright, if it really turns into a small ancestral dragon, I'm afraid the dragon clan will become extinct again. The old stone turtle nodded. Up to now, Xiao Chen finally gradually relaxed, convinced that the old turtle would not make trouble. Boy, what kind of eyes are you looking at? What are you looking at? Old Gui was very dissatisfied that Xiao Chen was staring at it like a thief. Look at the bastard. After Xiao Chen felt relieved, he responded unhurriedly. Quote. Old Shi Gui was indeed choked and stared. After a long time, it said, a long time ago, there was a person like you who practiced the 6-faced celestial tablet mysterious method and found here, but he knows more about etiquette than you, and you make me look very uncomfortable. Quote. In fact, Xiao Chen really wanted to say, I think you are not pleasing to the eye, but after all, he was shocked by the news and swallowed his words back. Chapter 535 Skymark. A long time ago, someone practiced the 6-faced celestial monument. This news is very important to Xiao Chen, he is eager to know what happened. That person has also cultivated the profound method of the Tianbei. What's going on? The old stone turtle seemed to be taking revenge, and said in an old-fashioned way, you think you can cultivate it by yourself. You must know that the most indispensable thing in this world is a genius. You are far behind. Uncle Wang, may I help you beat your back? Xiao Chen really wanted to beat the old turtle hard. Boy, I'll tell you, my surname is not Wang. The old turtle glanced at him, and said, the more I look at you, the less pleasing I am. You see, mung beans are pleasing to the eye and right to the eye. Xiao Chen complained, it would be troublesome to be caught by you. Mr. Wang, just say it, don't tantalize your appetite, who the hell is that? That person is the one who told me the secrets of the dragon clan. The old turtle said slowly, it's a pity that he didn't systematically cultivate the mysterious method of the Tianbei, but he just proved it. But that person is really an unrivaled genius, and he is amazingly talented in the process of cultivation. What's his name anyway? Young people are too impetuous and not stable at all. Old Shi Gui said slowly, he seems to be called Martial Ancestor. Martial Ancestor. Xiao Chen's heart was shocked, that person turned out to be unrivaled Martial Ancestor, which was unexpected and reasonable. The mighty Martial Ancestor, with unrivaled divine power, took the best from 100 schools of thought to create his own unworldly method. It's just that there is a mysterious method of the sky tablet in it, which is really surprising. Martial Ancestor, no wonder. The Tianbei Kung Fu is also the supreme martial art, and so are the scriptures left by Martial Ancestor. Xiao Chen said to himself. Hearing what he said, the old Shi Gui glanced at him, and said, what kind of eyes, where did you see that the Tianbei Xuanfa is the supreme martial art? Isn't it just gymnastics? The way of body cultivation does not necessarily have to be martial arts, it is the essence of the supreme avenue. The old tortoise looked at Xiao Chen and said, no wonder, you are a martial artist. After seeing that kind of magic, you naturally think it is martial arts. The benevolent sees the benevolent and the wise sees wisdom. If a practitioner of another system cultivates, he must have a new comprehension. You are far behind, boy, and you are far from cultivating the mysterious method of the 6-faced steel. When Lao Gui said this, a flash of lightning indeed flashed across Xiao Chen's heart, and he suddenly felt a difference. The mysterious method of Tianbei is really both martial arts and law, Beidou conferring gods, 4 great Sanshou, deified full-body acupoints, etc., can be viewed from the perspective of another system of cultivation, who can tell clearly whether it is martial arts or the law. The essence of the Tao, the condensed essence, condenses the supreme wisdom and experience of the predecessors and sages, so that practitioners of any system can practice. This is the real Tianbei Xuanfa. The mysterious method of the Tianbei is just a method of guidance. It will lead you to become a saint and a god. In the end, it depends on your own understanding. The old turtle's words finally made Xiao Chen feel a little amiable, and he agreed with such words. However, what the old stone turtle said next made Xiao Chen's intimacy disappear again. Boy, you are too bad. You are still far from the realm of the ancestor gods. You are really useless. Old man Wang, you despise me so much, may I ask how far you have cultivated? Boundless. What kind of realm is no boundary? No realm is a realm that has not been cultivated. Of course Xiao Chen wouldn't believe what it said. This old tortoise was so unpredictable that people couldn't figure it out, otherwise he would have punched it long ago. How many years have you been practicing, kid? Hundreds of years. Hundreds of years. Two lights flashed in the old turtle's eyes, he seemed surprised, and he said after a while, well, it's not too bad in this way. Xiao Chen figured it out. The more he questioned the old stone turtle, the more it tantalized him, so he simply ignored it and looked directly at the Tianbei, wanting to obtain a new mystery. You may not be able to understand the seventh celestial monument. The martial ancestor didn't gain much. Old Shigi reminded. Don't blame me for not reminding you, watch it forcibly, and be careful of the collapse of your consciousness. Xiao Chen naturally didn't believe it very much, and watched intently, but he found a fact helplessly. The patterns on it were complicated and mysterious, and it was hard to understand at all. Although there are text annotations on the top and bottom of each engraving, he doesn't know that font at all. It's too old. I'm afraid few people in this world know it now. Xiao Chen seemed to forcefully imprint it in his mind and write it down first, but a magical scene happened. The sky tablet became hazy, and the densely packed dragon-shaped characters on it all seemed to come alive, like small ancestral dragons, and like snakes, winding and moving. Kai, there was a sound of breaking through the sky, and the extremely dangerous breath was approaching. Thousands of little ancestor dragons rushed out of the Tianbei at once, and submerged towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen hastily shaken 30 battle swords, and the divine light soared into the sky. Although the divine map did not condense out, those little ancestral dragon-like creatures had suffered a big loss before, and immediately suspended in the sky, confronting him. Why, am I right? The old stone turtle next to me looked like I had said a long time ago, and said, these words have already been psychic, and they can be transformed into form, which is quite different from the previous 6 heavenly tablets. If they are read forcibly, they can shatter people's consciousness. Xiao Chen deeply felt that this celestial monument was very evil. He didn't ask the old stone turtle, because he already felt that the old turtle seemed to be waiting for him to ask, and then he was definitely going to hit him. Mr. Wang, do you know the true identity of martial ancestor? Xiao Chen shifted to this topic. The martial ancestor is the martial ancestor, how could he have other identities? I always think that martial ancestor should be a famous figure in history, but all living beings have heard of it, and it is not like it is only spread among cultivators. Xiao Chen really thought so. He felt that martial ancestor was just a code name. You guessed wrong. In the history of ancient civilization, many people who made great contributions to mankind may not be able to leave their names through the ages. There are many human ancestors who made immortal achievements, but in the end they all gradually disappeared in the long river of history, leaving nothing behind. Perhaps, Wuzu represents such a group of ancestor gods who are unknown and selfless. He is not necessarily the so-called big man inscribed in history. Although Xiao Chen has always wanted to beat the old turtle, but now he agrees with it. He walked towards the flesh shells of several ancestor gods from other worlds, and was about to start the holy sacrifice. Anyway, he couldn't enter Baoshan and return empty-handed when he came here. You kid is such a butcher, you don't even want to let go of the dead body, you are too plucking, you are really. As soon as Xiao Chen walked up to the corpse of the ancestor god from another world, the old stone turtle guessed what he wanted to do. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. The old turtle's words were too unpleasant, and he was always targeting him. KK was absorbing the ancestral dragon's essence, and the old turtle didn't say anything. The incomplete flesh shell of the ancestral god is really shocking, and the blood of the gods on the ground shines a dazzling red light. The first thing Xiao Chen chose was the black giant with a height of hundreds of feet. After falling on the island, it lay there like a black city wall. Although dead, the power still exists. Boy, you can really hold your breath. Don't ask me about the mysterious method of the sky tablet now. Don't regret it when you squander these corpses of the ancestor gods. Xiao Chen, who was about to take action, immediately stopped after hearing this. Master Wang, please enlighten me. This celestial monument is different from the previous 6 celestial monuments. It almost has spirituality. It needs a huge amount of life energy to open the imprint on it. After Xiao Chen heard this, he frowned. In addition to the huge energy of life, he also needed the sky marks of the other six-sided sky monument. The so-called sky mark is the indelible mark left by the sky monument. The Tianbei that suppressed the Yellow River left a miniature phantom of the Tianbei on its body when it finally flew away. The Tianbei that suppressed the dead city also left a miniature imprint of the Tianbei on his body the moment it flew away. This is the sky mark, the imprint left by the sky monument. Although Xiao Chen's body had been shattered countless times, those two sky marks were hidden deep in his divine source, and they were not lost. Although martial ancestor came here back then, he did not get the sky mark, so although he vaguely knew the mysterious method on the seventh sky tablet, he still couldn't fully understand it. Speaking of this, the old turtle also sighed a little, saying, he is really a character, and he can forcibly see part of the essence of the sky tablet without relying on the sky mark. Unrivaled martial ancestor is extraordinary, it can be seen. I have two sky marks. 2 ways, it's really not that simple. Old Shigi nodded, and rarely poured cold water on him, and said, the seventh celestial tablet has some mysterious methods recorded in itself, and the most important function is to truly connect and integrate the mysterious methods of the 6 celestial tablets. Half an hour later, everything was ready, all the life essence of Xiao Chen wrapped in spiritual consciousness rushed out of his body, the light was so bright that it shot up into the sky, and then suddenly sank into the flesh shell of the hundreds of feet tall black giant. At this quarter of an hour, the black giant's body trembled violently, opened its eyes suddenly, and shot out 2 terrifying beams like torches. The ancestral god-level coercion shook the heavens and the earth, causing the sky monument to shake immediately. The black giant sat cross-legged on the ground, still as high as 100 feet. At this moment, he had a majestic appearance, and his whole body was blooming with divine brilliance. Outside his body was a source of gods tens of feet thick, which enveloped him like a burning holy fire, dazzling and dazzling. The ancestral god-level god source fluctuates and is as vast as the sea. Although the primordial spirit has long since disappeared, the infinite potential divine power hidden in the flesh shell is still incalculable. Every meridian, every acupuncture point, and every inch of flesh and blood contained a vast ocean of terrifying divine power, which was slowly being activated now. The black giant is full of divine power, and his body is burning. Martial Ancestors Iaji Chapter Supreme Mystery, the Holy Sacrifice begins. Going against the sky, bullying the sky. The ancient sacrificial sound sounded, and it seemed that there were 30,000 Buddhas singing at the same time in the world, and it seemed that there were 90,000 demons praying devoutly, as if they had spread across time and space from eternity. The sacrificial sounds shook the heavens and the earth, the hymns lingered, and the divine splendor shone everywhere. The flesh shell of the ancestor god sitting cross-legged on the ground was radiant and burning. At the same time, Xiao Chen's body slowly rose into the sky, sitting cross-legged above the head of the black giant, receiving the baptism of the holy sacrifice, and bathed in the radiance of hundreds of millions of gods. The light of this flesh shell became brighter and brighter. Boom! The steel trembled, the patterns on it shone brightly, and the majestic splendor overflowing from the island opened up a mysterious inheritance. All the words glowed brightly, and at this moment, the first sky mark in the depths of Xiao Chen's divine source became brighter in an instant. Amidst the rumbling sound, the void was disillusioned, and a huge celestial monument emerged. It was the ancient monument suppressed in the Yellow River at the beginning, and it manifested here from that distant unknown region. The 2 huge celestial monuments sandwich Xiao Chen's body, which is undergoing holy sacrifices, and the huge meat shell of the ancestor god from another world. What connects all these together is the first sky mark in Xiao Chen's divine source. Chapter 536. As the old Shigi said, the 7th stele contains too many secrets, and the first 6 steles need to be recognized and imprinted by the sky marks to gain a glimpse of the supreme essence recorded in the stele. At this moment, the abyss vibrated, the light in it was dazzling, the darkness was completely dispelled, and the side below was dazzling. The cultivators on the surface looked down in surprise, but they couldn't find anything except for a terrifying wave that made their souls tremble. Because, although the abyss is gorgeous and eye-catching, but the divine radiance is too blazing, submerging there, and it is impossible to peek at it. In the end, Shenhui formed a huge barrier in the abyss, covering the area below and blocking everyone's consciousness. Under the abyss, the sound of ancient sacrificial offerings resounded through the heaven and earth, as if it had spanned through the ages, coming from that distant ancient age. The holy sacrifice continued, and Xiao Chen's body turned into an other thing from the outside world, sitting cross-legged in the void, getting brighter and brighter, just like a ball of dancing divine flames. And the extremely powerful flesh shell of the ancestor god is slowly dimming at this moment, the skin around him is no longer bright, and even shriveled, and the infinite potential contained in it is rapidly passing away. After the last holy sacrifice, Xiao Chen's flesh shell was already close to the flesh of the ancestor god, so this time he could absorb the endless brilliance from the black flesh and blood of the ancestor god more quickly. Although he has not been able to step into the realm of the ancestor gods, he can temper his body to the point of immortality, and even push it to the peak state of the body of the martial ancestor. Insufficient spiritual consciousness is a key problem that plagues Xiao Chen. This time he is determined to refine the supreme divine body. He wants to sacrifice a supreme treasure body that can lock his own spiritual consciousness and effectively prevent the divine consciousness attacks of ancestor gods from other worlds. During this process, the two huge celestial monuments were constantly shaking, and numerous and mysterious patterns were continuously imprinted towards Xiao Chen's divine source. Those small ancestral dragon-like words seemed to be alive, and they condensed into the supreme essence in his divine source. Before that, he didn't understand the meaning of that kind of words at all, but at this moment he understood the meaning because of the existence of Tianan, and he was touched by what he knew. At this moment, the old stone turtles who were watching were moved. The holy sacrifice was really terrifying. It was possible to sacrifice a terrifying divine body in such a short period of time. Xiao Chen's own flesh shell was almost transparent at this moment, and every inch of flesh and blood contained divine brilliance, and it became stronger and stronger, making it difficult for divine weapons to shake. The brilliance shines, this body shines like colorful glass, like the most magnificent artwork in the world, without a trace of impurities. After all kinds of tempering, Xiao Chen's physical body is sublimating and reshaping. Inexplicable and mysterious voices continued to emanate from the black giant's flesh shell. This is an ancient scripture, and this is the mysterious and unpredictable ancient sound of holy priests. The sound shakes through the ages, shakes the past, and shakes the future. In the end, the black giant completely lost its luster, and 80% of the infinite divinity hidden in the flesh was sacrificed. At this point, the sacrificial voice slowly died away. Boom! At this moment, a bright and dazzling light rushed out of the black giant's skull, which was Xiao Chen's original life essence wrapped in spiritual consciousness. Then, in an instant, he rushed into his own flesh shell. At this moment, Xiao Chen's body was like a sun, and the divine light shone in all directions, making it impossible to look directly at. At this moment, his physical body has really reached the realm of the ancestor god, and he has achieved the body of the ancestor of war, instead of being infinitely close, breaking the shackles. Incomparable power flows in the powerful body, and it can easily shatter the world with bare hands. The Zanzu has the most terrifying physical body and the powerful consciousness of the ancestor gods. The only thing that is not as good as the ancestor gods is that he has not comprehended the origin of the universe and the gods of the myriad worlds. Xiao Chen's spiritual consciousness has reached the peak of the Banzu seventh heaven, only 3 steps away from the Zanzu. These 3 steps may take 10 years, maybe 100 years, or tens of thousands of years to be able to climb up. He must find a way to make up for his weakness in the shortest possible time. In front of him, there are flesh shells of the ancestor gods. This is a huge treasure for him to make up for his own weaknesses. He has long made it clear that he wants to sacrifice his divine body to a terrifying state, so that he can forcibly lock his divine consciousness, protect his soul with a strong physical body, and prevent the ancestor god-level powerhouse from taking advantage of it. For the time being, protect yourself with a powerful flesh shell as a shield. In this exaggeration, the 2 celestial monuments are always shining, and the patterns are constantly imprinted on Xiao Chen's divine source. It wasn't until a long time later that all this stopped, and the Tianbei that had been suppressed in the Yellow River gradually faded away, and then disappeared. At this moment, the first sky mark in Xiao Chen's divine source became clearer and clearer, it was like a shrunken sky tablet. With a thought, that sky mark appeared in his palm, like holding the sky tablet suppressing the Yellow River. He understood a lot of things at once, and the true meaning that he had never noticed when he was practicing the Tianbei Xuanfa in the past came to his heart at this moment. After standing quietly for a long time, Xiao Chen finally woke up. He really realized the value of the 7th steel. Not to mention the new essence engraved on it, but the effect of mastering it, it is a huge treasure. At this moment, he can't digest it for a long time, he needs to continue the holy sacrifice, and then use the 2nd sky mark to connect the Dragon Island Tianbei and the 7th Tianbei. At this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly felt a sense of horror, as if a great danger was coming. Apparently, the old stone tortoise also sensed it. It was very unyielding, and no longer slowed down like before. At this moment it rushed back to the foundation of the Tianbei with a whoosh. Xiao Chen backed away quickly, guarding KK who was transforming. Silently, a black vortex enveloped the place where he stood up just now. The void shrank, turned into a little chaos, and then disappeared. Xiao Chen felt terrified in his heart. The black hazy vortex was really terrifying. Even if the body of the ancestor god was shrouded, he might suffer trauma. The dead lake returned to peace and quiet, as if nothing had happened. There was no ripple on the lake surface. It was terrifyingly quiet, death-like silence. The tall sky monument stands in front, and the boundless black dead lake blocks behind. There is a strange atmosphere here. Xiao Chen picked up a huge boulder from the island and threw it into the black dead lake. Boom! Black waves soared into the sky, like dozens of huge waterfalls flowing backwards, with a monstrous momentum, and a breath of death was mighty in the abyss, frightening and chilling. Boom! It was as if there was a giant creature churning in the water, faintly hidden. Xiao Chen saw a huge black shadow rushing towards the giant island quickly, opening a channel in the water with a width of 50 feet, and the black waves rolled to the sides, rushing to a height of more than 1,000 feet. The waves on both sides of the waterway are like two large waterfalls hanging upside down in the sky. That is, two cold lights shot out of Xiao Chen's eyes, and he focused his attention on guard. Several heavenly monuments appeared around him, and the battle clothes of ancestor god Mingti also appeared on the bronze-colored treasure body. In the black dead lake, in the huge separated waterway, the black shadow was extremely evil, and in the process of impacting, it created a terrifying scene of thousands of waves. I couldn't see what it was, but there was only a huge black unicorn protruding from the surface of the water. It was more than 10 feet long, and the light was so dim that it made people feel extremely uncomfortable. It can be seen vaguely, a pair of dark eyes as huge as a house, staring at Xiao Chen ferociously. A chaotic light burst out from the sharp single horn, piercing towards Xiao Chen. Boom! The condensed six-faced steel was completely pierced, and the chaotic light was so powerful that Xiao Chen was shocked, soaring to the sky at a high speed, avoiding the terrifying blow. It shot out the power of chaos. What kind of monster is this? The endless chaos that erupted from the sharp horn was silently absorbed by the stone bone. The skull the size of a pigeon egg was like a bottomless pit that could swallow all the power in the world. The monster did not emerge from the dead lake from the beginning to the end. This black lake seemed to have a demonic magic power, and even Xiao Chen, who was so powerful at this moment, could not clearly see what was going on inside. Kai, the unicorn in the black dead lake swelled up, and suddenly reached thousands of feet, piercing towards Xiao Chen again. This time Xiao Chen was fully prepared. He wanted to test the results of the holy sacrifice just now. This time, only one celestial monument emerged, which was the so-called first sky mark. After communicating with the celestial monument, it seemed to have a soul. The metamorphosis is in the palm of Xiao Chen, but it is the size of a palm, and it is no different from the real body. Xiao Chen has a feeling that this is a real monument, not a condensed light. The soaring chaotic unicorn pierced through the void, reaching thousands of feet in length, and arrived in front of Xiao Chen in no time. Boom! Xiao Chen protected himself with stone bones, and took a picture of the palm-sized monument in his palm. Although it was a small monument, it was shaken by the smashing, and the chaotic light overflowed, and the tip of the 1,000-foot-long chaotic unicorn was smashed off. A creepy low roar came from the dead lake. The lake vibrated violently, and the injured part of the 1,000-foot horn quickly recovered in an instant and retreated into the black lake water in an instant. Xiao Chen's heart trembled violently, and the sky mark appeared and became a real sky monument. Although it was not huge, its power was really terrifying, and it seemed that it was not weak. This is enough to show how powerful that unidentified savage beast is just now. One must know that the divine map can crush the body of the ancestor god, but the sky mark, which is almost as powerful as the formation map, only broke the tip of its horn. It is really scary to think about it. Okay, the brick is mighty. At this moment, the old stone turtle suddenly shouted. This comment immediately made Xiao Chen's joy disappear. Brick, this review is really bad. What kind of wild beast is that? Xiao Chen landed in front of the steel and asked in surprise. The black dead lake has regained its tranquility. It is like a black magic stone split by a giant knife. It is dead silent, without any ripples or sounds. It seemed that everything just now was just an illusion. A battle pet raised by a half-dead stone statue. Don't pay attention to it, it doesn't dare to really approach the Tianbei. The old stone turtle replied slowly. Stone statue? Xiao Chen was stunned. Don't worry, so far, no one in the world has really succeeded, and that stone statue is only one step away from death. The old stone turtle said casually. It wasn't until this time that Xiao Chen realized that he had overlooked the fact that the old turtle seemed to be almost petrified. You don't know, you are really a stone turtle. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt a little inarticulate. You just found out. The old turtle seemed depressed, feeling neglected. Faint. Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. This Mr. Wang is really a perfect person, but then again, he really blamed himself for being too negligent. Old man Wang, are you really? Shi Wangba, like an impulsive young man, the old Shi Gui glared and said, I'm fucked. How do you speak, kid? Please pay attention to your words when expressing it. Really, Shi Wangba, Xiao Chen felt a little unreal no matter what. Boy, are you finished? Old Shi Gui felt a little aggrieved. It's incredible. What's unbelievable? Am I angry on purpose? Old Shi Gui glared at him and said, didn't you hear me say that so far, no one in the world has really succeeded? Then you, Xiao Chen was puzzled. What you see may not be real. I have lost my body and spirit long ago. What you see now is just the manifestation of a fragment of my mind that I left behind through time and space endless years ago. Xiao Chen was a little speechless, both disappointed and looking forward to it. Boy, let me tell you a story, maybe you will be inspired by it. The old turtle suddenly said leisurely. Xiao Chen's heart was shocked, and he said, okay, senior, please tell me. Once upon a time, there was a tortoise. This tortoise, it raised a person. It's a mistake, people raise turtles. The old turtle glanced at him, and said earnestly, young man, don't doubt others casually. Don't be so rigid in your thinking. Can't turtles support people? Okay, go ahead. What happened next? Later, that person died, and the turtle died too. It's over. The old turtle stopped talking. It's over. Xiao Chen really had the urge to beat it. The old turtle gave him a sideways glance. The old god was there, and he said calmly, although the turtle is just an old turtle, people are not ordinary people. Do you know how this monument came about? Hearing this, Xiao Chen was startled. The Tianbei was too mysterious. He wanted to know its origin very much, so he asked earnestly, how did it come here? Alas, the old turtle shook his head, sighed a few times, then turned his head unhurriedly, looked at the dead lake, and said, this lake is really dark. Xiao Chen suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. While waiting for the next article, the old tortoise moved to the lake with ease. It's really annoying and hateful. Boy, why are you staring so round? Why are you grabbing a toothpick? Do you want to chop me up? Come on, chop it off. The old stone turtle wobbled forward 2 steps, looking completely squishy. Xiao Chen was really lost by it. He grabbed the sword and stared at the old turtle. How did the monument come about? Alas, the old turtle began to sigh again, staggered, and took 2 steps towards the black dead lake, staring intently. Just when Xiao Chen was full of black lines, thinking that it was going to discuss the lake water, the old stone turtle was lost in thought, and said, it grows. Xiao Chen was startled, and said, you mean the Tianbei grows, how did it grow? Chapter 537. This news is important and shocking to Xiao Chen. The sky monument grew out, this. I don't know if the old stone turtle is fooling around again. How did it grow? Plant bricks in the ground in spring, and the steel will grow in autumn. The old stone turtle responded casually. Quote. Xiao Chen had the urge to cut it again. This old tortoise really owed it, and he could say such words. Please, Mr. Wang, can you say something reliable? What I said is very reliable, but this kind of thing needs to be understood. It depends on whether you have that kind of talent, otherwise you will not understand it in this life. Fall. Xiao Chen really lost his temper with it, and this old turtle is too good at lying, so he has to realize it, and he said it in a high-sounding way. Young people must be patient and calm when encountering problems. Let me give you a reminder, since you know the existence of such things as stone statues, you might as well think about it carefully and deeply. Stone statue. When Xiao Chen heard these 2 words, he immediately felt like a big stone was pressed in his heart. Although he only saw it once at the end of the ancient time and space, it brought him great pressure. The ancestor god is immortal and immortal, but after learning of the existence of the stone statue, he must feel a great threat. It was a super terrifying existence, deeply threatening the safety of the ancestor gods. Forget it, it's better that you don't know, or you will die young. The old stone turtle muttered like this. Master Wang, I really want to. What do you want? I want to beat you hard. The old turtle clearly knew the secret, but he didn't tell it clearly, which was really annoying and hateful. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud noise not far away. The huge mountain-like corpse of the ancestral dragon erupted with blazing light, completely burning up, and then the whole body collapsed all of a sudden. The whole body of the Zulong corpse turned into a long rainbow and rushed out. The scene was extremely spectacular. You could clearly see the long rainbow in the shape of the Zulong. In the center of the light group, KK, who was transforming, received such a violent impact of divine power all of a sudden, and quickly completed the final transformation. An immature dragon's chant came out. Although it was not huge, it echoed clearly between the heaven and the earth, full of supreme coercion. The colorful jade shell outside KK's body suddenly cracked, and the sound of click, click, came continuously. A powerful dragon aura shot up into the sky, and the 7-color divine light illuminated the entire abyss. Although he was successfully promoted to Zulong, Kiki in the colorful light group was very unwilling. The little guy lost all his strength, radiated brilliantly, and tried his best to suppress the real body at this moment. It wants to go back to how it was. The cracked 7-colored jade shell kept trembling, and it took a long time for it to calm down. Finally, pieces of jade shells shattered and fell to the ground. The little thing appeared embarrassingly in the void with its 2 pink and crystal jade horns. At this moment, except for this pair of crystal clear jade horns, it was as white as jade, and it returned to its original state. It just suppressed its own ancestral dragon body. You can imagine how powerful the blood it inherited from K's father's family is. The essence of the 7 ancestor dragons is constantly rotating around it, and there are faint bursts of dragon chant, which seems to be echoing KK. The colorful holy tree stands aside, and the small jade bowl is suspended above its head. All these combined form an extremely powerful sense of oppression. Kiki, don't cover your head. I have a headache. Xiaodong replied like this. In fact, there is no such thing as a headache. It is clearly clutching his pink and tender jade horns, pressing hard, trying to suppress it back. It has to be said that after the little thing transformed into a freak equivalent to the little ancestor dragon, his strength reached a terrifying situation. 2 little paws forced the pair of pink jade horns back. In the end, there were only 2 crystal protrusions left on the head, hidden among the snowy hairs as white as jade. Kangdang. Annoyed, KK grabbed the small jade bowl in the sky and put it on her head, turning this treasure into a hat. After a few dragon chants, the spirit energy of the 7 ancestor dragons shot into the colorful holy tree at the same time, and disappeared all of a sudden, while the small holy tree became even more crystal clear. The ancestral dragon's meat shell disappeared, and Xiao Chen and KK bowed deeply to that direction. The sky is dotted with colorful brilliance, and the extraordinary sacred tree was Kiki's rations back then, and came to this world along with the little things. Moreover, the holy tree has been in Xiao Chen's hands for a long time, protecting him many times and saving him from danger. It is difficult to determine the rank of the 7-colored little sacred tree. Now the 7-color divine light is rising together, and the defense power is really amazing. The god leaves of the 7 colors have already grown, and I don't know if it can change miraculously again. Xiao Chen felt that Xiaoshu could not be treated badly, and now that the remnant corpse of the ancestor god was there, it happened to provide him with a powerful source of god. That black giant with a height of hundreds of feet, he sacrificed 80% of the divine power in the flesh shell with the supreme knowledge of the martial ancestor Xiaji chapter, and now there is still 20% that is difficult to dig out completely. Plant the holy tree on this ancestral god's flesh shell. Xiao Chen asked Kiki for the colorful holy tree, and planned to plant it on the black giant. The 7-colored sacred tree has been passed down for a long time. It is transformed from the heaven-reaching sacred tree. It has extraordinary mysterious power. At this moment, it is not rooted in the flesh shell of the ancestral god, but is suspended above it, shining a little bit, absorbing divine power from the air. Shenhua continued to rush out from the black giant's body, and the gorgeous rainbow was colorful, calling out the remaining life essence of the ancestor gods. Kiki was guarding not far away, watching very nervously. As for Xiao Chen, he started further actions. He placed the flesh shell of another ancestor god from another world in front of the monument, and sat cross-legged on the opposite side, and started a new round of holy sacrifices. Only the upper half of the flesh shell of this ancestor god remained, and the bronze-colored skin was exposed under the broken battle suit, still shining with a little luster. Ben has lost his primordial spirit, which means that this alien ancestor god has died, but the remaining body is full of powerful life power. Death and life are contradictory, but they appear together at this moment. A dazzling ray of light rushed out from Chang Xiaochen's skull, and the essence of life wrapped in the primordial spirit appeared, and then submerged into the bronze-colored flesh shell of the ancestor god in an instant. At the same moment, the ancient mysterious celestial sound rang out, like a doomsday song, like an ancient sacrificial sound, more like some kind of secret scriptures of a divine religion, shaking in the abyss. Going against the sky, the holy sacrifice begins. Half of the bronze-colored flesh shell of the ancestral god glowed with radiance, as if it was blazing, and the endless divine splendor burst out, submerging the entire abyss. And Xiao Chen's body was immediately shrouded in divine light, and slowly rose up, sitting cross-legged above the head of the ancestral god meat shell. At this moment, Xiao Chen himself felt that as his body became stronger, it became easier for him to perform the holy sacrifice. This time, he directly sacrificed 30% of the essence in half the flesh shell of the ancestor god, no longer as slow as before. The huge life essence of the ancestral gods was surging, the abyss was shaking, and the Tianbei was also shaking. At the same time, the huge celestial monument on the island shines brightly, and the mysterious inheritance begins. The gorgeous divine brilliance is dazzling, the second sky mark in Xiao Chen's divine source is extremely dazzling, and the mysterious power is fluctuating. Boom! The void was disillusioned, and a huge celestial monument emerged from the void. The celestial monument that was suppressed in the dead city back then manifested in the abyss, shaking the world with majestic momentum. Xiao Chen is sandwiched between two huge sky monuments, and it is the second sky mark in Xiao Chen's divine source that connects them together. On the seventh heavenly tablet on the island, the ancient patterns on it are dazzling, and another part of the essence and profound meaning emerges in Xiao Chen's heart. However, the holy sacrifice did not end because of this, the divine splendor continued to baptize the flesh of Xiao Chen's body, and his physique was changing and improving all the time. Lock spirit. This time Xiao Chen must do the holy sacrifice to lock the spirit, so that his flesh shell can effectively protect the spiritual consciousness and avoid being attacked by other ancestor gods to the soul. Half of the flesh shell of the ancestor gods from other worlds kept dimming, while Xiao Chen's own flesh shell became more and more intense. In the 365 deified acupuncture points, 365 silhouettes loomed around Xiao Chen's body. Everyone is full of a strong sense of oppression, making people feel that they are no longer incorporeal, but terrifying figures that really exist in the world. And the mysterious acupuncture points all over the other parts of Xiao Chen's body are also shining like stars, and new miniature acupuncture points are constantly being deified. It's hard to guess how many acupuncture points exist in the flesh and blood of the human body, and some odd points can be almost microscopic. At this moment, Xiao Chen's body is like a miniature sky, the stars are shining, the light is dotted, and it is infinitely deep. With the help of the endless life essence hidden in the flesh shell of the ancestor god, Xiao Chen sacrificed his precious body, making the universe of this body more and more hazy and deep, and even the sky seemed pale compared with it. The two celestial monuments are trembling, and the essence of the Tao and the Supreme Essence are imprinted in Xiao Chen's heart, which will be indelible forever and will accompany him until the end of his life. The second sky mark is also trembling slightly, echoing the sky monument. Boom! After the second part of the pattern on the seventh celestial tablet was engraved into Xiao Chen's divine source, the huge celestial tablet that manifested in nothingness shattered time and space, and disappeared all of a sudden. Only the powerful fluctuations of divine power proved that it had manifested before. Boom! At the same time, Xiao Chen's primordial spirit rushed out and submerged into his precious body, which was immediately dazzling. And half of the ancestral god's flesh shell was blown away, and this time the holy sacrifice was over. Xiao Chen's physical body has become more powerful and terrifying, and the potential of the flesh shell has been further developed. Yeah, KK muttered, and planted the colorful holy tree on top of the half of the body that was blown away, so that the colorful holy tree could continue to absorb divine power. And Xiao Chen didn't rest, the third holy sacrifice began. The broken meat shell of the third ancestor god from another world also began to burn, bursting out billions of divine brilliance. The old turtle, who was silent for a long time, nodded, shook his head again, and said to himself, "It's too late, too hard is easy to break, you have to leave room for it." Yeah, at this moment, Kiki screamed, because the colorful sacred tree gave birth to the eighth bud after continuously absorbing the remaining life essence in the flesh shells of the two ancestor gods. Different from the seven-color divine light shining on the first 7 leaves, the eighth bud is hazy and chaotic, and the terrifying power is vibrating, and the chaotic light flows out. At the same time, Xiao Chen's third holy sacrifice is coming to an end. Using the endless divine power contained in the flesh shell of the ancestral god to sacrifice his own body, the divine light is burning, radiant, and the light is in full bloom. Boom! Xiao Chen's flesh shell let out a huge thunder, comparable to the flesh of an ancestor god, the brilliance shone, and a fierce transformation took place. Kai. At the same time, when the holy sacrifice was over, Xiao Chen's primordial spirit and life essence rushed out of the body of the ancestor god and returned to his own body in an instant. His primordial spirit is perfectly combined with his body, and the strength of his flesh shell has reached a frightening level. At this moment, Xiao Chen was full of strong confidence that such an immortal body could definitely protect his spiritual consciousness. What was once a weakness will no longer be a weakness. With long hair like waterfalls and sharp eyes like lightning, Xiao Chen stood in the void, with two brilliant lights shooting out of his eyes. At this moment, he felt an abnormality above the abyss, and he knew that a powerful enemy had arrived. Brush. The body trembled slightly, but the power of shattering the world pierced through the void in an instant, and Xiao Chen suddenly appeared above the abyss and came to the surface. Kai. A world-shaking finger force illuminated the sky of the curse world, as thick as a mountain, flying towards Xiao Chen from the high sky. On that day, a hazy figure stood quietly. Although it was not as tall as an ordinary person, it was like a huge mountain at this moment, bringing a strong sense of oppression, making people daunting. Xiao Chen soared into the sky, his bronze-colored treasure body radiated a little bit, and immediately shattered that terrifying finger force, and he came to the high sky almost instantly. Boom! The hand of God shattered the void, and immediately sent the hazy figure in front of him flying. Lang Xingyi, the ancestor god of the alien world, let out a cold snort, and with a swipe of his hand, endless spells flew all over the sky, drowning Xiao Chen all at once. Xiao Chen was not afraid, and the world of 8 phases emerged, enveloping towards Lang Xingyi. This supernatural power has not yet been completed, and naturally he can't do anything to the ancestor gods of other worlds, but 2 skylines have emerged silently between his palms. Boom! Although the 2 monuments were not big, they were extremely terrifying. Under the cover of the 8-phase world, they shattered endless spells in an instant, pierced through the world in an instant, and blasted to Lang Xingyi in an instant. Boom! Solid, 2 brick-like celestial monuments were imprinted on Lang Xingyi's chest. With a bang, the mighty Lang Xingyi was extremely shocked and angry, because most of the body below the chest was directly wiped out. Soul deprivation, Lang Xingyi shouted loudly. At such a close distance, he wanted to forcibly detain Xiao Chen's soul and destroy him physically and mentally. However, the results surprised him. Xiao Chen's flesh shell is like an immortal sky shield, shockingly solid and powerful, and firmly locked his spiritual consciousness inside. Boom! At this moment, the 2 celestial monuments that were originally the size of bricks quickly enlarged, and they were suppressed towards Lang Xingyi's head with majestic momentum. Chapter 538. Live Worship to the Ancestral God. The sky is trembling, the galaxy is shaking, the sun and the moon are dark, and this world is collapsing. The Tianbei quickly enlarged, like 2 huge tombstones, suppressing the only remaining head of the ancestor god Lang Xingyi. The sky is falling apart, the galaxy is falling. Lang Xingyi was in a dangerous situation, shocked in his heart, and shouted instantly. The sky of the curse world is trembling, and the stars are shining brightly. In that distant sky, endless stars condense into a gorgeous long river, rushing and roaring, with a majestic momentum. Mysterious and terrifying spells. Lang Xingyi refined the stars into a river of gods, which fell to the sky above the abyss, competing against the 2 larger and larger celestial monuments. This is a frightening big collision, the galaxy is bright, and the divine light is billions of rays, trying to submerge the 2 celestial monuments and shatter them into invisible space. At the same time, the celestial monument vibrated with majestic momentum, and the 2 celestial monuments continued to grow like 2 ancient magic mountains, piercing the sky and facing the high-altitude divine river. The sky was so blazing that people couldn't open their eyes, and the sound was even more deafening. It was only in the most central area, when the brilliant river of God collided with the 2 giant monuments, there was no sound. There, chaotic light and black holes coexisted, and the breath of destruction permeated the air. Boom! With the last loud bang, the river of stars in the sky was wiped out, 2 huge monuments swept across the 10 directions, and the torrential river of stars condensed into dust instantly turned into dust. The divine light in Xiao Chen's eyes was bright, and with a slight shock, the light of the powerful and immortal body that coexisted with the world shattered the world at once, and came to Lang Xingyi's head. He stretched out his hand forward and grabbed it in his hand, but the hard palm of shattering world, crystal clear and almost transparent, smashed the head of the ancestor god level with a bang. The moment the head was torn apart, blood glistened to the sky, divine power burst out like a vast ocean, and blood rained pouring down the entire curse world. In the depths of the distant primitive mountains, many people saw this terrifying scene. Xiao Chen smashed the head of the ancestor god of another world with one hand. Above the abyss, Xiao Chen did not relax, the divine light in his eyes became more intense, like two balls of divine fire dancing, and the two sharp rays of light shot thousands of feet away, scanning 10 directions. Because, he knew that Lang Xingyi hadn't really been wiped out, and the battle was far from over. At this moment, the world of curses was dark and dark, with bloody storms and heavy rain pouring all over the sky, quickly turning the earth into a blood-red world. Xiao Chen was bathed in the rain of blood, a pair of big hands slowly slid across the sky, and then shook violently, gathering the endless blood rain towards the palms of his hands. At this moment, a hazy world appeared between his palms, and there was a world of its own, which could accommodate everything in the world. The icy voice echoed in the dark and blood-red sky, letting me bleed means that thousands of creatures will die forever. Ants cannot bear the blood of ancestor gods, and this world will be destroyed. Sure enough, Lang Xingyi did not die, the ancestor god is immortal and difficult to kill. Boom, Xiao Chen didn't speak, and with a slight jerk, he pierced through the world, appeared on the sky, and grabbed at a bright red light. A pair of palms full of magic power silently enveloped the world. Although the bloody light was struggling, it was futile. Kai, a wisp of green smoke rose from between Xiao Chen's palms, and the divine power inside Xiao Chen's terrifying meat shell instantly refined it. The entire curse world is raining blood, and every drop of blood in the world is my incarnation. Thousands of ancestor gods are scattered in the world, how do you kill me? Lang Xingyi's words became more and more cold, like a cold ice man without emotion. In the blood rain all over the sky, traces of ancestor gods emerged, all of them were the figures of Lang Xingyi, densely packed in the sky, all of them were indifferent and ruthless, staring at Xiao Chen. This terrifying scene really makes one's scalp tingle. After all, this is a powerful ancestor god from another world, and the whole world is his shadow. How to fight against it? Brush. The endless cold star wings stretched out their hands at the same time, piercing the sky, and all kinds of mysterious spells surged towards Xiao Chen overwhelmingly. You can cast thousands of spells, and my body will be immortal. Xiao Chen was calm and unwavering, standing above the sky, his whole body was in a hazy state, and a faint brilliance radiated from his precious body. Endless incantations, thousands of gods, completely submerged his surroundings. However, his physical body is too powerful, it can be called an immortal flesh shell. At this moment, Xiao Chen showed incomparably terrifying strength, opening up the world, independent of the world, no longer belonging to this sky. Yes, endless spells, thousands of gods, it is difficult to touch his divine body, even if a very powerful spell breaks through, it will be instantly shattered by the divine light flowing on the flesh shell, and become invisible. Lang Xingyi's heart was shocked by the terrifying divine body. This is simply the nemesis of spells. Such a body is so strong and powerful that it opens up the world and is independent from the world. It is really terrifying. Boom, Xiao Chen took a step forward, walked through the spells all over the sky, and arrived at a divine source in front of him. Walking in the endless spells cast by the ancestor gods is like walking in a garden, ignoring the attacks of 10,000 spells. This abnormal physique shocked all the monks who paid attention to this battle. Between Xiao Chen's palms, a sky mark emerged, he pressed forward, and in the dark blood-colored sky, the divine source composed of many shadows of ancestor gods suddenly shattered. The blood rained torrentially, the sky and the earth were crimson, and the blood was as vast as a vast ocean. Lang Xingyi, I'm going to kill you today. Xiao Chen stood condensed on the sky, letting the rain of blood pour down, his eyes gradually turned cold. It's impossible to kill me, but it is already doomed that tens of millions of souls will die in the curse world. Lang Xingyi's cruel voice echoed in the sky. My blood will flow all over the curse world, mountains will collapse, plains will sink, and countless creatures will turn into bones. This is the terrifying strength of an ancestor god-level powerhouse. Even if the divine blood is infinitely diluted, as long as he has a thought, he can still destroy mountains and rivers and all living beings with his own blood scattered in the curse world. Chi chi chi. Under the sky, the rain of blood suddenly shook, and hundreds of millions of blood beads turned into blood swords, shooting towards Xiao Chen. This is a terrible taboo spell, which has been passed down for a long time, full of demonic power, devouring the vitality of the entire spell world, and infinitely blessing this forbidden spell. Blood light refines the gods. Lang Xingyi shouted ruthlessly. At this moment, all the blood swords transformed from blood beads became extremely blazing, besieging Xiao Chen in the center, trying to pierce him. This is simply trying to grind Xiao Chen to death and completely refine him. Xiao Chen pierced the sky with his hands, and 2 sky marks appeared in his palms, starting to shatter the bloody purgatory. At this moment, cold laughter echoed in the curse world. Death-seizing soul song. Primitive spirit deprivation. Lang Xingyi used thousands of forbidden methods just to cover up his real purpose at this moment. He didn't believe that Xiao Chen could lock Yuanchen at all, so he used all kinds of confusing methods, and finally the ultimate move emerged. At this moment, he turned into tens of thousands of people, bullied him to the front, and used the Supreme Soul to destroy Dafa, trying to destroy Xiao Chen from within. As long as the soul is destroyed, no matter how strong the flesh shell in front of him is, he is just a walking corpse. A death knell suddenly appeared and rang in the sky with an incomparably loud sound that shook the world. At this moment, the terrifying morning sound completely drowned Xiao Chen, and one after another death patterns could be clearly seen rippling around him. Even though Xiao Chen's body is strong, the radiance is a bit dim at the moment, and the brilliance on the bronze-colored treasure body has been obliterated. Summon the primordial spirit, split it into pieces, and deprive it. Lang Xingyi's voice was icy cold, as if an ice cone from the 12th lunar month had pierced a person's back, making him shiver with chills. Xiao Chen's primordial spirit kept vibrating in his skull, as if he might break his skull and leave at any moment. When the death knell rang for a long time, and all the voices focused on Xiao Chen's point. Other surrounding areas were not affected, but despite this, dozens of nearby mountains were still wiped out, and the very few monks who did not retreat were immediately deprived of their primordial spirits and turned into ashes. The death knell was transformed by Lang Xingyi's primordial spirit, which used the primordial spirit to deprive the enemy's primordial spirit, so powerful that it was almost evil. All dharmas will not invade, punish evil and avoid retreat. My body is immortal, and I will never die. Xiao Chen's hair fluttered wildly, and at this moment his aura suddenly climbed up. Like a huge mountain, his body was full of light, and he rushed out of the magic pattern shaken by the death knell. It directly shattered the world, came to the death knell, and struck out the hand of God with the body of the ancestor god. When the death knell suddenly roared, and then cracks appeared in an instant, and with a boom, the death knell collapsed. A cold snort came, and at this moment, 8 death knells suddenly appeared around, surrounding Xiao Chen in the center. The broken death knell is only a part of the soul, it is just a bait. At this moment the killing intent is revealed, and 8 death knells appear, forcibly depriving Xiao Chen of the soul. Boom boom boom. Xiao Chen felt a severe pain in his head, and Yuanchen was uncontrollably colliding with the skull cover, trying to break his head and rush out. 2 skylines quickly emerged between the palms and fingers, and Xiao Chen violently shook the death knell in front of him. At the same time, the incomplete divine map also slowly spun out, misty and rolling towards the death knell. Even though he knew that Tianan and Shintu were extremely powerful, Lang Xingyi still didn't run away immediately. He wanted to suffer heavy injuries and deprive Xiao Chen of his primordial spirit, destroying his body and spirit. Because that step is already very close. However, after all, he still underestimated Xiao Chen's terrifying flesh shell. Even if it was specially designed to deal with the evil spirit of Yuanchen, it didn't work. Moreover, the 2 skylines turned into sky monuments, and the divine map emerged, revealing the power to suppress the world, shaking the heavens and the earth, almost shattering several death knells in the instant they appeared. Lang Xingyi ran away in horror, and the broken primordial spirit struggled to reassemble, and he suffered heavy injuries. While fear was in his heart, he was also very angry. The ant in front of him was obviously not the ancestor god, but he had such a terrible attack method, which made him very aggrieved. Okay, you forced me, today I will sacrifice you to heaven. In the torrential rain of blood, Lang Xingyi's indifferent voice came. Amidst the rumbling sound, the dark clouds in the sky rolled up, and the sky burst. In the distant dark sky, the rain of blood all over the sky was burning, and the sky in the curse world seemed to be burning with endless blazing fire. Sacrifice to heaven. Lang Xingyi only uttered these 2 words, but it shocked the world. His fleshy body turned into bloody light, filled the sky of the curse world, burning crazily, trying to use this to ignite the curse world, and sacrifice Xiao Chen to the sky with the mighty power of the world. This is a very ancient and terrifying secret technique, and it is very dangerous. Even if someone knows it, they are unwilling to use it lightly, because it is very likely that they will suffer serious injuries. However, the power of this ancient incantation is indeed incomparably great, and the general ancestor gods are afraid that they will be enraged if they are shrouded. At this moment, Xiao Chen's soul was shaken, his body was in severe pain, and he felt a very terrifying and dangerous aura. Using all the power of a big world by oneself to sacrifice the opponent to the sky and refine it into nothingness is really against the sky. Lang Xingyi cast the strongest taboo spell. On the dim sky, the bloody light all over the sky was extremely dazzling, like countless huge lightning bolts intertwined together, forming a bloody frenzy. The blazing blood light communicated with the majestic power of the curse world, sealed off Xiao Chen, and began to perform the act of offering sacrifices to the heavens. Xiao Chen used the incomplete divine map to block behind him, and used 2 sky monuments turned into sky marks to block in front of him, shaking at the same time, shattering the endless bloody divine power, and blocking this sky-defying spell. It's useless, even though you have a heaven-defying treasure, but when your divine power finally fails, then you will be sacrificed to the heavens. While saying these words, Leng Xingyi was not relaxed. This ancient spell can be said to kill 1,000 enemies and harm 800. He was consuming his own essence. The blazing blood light shines brightly on the sky and the earth, and burns fiercely. From time to time, it collides with the 2 tall magic mountain-like celestial monuments to create a huge beam of light that breaks through the sky. The heaven sacrificing mantra is really terrifying. All kinds of ancient voices are transmitted through the ancient time and space at this moment, communicating with the mighty power of different worlds, and at the same time suppressing and refining Xiao Chen. The 2 celestial monuments and the divine map vibrated at the same time, like a thunderstorm erupting from the 9 heavens, and the violent divine power poured down from the sky, full of terrifying power, shattering tens of thousands of blood, making the entire curse world tremble, but it could not wipe out the root cause. However, Xiao Chen didn't panic. At this moment, his heart was surprisingly peaceful. He thought of the heaven-defying essence of the martial ancestors' Evil G chapter, holy sacrifice. Among them, a special condition was mentioned. If it is met, a living ancestor god-level powerhouse can be sacrificed, a special kind of sacrifice, a living sacrifice. The conditions in front of him were so perfect that it was almost a preparation for the implementation of the living sacrifice. Leng Xingyi used himself as a guide, communicated with all the powers in the curse world, and wanted to sacrifice Xiao Chen to the heavens, but the premise was that he first burned part of his divine power and flesh and blood. This is the perfect beginning of a living sacrifice, active sacrifice. Could it be that the special case in the holy sacrifice, living sacrifice, is prepared to deal with this ancient sky-defying spell? Xiao Chen had this thought in his mind. However, now is not the time to think wildly. Xiao Chen directly started to act against the sky, to sacrifice to the ancestor god alive. In this special case, his primordial spirit does not need to fly out of his body, because the other party is sacrificing. Xiao Chen merged with the 2 sky marks, and with the help of their majestic power, launched a living sacrifice. At the same time, the incomplete divine map slowly rotated, shaking out the mysterious power of the living sacrifice. Soon, Leng Xingyi, the powerful ancestor god from another world, sensed the abnormality and then suddenly yelled. Ah! He found that the object of offering sacrifices to heaven seemed to be wrong, and he was being sacrificed by human beings. How can it be? Nothing is impossible, Xiao Chen responded coldly. The sky was full of blood, and the purest divine power was accumulating towards Xiao Chen. Leng Xingyi roared in horror. He felt that he was out of control, a mysterious force in the world merged with him and burned up. Worship the ancestors alive. The ancient sounds of heaven, the hymns of the doomsday, and the mysterious scriptures have shocked the ages, and they have been transmitted from the distant ancient times, making people feel terrified. A heaven-defying feat is taking place. Brothers and sisters, please vote for Chang Shangjia. Now we need recommendations, thank you. Chapter 539. Worship the ancestors alive. There is a bloody wind in the curse world, the sky is dyed red with blood, the life essence of the ancestor god is burning, and the red blood light shines on the whole world. A special case of holy sacrifices, living sacrifices are in progress. Ah! Leng Xingyi screamed in pain. Flesh and soul were disintegrating into blood rain and red light, and this terrible scene could not be reversed at all. Ancient scriptures, mysterious celestial songs, terrifying revenant songs. At this moment, they come one after another, spanning the ages, shaking the future, and connecting the past and the present. The majestic sound of the sky shook the heavens and the earth, the entire curse world trembled, and a mysterious and terrifying atmosphere permeated the air. The purest life essence of Leng Xingyi, the ancestor god of the other world, was burned out, turning into gorgeous rainbows and rushing towards the sky, setting off the blood-colored sky with colorful colors, dazzling, and finally forming a group of divine sources there, eclipsing the sun, moon and stars. Xiao Chen stood in the sky like a rock, in the splendid divine source, and let the life essence of the endless ancestor gods gather. All the pores of his bronze-colored precious body opened up, and the divine splendor kept rushing into his body like a rosy cloud. Living sacrifices are also a kind of holy sacrifices, which can naturally condense endless divine splendor. Xiao Chen sacrificed his own body in the radiant divine source. He had just finished sacrificing the broken flesh shells of 3 ancestor gods, and now he was offering a living sacrifice to a powerful ancestor god from another world. This is a process of repeated tempering and continuous sublimation. Every inch of Xiao Chen's flesh and blood has undergone qualitative changes, condensing unimaginable divine power. The acupoints all over his body were shining, blooming with a dazzling brilliance, and it was unknown how many tiny and strange acupoints in his body were illuminated. The divine splendor condensed on the sky became more majestic, and the divine source soaked Xiao Chen in it like a slurry. The endless glow rushed into his body, sacrificed and tempered in every way. Xiao Chen's bronze skin gradually hardened, and finally formed a layer of light shell. Flesh and flesh were reborn inside, and the old skin was like a jade shell, wrapping Xiao Chen inside. The gorgeous divine splendor was shining. Xiao Chen was as quiet as a dead tree, and his whole body was in a state of immortality, but the living sacrifice was going on independently, without his control. 2 skylines, as silent as a tombstone, guarded in front of him. And the divine map was misty, slowly spinning around him. Still and moving, the 2 are sometimes integrated with him, and sometimes separated from him. Ah! Amidst the burning blood in the sky, Lang Xingyi, the ancestor god of the other world, kept roaring. He suffered unimaginable pain, and the pain of being sacrificed alive was unimaginable. The evil and taboo chapter left by Wuzu has shocked the past and the present, and at this moment it shows extraordinary profound meaning, and it sacrifices the life of an ancestor god. The painful roar of the ancestor god-level powerhouse shook the curse world, which was particularly frightening. Such a powerful figure at the top of the pyramid, but howling in pain like this is really creepy. Unify the consciousness into one, deprive the primordial spirit. Lang Xingyi was very unwilling. At this moment of life and death, he roared out the taboo spell against the heavens, wanting to die back and hit Xiao Chen severely. The powerful ancestral god-level primordial spirit condensed into a death knell as big as a mountain, floating in the blood rain all over the sky, and slowly shaking. As soon as the terrifying sound came out, the mountains and rivers trembled, the stars trembled, and a terrifying force was condensed that immediately enveloped the divine source in the sky. However, the misty divine map trembled slightly, and the ripples of the death knell's magic sound that rushed over quickly collapsed and disappeared in an instant. And the 2 sky marks turned into stone monuments, smashing towards the death knell as huge as a mountain. When the death knell roared, the body of the bell cracked, and shattered in the sky with a bang. Lang Xingyi's painful roar shook the entire curse world, and his primordial spirit shattered in the blood of the living sacrifice. I won't die. Lang Xingyi was roaring, but there was nothing he could do. His flesh and soul were imprisoned in this world, and he sacrificed his life. Click click. On the sky, in Shenyuan, Xiao Chen's old skin was cracking, and then slowly fell off, revealing the newborn skin that was as white as jade inside. In just half a quarter of an hour, his flesh and blood were reborn, making him even stronger. The nearly transparent body, the divine splendor flowed, blooming with dazzling brilliance, a terrifying aura permeated the air, and Xiao Chen's combat body was further sublimated. This is the powerful power gained from sacrificing the ancestor gods alive. If he can comprehend the origin of the universe, the gods of all realms, even among the ancestor gods, will be the strongest, because the divine power contained in his body has really reached an appalling level. The living sacrifices continued, and the source of the gods in the sky became brighter and brighter. And Xiao Chen's body surface showed a light shell again, and the stronger flesh and blood inside was shaping up, while the old shell on the body surface was as hard as an aegis. I won't die. The voice of the ancestor god Lang Xingyi became weaker and weaker. He is falling, and the blood of God is flowing, falling to every corner of the world. On the sky is endless burning blood, while below is a pouring rain of blood, which stains the land of the curse world red. And in the sky, Xiao Chen was wrapped by the old shell, shining brightly, and the power of the new life became stronger and stronger. It is a feat against the heavens to sacrifice life to the ancestor gods of other worlds, which shocked all the monks in the curse world to the extreme. This world is only suppressed by one ancestor god, Lang Xingyi, and other ancestor gods from other worlds can't perceive what happened here through the shield of the world. However, at this moment, a supreme ancestor god in the eternal unknown suddenly opened his eyes and shot out 2 terrifying rays of light. Lang Xingyi is his descendant, and because of some blood connection, he already knows that Lang Xingyi is disappearing at this moment. Boom! A 33-story ancient pagoda suddenly emerged, piercing through the world in an instant, and appearing in the sky of the curse world. There are tens of thousands of divine lights, the pagoda is as big as a mountain, and it is still expanding rapidly. Each floor can suppress the world. The 33 layers of the pagoda are so powerful that they cover most of the sky in the curse world. The Supreme Ancestor God save me. Lang Xingyi, who was exhausted, shouted, as if grabbing a life-saving straw. The Ancestor God is not so easy to kill, even if Xiao Chen completely sacrifices him alive. I am afraid that he will leave behind a ray of primordial spirit, which is difficult to destroy. At the same time, on the land of the cursed realm, a mysterious area, the pit of thousands of people, suddenly burst out a huge black light, which shook the 33 towers with a loud bang, and then swung it violently, swallowing the bloody light into the pit of thousands of people. At the same time, Xiao Chen fell into the abyss where the Tianbei was. In the eternal unknown place, the eyes of the Supreme Ancestor God suddenly shot out two bright rays of light, directly piercing through the shield of the world, looking towards the curse world. He didn't see Xiao Chen, just saw the blood soul of Lang Xingyi swept away by tens of thousands of people. Even though he was as powerful as him, he frowned. The forbidden array in the curse world is really extraordinary. One can imagine how ruthless he was. One of his descendants fell, but he didn't feel sad at all, and he didn't act rashly. Brush. The two eyes disappeared in an instant, and the Supreme Ancestor God in the eternal unknown was motionless again like a fossil that existed in ancient times. The abyss of the curse world has been closed, and the steel below trembles slightly, blocking everything inside, only to avoid the glance of the Supreme Ancestor God. Crack. The old shell on Xiao Chen's body was cracked, and the new skin was exposed for the second time. It was no longer white as jade, but returned to bronze. Returning to the basics, his flesh shell is so strong that it is difficult to find a few people among the ancestor gods, and the divine power in his body is as vast as the ocean. Once upon a time, there was a tortoise. This tortoise, it raised a person. Under the abyss, the old stone turtle was telling a story to KK. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen was quite speechless. The snow-white little beast, with big bright eyes, was listening very quietly. When the old turtle closed his mouth, he asked in an immature voice like a good baby, what happened next? Later, that person died, and the tortoise died too. It's over. The old tortoise closed his mouth leisurely. Old liar. Kiki, who was like a good baby, immediately widened her eyes in anger after hearing this result. Liar. Babble. The little thing didn't care about anything, and rushed over at once, stomping on the old turtle. Okay, it's time for you to leave here. Come here after collecting all the sky marks. There will be a surprise when the 7 stells are united. After the old stone tortoise finished speaking, he lifted up a tortoise claw, and the top of the abyss was immediately opened. The Tianbei and the dead lake disappeared from here, as if they had hidden deeper underground. The curse world has not been damaged, and all the blood has disappeared. Even if there is no black light in the pit of thousands of people, Xiao Chen can completely sacrifice Lang Xingyi. After a long time, Wu Ming, Tati and others appeared one after another, and the curse world became the base camp of their fugitives, and all of them lived in seclusion among the mountains and rivers. On the tall and mighty Bo Shi, the 2-year-old bald head, with a pair of big eyes flashing with shrewd light, looked at Xiao Chen who looked like Heshi, and said, Master, you are so powerful, Omi Tofu, you are my master from today on. Xiao Chen laughed, touched the little bald head, looked at Bo Shi and Miao Kai, and said, it's time to find him a master, but I don't have time to teach him now. Then, he turned around and said to Wu Ming, Tati and the others, hurry up and pass the news, let everyone gather, I will send you to a brand new world, so that you will not be threatened by the strong aliens here all the time. Good. Hearing this, Tati immediately beamed with joy. Boom. At this moment, the void was suddenly shattered, and a huge ancestor warship appeared in the primitive mountains of the curse world, with several hazy figures standing quietly on it. It was the ancestor gods of Kyushu, including Yanwang and the old ancestor dragon. Xiao Chen was taken aback. Several ancestor gods had disappeared in the world of death for more than 30 years, and they didn't expect to appear in the world of curses today in the battleship of the ancestors. I have seen a few ancestor gods. Even though Xiao Chen is very powerful now, he still respects these few people. Around, all the monks were shocked. There were several ancestor gods on their side, which made them very excited. Get up, come back to the world of death with us. Yanwang's majestic voice came. Xiao Chen was taken aback for a moment. Several ancestor gods actually came looking for him to let him return to the world of death. It is really strange, it seems that things are unusual. Without any hesitation, he and KK quickly rushed onto the ancestral warship, and disappeared into the curse world with several ancestral gods in an instant. That is, after returning to the world of death, Xiao Chen was extremely shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. Chapter 540 The Supreme Ancestral God Makes a Move. In the world of death, the earth is cold and lacks vitality. The lead cloud was so thick that it was about to fall to the ground. In front of Shenkyun, there is an ancient city standing there quietly. The tall and majestic black wall is like a majestic mountain range in front of it, which is shocking. The city is all made of black sacred stones. Primordial magic city. Xiao Chen was very surprised, and said, "Why did such a huge city suddenly appear here?" "We moved it here." Yanwang's words were flat. Several ancestor gods all stood on the ancestor warship, their figures were hazy, but they all had a natural majesty. Several ancestor gods are. Xiao Chen was a little puzzled, and at the same time was surprised that several ancestor gods had disappeared for more than 30 years and were imprisoned in such a mysterious giant city. You must know that such an ancient giant city hides too many secrets, and the more you understand it, the more terrifying it becomes. The once-in-a-thousand-year grand event in another world is about to begin, and it's not rude to come and go. It's helpless to retreat, and we have to fight back when necessary. The ancestor dragon was imposing, with long gray hair dancing wildly, and his eyes were as sharp as lightning. Hearing these words, Xiao Chen's heart was shocked. This is really a big deal. The ancestor gods possessed great courage, and if they moved such a huge ancient city to fight, it would probably turn the world upside down. This is a dead city that has self-destructed. There is no vitality at all, otherwise we would not be able to move it. However, it can play a huge role in fighting. Xiao Chen naturally knew how terrifying the ancient god city with vitality was, and the ancestor gods would retreat. Even if it is such a lifeless magic city, the ancestor gods don't know how much effort it will take to successfully move it. "What can I do?" Xiao Chen asked. There must be a reason for the ancestor gods to find him back on purpose. "You were once petrified when you had a stone man in the past. Your body is very strange. We want you to control this city." Yanwang said these words. The magic stick of martial mark came down from Zujun's battleship, patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder and said, "I like you." He completely forgot the thing that he despised Xiao Chen as a good-for-nothing. "Isn't there an ancient city in Kyushu?" Xiao Chen mentioned the dead city in front of Zulong village. The old farmer who survived the last civilization held a spear of destruction and said, "That city cannot be moved." "Why?" Xiao Chen was a little surprised, and said, "Is it still alive?" "Yes, it didn't completely self-destruct." Next to it, Mo Xiaowang gave such an answer. "Not really extinct yet." Xiao Chen felt awe-inspiring. The dead city once devoured everything. It is really terrifying that there is no extinct existence in it. Maybe it needs endless divine power to maintain immortality. However, maybe one day you can try it. Half of the stone bone is still in your hand. Yanwang said suddenly. "It's still there." Xiao Chen spread out his palm, and half of the stone bone in his body emerged in his palm. "Keep it well." Yanwang and old ancestral dragon nodded one after another. The stone man carried too many secrets, even if the ancestor gods didn't tell them. Xiao Chen vaguely guessed that this is a shocking secret that cannot be said. Yeah, Kiki looked very happy after seeing the old ancestor dragon. As soon as the old ancestor dragon restrained his majestic aura, he also showed a kind smile. The little snow-white beast flew over with a whoosh and landed on the shoulder of the ancestor dragon. Fortunately, the old ancestor dragon's eyes were like lightning. He had already seen the pair of pink and crystal jade protrusions on Kiki's head, and secretly thought, lucky, if the little guy really transforms into the form of a small ancestor dragon, I am afraid that the dragon clan will wipe out several major clans again. There are many monks living in seclusion around Shenkyun. They were rescued by Xiao Chen and Kiki more than 30 years ago. Many of them have their own descendants. Those children born here and the children of Shenkyun are watching the giant city curiously from a distance. Only they can be carefree and play happily in this world of death, but all adults are practicing hard to increase their strength. Boy, come and see if you can fit in with this dead city. The only one who can call Xiao Chen like this, who has no demeanor of an ancestor god, is the old magic stick called the Mark of Martial Arts. Okay, Xiao Chen incorporated the stone bone into his body, and jumped into this majestic dead city. The moment he entered, he felt an unusual aura, his body was heating up, and magic patterns appeared on his forehead. Yes, a magic pattern appeared on his forehead, like a vertical eye, and a divine light rushed out from the vertical eye. In the dead city in front of Zulong village, he had such an experience, but it was far from being able to truly experience the feeling of being connected with this dead city like now. Xiao Chen landed in the center of the dead city, and in that instant, roots seemed to take root under his feet, as if they had grown there. At this moment, he felt that he could drive a vast ocean of terrifying power for his own use. He raised his head to the sky and let out a loud roar. The primordial demon city shook violently, shaking the world of death instantly, and all the fire creatures in the outer regions of the mainland were trembling and knelt down on the ground. With a loud bang, this ancient giant city slowly rose into the sky, and that aura alone shocked all fire creatures within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. How? Asked the old farmer who had survived the previous civilization. I find it difficult to control. This is Xiao Chen's true feeling, and he is currently only able to control the dead city into the sky. It's okay, we're here to help you. At this moment, several ancestor gods all flew out of the ancestor warship and entered the center of the towering and majestic dead city. Several divine lights merged with Xiao Chen, and everyone worked together to control the ancient magic city. In the next few days, rumbling noises continued in the outer area of the Death Continent, and a man in the center of the Death City continued to emit divine light from his forehead, sweeping away all directions, and many death mountains were wiped out as a result. After a few days of hard work, several people finally gradually became compatible with this ancient magic city. Several ancestor gods are preparing for a big battle. One can imagine what an earth-shattering scene it will be in the near future, but Xiao Chen feels that this is not their ultimate goal. It's time for us to bring some monks to this world. 3 days later, several ancestor gods made such a decision. When Xiao Chen mentioned the island cage that was densely covered with stars overseas in Kyushu, Yanwang, the ancestor dragon and others all shook their heads. There is a trap set by the ancestor gods of other worlds, just to attract us to go there. Once we close the island with great mana, they will sense it immediately, and we will not be able to rescue them for the time being. Xiao Chen felt a chill down his back. He was really in danger last time. If he took those islands away hastily, he might not be able to stand here. In that situation, being able to attack and kill the ancestor god Cho Tien from another world is really dangerous and dangerous. A few days later, Xiao Chen and several ancestor gods set off to the cursed realm, intending to rescue all the monks here. The great formation of the cursed realm only suppresses the ancestor gods of other worlds, and the ancestor dragon and others all suspect that this forbidden formation with the entire world as the source of the formation may have its own soul. Is that the old stone turtle you saw here? When they came to the abyss again, the ancestor gods all looked solemn. Yeah, that's where I met the old liar. Kiki pointed to the dark abyss and replied angrily, and was very worried about the old stone turtle telling a story with a dozen words to dismiss it. What kind of identity does that old turtle have? Xiao Chen asked. That is a legendary existence. Lao Nong looked solemn. Being able to be evaluated in this way by the old antique who survived the last civilization history, one can imagine the extraordinariness of the old stone turtle. In the end, Yanwang, Lao Zulong, Lao Nong and other ancestor gods decided to go deep into the abyss to find the old stone turtle. Regardless of whether it left only a wisp of energy or not, we must see him. The old ancestral dragon and the three looked very solemn, and disappeared under the abyss in an instant. To them it was a big deal. Xiao Chen and KK entered the depths of the curse world and began to search for the monks who fled here, preparing to bring everyone into the world of death. Suddenly, waves of divine power came from ahead, and the sound of fighting came. Brush. With a slight shock, Xiao Chen pierced through the world and quickly appeared in the primitive mountains hundreds of miles away with KK. Wu Ming, Bo Shi, Miao Kai, Toddy and many other acquaintances came into view. At this moment, they were surrounded by monks from other worlds, and they were fighting hard. Even if they fled to the curse world, these monks were often besieged. Fortunately, there are many mysterious places in the curse world where everyone can hide. But today I don't know why the news leaked out, and many monks were besieged here. I have endured you for a long time, and I actually let an ancestor god of my world fall here. Starting today, we will flatten the curse world and crush all the ants. The leader was a half-ancestor of the two heavens, and he scanned the crowd cruelly and mercilessly. The fall of Leng Xingyi shocked all the monks in the other world, making them realize that there are still existences that could seriously threaten them in Kyushu and the Quartet world. The ancestral god-level powerhouse has been trying to break the peerless forbidden formation in the curse world for these years, so he has not made a big move all these years, fearing that it will cause terrible consequences. However, this time, some radical half-ancestors couldn't stand it anymore, and asked Zan to lead a team into the curse world, and some half-ancestors were even willing to be bait to lure out the murderer. Who betrayed us? Many monks were very angry. They knew that someone must have informed them, otherwise, it would be difficult for even a semi-ancestral powerhouse to search for everyone in the mysterious curse world. Your time of death has arrived, you don't need to know. The half-ancestor of the two heavens roared, and all his disciples and grandchildren backed away. He stretched out a big hand and grabbed Wu Ming and others, covering everyone under him. What a majesty! Xiao Chen appeared out of nowhere above the mountains. The moment the half-ancestor of the two heavens grabbed Wu Ming and the others, Xiao Chen also stretched out his big hand and grabbed the half-ancestor of the two heavens. The half-ancestor from another world quickly withdrew his big hand to meet Xiao Chen. With a loud bang, the two big hands collided together. The expression of the half-ancestor from another world changed drastically, and his big hand covering the sky was shattered in an instant, turning into fly ash. Boom! In the next moment, he was covered by Xiao Chen's palm, and he grabbed it tightly, twisted it hard, and the half-ancestor of the double heaven screamed. His flesh and blood were all bloody, and then his body and spirit disappeared. This is the huge gap in strength. Xiao Chen shot ruthlessly, and swept across with his big hand, covering all the monks from other worlds in the sky. They were still aggressive just now, but now they are all trembling. Silently, dozens of cultivators from other worlds were wiped out in an instant. Wu Ming and the others were stunned. They were deeply shocked by Xiao Chen's current strength. Yeah, Kiki quickly opened the Paradise Lost and put away all the monks in the mountains. Walk! Xiao Chen took Kiki and rushed to the depths of the curse world quickly, because energy fluctuations swayed out from time to time, and it was obvious that fierce battles took place in more than one area. Huh! Xiao Chen was startled, and a Taiji diagram in front of him was hazy, sweeping across the sky. Densely packed monks from other worlds fell like ants and insects, and died one after another. When Xiao Chen rushed forward, the Taiji diagram had disappeared, leaving only a group of Kyushu monks who survived the catastrophe. Tai Chi Zhong Sanfang. There was a strange light in Xiao Chen's eyes. He had always been full of admiration for this amazingly talented and outstanding person through the ages. He knew that if this strange person did not perish, it would be a matter of time before he became an ancestral god-level powerhouse, because he had comprehended most of the origin of the universe and the gods of the myriad worlds, just like Lao Zhuang in the half-ancestor domain. Unlike him, who just sacrificed the body of an ancestor god. This strange man should have been able to leave on the ancestral dragon boat, but he still stayed. It can be imagined that he wanted to achieve the position of the ancestor god in such a dangerous environment. Obviously, the other party only left after knowing Xiao Chen's arrival. A strong man of this level has his own rules of conduct. Xiao Chen quickly walked through the curse world, and nearly half of the monks were taken into KK's lost paradise. At this moment, Yan Huang, Lao Zulong and others rushed out of the abyss, and appeared in the primitive mountains where Xiao Chen was at the same time. All of them looked extremely dignified. Walk! The old farmer shouted at Xiao Chen. Only half of the people have been taken away, and there are still many monks who have not been taken away. Xiao Chen replied. There is no time, quickly take out the stone bone and hide the aura of all of us. Yan Wang looked solemn. Xiao Chen was startled. Stone bones emerged from his palms, hiding the aura of several ancestor gods present. The entire curse world has been imprisoned, and it seems difficult for us to return to the world of death. Brush. While saying these words, several ancestor gods and Xiao Chen had moved thousands of miles across and appeared in another primitive mountain range. The supreme ancestral god from another world has made a move. Old ancestral dragon said such bad news. This is a matter that makes one's scalp tingle. The terrifying power of the supreme ancestral god is too terrible. It seems that the dead city we prepared is no longer needed, and now the supreme ancestor gods in other worlds have been alarmed. Their strength is indeed shocking. Mo Xiaowang sighed. It was originally intended to attract their attention, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Yan Wang's words were very strange, which made Xiao Chen even more suspicious that the ancestor gods wanted to make a move. It seemed that they really had another purpose. At this moment, 3 rays of divine light suddenly appeared in the sky of the curse world. The immortal heavenly shield, the demon sword, and the 33 towers appeared at the same time. There are 3 supreme ancestor gods attacking at the same time. The imprint of the old god's martial arts suddenly changed, and at this moment he was no longer as lazy as before. In the sky of the curse world, 9 figures appeared silently, and the ancestor gods from another world descended and wanted to attack everyone. The situation is dire to the extreme. At this moment, in the direction of the abyss, a sky monument suddenly rose up, surpassing all the surrounding giant mountains, piercing the sky in an instant, not only forcing the 9 hazy figures back, but also directly skyrocketing towards the treasure of the 3 supreme ancestor gods.